15 Pro, M7 official gaming foam. Realme 15 Pro, M7 official gaming foam.
Are your M4 world champions, winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up right now.
What is a dream chaser? Dream chasers are relentless, and they are unstoppable, forever chasing the eternal dream.
Düş peşinde koşanlar geriden başlar. Aleyhimize yığılan ihtimalleri aşarız.
Мөрөөдлийнхөө төлөө тэмүүлнэ гэдэг бол дайчин хүний чанар. Галт үлдээгүүр бид хувь тавилантай тэмцэнэ.
Un soñador emerge de las sombras. En cada batalla forjamos nuestro nombre.
A chaser is new to the fight, fierce enough to rewrite history.
Kuzeyin ucundan yükseliyoruz. Bir düş peşinde koşanlar olarak dolunun vahşi gücüyle çarpıyoruz.
ساعي الحلم نصر عاصفة الصحراء نحن شداء صراع ولا نلين.
Преследователь, западный дракон восстающий, чтобы доказать, наши клыки все еще остры.
追梦者乃东方苏醒的巨龙，腾空而起，施展群雄。
Kami pernah berada di sini. Kini kami kembali bangkit untuk menggoncang dunia.
យើងជាអ្នកកំណត់ហ្គេមល្បឿនប្រកួតផ្លាជារបស់យើងដែលធ្វើឲ្យគូប្រកួតពិបាកវែងទឹក
အိမ်မက်တွေနောက်လိုက်ဖို့အတွက်တိတ်ကနေပြန်လည်ရောက်ရှိလာကြတယ်။တားဆီးတိုင်းကိုလည်းရှုံးမခံဘူး။ကျော်ဖြတ်တောင်းတယ်။
Ang naghahabol ng pangarap galing sa pinakamalakas na rehiyon, habang iba'y nanonood lang, kami ay kumikilos na walang pagdududa.
Kami menguasai pentas untuk menyempurnakan legasi kami, meraih kembali apa yang sepatutnya menjadi milik kami.
Seorang pengejar mimpi bergerak seperti phoenix, terakhir kembali dan ditempa proses.
Sebagai pengejar mimpi, kami menguasai langit. Kami akan merebut mahkota dan menumbangkan para lawan.
Ang humahabol ay kumikilos na parang hari. Kami ang mga hari at ipagtatanggol namin ang aming trono.
16 chasers. 16 dreams. M7, this is where dreams collide.
Jakarta, Indonesia, the battle will start here in the M7 World Championship. Let the world see us.
Hello? Check.
Hello?
1, 2,
Test,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
1,
10.
2, hello?
There
we go, there we go.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
good. That's good.
That's 5 minutes before we go live. Oh, hey. I have a random question before we start.
What's that?
What are your New Year's resolutions?
New Year's resolution.
Oh, that's a good one. That's
Dude,
a good one.
For me, I'm gonna try and hit Mythic 200, dude.
200?
For real. This season is different. I got this secret weapon this time.
Ooh.
I'm gonna be on a win streak.
Well, we'll see. We'll see at the end of the season. I feel like it's superficial, but I want to go further beyond.
Okay.
You know,
What's yours?
I'm a married man. I want to go traveling. I want to go see the world, as they say, and pick up $1 from every single country that I visit. Then I'll have a collection. And of course, with the card in hand like this, it'll be so easy to get each and every one of those dollars from my collection.
That's so cool. We get floating phones and floating cards.
But what about you, Brigitte?
I think for this year, I want to try hosting M7.
Oh.
If you're looking for signs to act on your New Year's resolutions, this might be it, because mine just got resolved. I am Brigitte, your host for today, and I welcome you to the M7 World Championships. After opening the Swiss stage yesterday with 8 best-of-1 matches, we'll continue today with another 8. Except that this time, the stakes are much, much higher, because teams now get a step closer to either qualification or elimination. So without further ado, let us now open the second day of the Swiss stage and let the world see us.
Thank you very much, Brigitte. I gotta say, love the hair. And welcome to the M7 World Championship. This is the Swiss stage. And again, this is, like Brigitte said, the same 8 best of ones. But the thing is, you're getting closer to either getting eliminated or actually making it through to the next stage. Because here's the thing. Yesterday, there were some upsets going around. But the thing is, every single fight, even though one game looked one-sided, somehow, some way, the teams made it so that they could potentially come back. Welcome, my name is Afel. Alongside me is Gideon and Arashi. Arashi, what do you think about the Swiss stage so far?
I think it's interesting, man. The fact that it's only one single game, every single match, I think for once, it allows a lot more people to be more experimental. And maybe that's also why games are kind of going back and forth. Because when there's only one game, even when you're dominating, the pressure is definitely there. And I think you saw that effect all the way from match number 1, which is a great time, dude. I had a great time watching it online yesterday.
I don't know about you guys, but I thought yesterday was weird. I think there were only like a couple of teams that played on brand, and it made a lot of sense, right? TLPH alongside with Aurora PH, they had a banger game. But let's not forget, Alter Ego, they played on brand. Everybody else was kind of like, what was going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like some teams, they really just need to get used to the stage again, because especially for teams like CFU, the Yaguai, really looks like they are a little bit out of practice. But now we got to look at the what happened yesterday in yesterday's best of 1, but more importantly, today's matches here. We see like the lower part. This is the 0-1 bracket. This is just a little bit more scary, because if you go 0-2, there's a chance that every single game that you play is an elimination match, because if you go 3 losses, you're out of the game.
Yeah, and I think, you know, But once we start getting into the best of threes, things are going to get really, really dangerous for a majority of the teams who have not kind of found their own identity, or at least some kind of momentum coming into it round 2 onwards, right? Because look at the best of the ones that we saw from day number 1. This is an even playing field. Obviously, there were some upsets like LaFell mentioned, but now that we've broken up into the 1-0s and 0-1s, this is their last opportunity to get free upsets before they get tested in the best of 3.
And considering they've already brought out the big guns, the unpredictable picks all the way since the first day, you know, what is there left for day 2 here when the stakes are even higher, right? Will they even dare to go for something a bit more bold, or are they going to be forced to play it even safer? Because in this in the current meta, you never really know.
Yeah, now we're looking at a schedule here, and we're starting off with both teams that emerged from the wild card. Boostgate going up against Zone 1. The last time they faced, it was 8-1 favoring for Zone 1. Afterwards, it is Evil going up against Demfeng Yao Kuai. And the third match that we'll be covering is Falcons Team Liquid and a Black Sentence going up against Alter Ego. And definitely in terms of the matches, I'm actually really looking forward to the first one because both Boostgate as well as Zone 1 performed amazingly yesterday, but it's just not enough. But moving forward, we do have CG going up against Aurora, the Turkey Aurora, and then SRG going up against Team Spirit, Onyx Indonesia against Yangon Galacticos, and CFU Gaming against Aurora Philippines will be the closer for today.
And I think all of these matches definitely we have to, you know, check up on what happened from the previous game. Like the Onyx versus Yangon Galacticos, you're really hoping that Onyx isn't going to go, hey, we're going to wait until the 3rd Lord before something is going to occur. And like yesterday, 20-minute average games. That's ridiculous considering what the meta is offering from us and the level of which we're expecting these teams to play at.
Yeah, but now we got to talk about the first match today, which is a wildcard rematch. No more room for errors because I got to say between Team Zone as well as Boostgate, I would say the one that's a little bit less consistent is definitely Boostgate, where Team Zone, they've been consistent, but at the same time, they're a bit rigid. We don't really see them changing all too much.
I think the big conversation here between these two teams is the fact that Boostgate's coaching staff has had a lot of praise sung about them with how they're able to adjust and adapt. And now they're up against a team that has been active since the wild card, so there's more data here to process. Although for Team Zone themselves, they were stuck in they had a reverse sweep moment, right, where they actually came back from a deficit, showing again that even in the longer games, they actually have a great deal of adaptability.
We talk about adaptability, but I'm looking all the way from wildcard, right? How much growth has there been between Team Zone in comparison to Boostgate? And I think that Boostgate has put up some pretty impressive numbers. They almost went toe-to-toe with Onyx. Obviously, the late game didn't go as well as they wanted to, but generally the fact that the way that they made themselves, position themselves to get out of the wild cards as well, on top of their history in Latam from MDL to MPL, doesn't feel like there's a ceiling for Boostgate in comparison to Team Zone.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Team Zone coming in from Mongolia, we've seen the players from Mongolia, they'd like to have a taste of defeat first and then understanding how to deal with it. Where yesterday, they went up against Hellkurt Rome, which I feel like even in scrims, maybe they have encountered it, but not like that, right? Not like how Yangon Galacticos really brought it out. So I kind of feel like that should give them some idea of the potential surprises that might be coming up. I don't see Boostgate doing something as that crazy, but I feel like this does make Team Zone a little bit more scary going up against Boostgate here. But now we got to talk about the 5 picked heroes here. The number 1 is Claude. In terms of the win rate, not looking good, only winning 2 out of 6 games. But then followed by Yuzong, Cho, Yisun Shin, as well as Carrie. And the thing is, the most picked aren't really the ones that won a lot of games because it looks like for day 1, whoever has their own set of meta is actually doing much better. We see the Matilda coming back. We see the Hellkurt. So it looks like team that is expanding a little bit is actually doing much better.
It's really a diverse meta, and it depends. It's almost like for teams, it's not about how good you are. It's also whether or not your go-to game plan suits the situation against your opponents. I think it's cool that all these heroes, especially the carry, is a bit surprising to me. But I think for the most part, the Claude and the carry are options that pop out because a lot of the other options have been really respected. And these are just heroes that have a good deal of flexibility when it comes down to how you want to operate in a team fight. And there's a lot of those in the current meta, man.
Yeah, there are a lot, and I think that right now, gold marksmans, especially Trinity build gold marksmans, are uniquely suited in this meta, despite the new patch giving us an item that kind of reduces the overall cap of attack speed, which is great. It's a great sentiment for those who need the attack speed, but the only problem is that it feels like it only hurts Moskov. That's why carry alongside with the Claude, extra mobility, carry, so what? I got a passive which is twice as strong.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest problem that we saw yesterday is just that they died too fast. Right?
Yes.
So we got to see that how they're gonna fare with that. Will the meta stabilize once we reach the best of 3 matches? Yeah, I feel like based on what I see in day 1, I feel like at day 4 that's where we will start to stabilize just a little bit, because I feel like even in the best of 3s, some teams aren't entirely sure what to do just yet.
I think that the meta is going to get figured out a little bit later. I think that day 4 is when people are going to get on the right track as to...
They'll start.
Yeah, to kind of start things. Because right now, everyone's kind of testing to see where it is on the scale.
Right.
But I think the polishing would happen after day 4. I think during the playoffs is where we're going to see the most concise, concentrated meta.
I think for the most part, I do agree. I think even if they don't really solve and figure out what's the go-to meta, people are going to start converging on what works the best, right? Or what has the least weaknesses. So we're going to see things get a bit more streamlined by that point.
Yeah, and right now we got to look at the players here from Boostgate Esports. We got XE, Kazooie, Identity, Walker, as well as RX. And again, they had good games. Like we said, almost took down Onyx Indonesia, but especially XE, he has to be careful of his positioning. And now we're looking at Team Zone, Bankai, Zexora, Kenny, Bright, as well as KK. Almost winning the team when he did have the full build on the Claude. But again, at that point, it's just a little too late.
I mean, we have to compare both Exene as well as Bankai because both bring 2 very interesting ways to be an initiator. Most people think that initiators are about finding the big sets. Unfortunately, for Bankai, it's being able to balance out on how much aggression I can take before moving away. And of course, it gets really stressful when Exe's like, he makes the super play, he's not in the right position.
Yeah. Because again, in the late game, like I would say 60 minutes, you really got to start being careful, because if you're the main initiator and you're not there, it's not going to be a fun time for your team.
Bankai is much better at that, yeah.
Yeah, because again, as the XP laner, you serve multiple roles in the current meta. Initiating is one thing, but even contesting ground, right? Having the crowd control tool to make sure that they can't just simply jump on your members, that's a big deal that I think some teams occasionally neglect, right? They walk up, they're thinking, okay, we have a front line, but do you have the threat to actually force the disengage, though? That's the thing that I think a lot of people have to kind of be careful about, especially later on in the games at the long death timers.
Yep, right now we got a quote coming in from Skylar. He said, on the growth of the Turkish MLBB, he said, personally, I think the Turkish region has become one of the stronger regions, mainly due to their strong mentality and discipline, especially in how they handle longer games. Especially for Boostgate, man, they're always looking very cheerful. They don't really look all that down, so it does seem that they're here to have fun, but in a good way, not in a way that they're not taking it seriously, you know?
I totally agree. And I think the best part about Boostgate coming into a tournament like this is that it's going to bring up the region as a whole. Because the biggest problem I've seen looking at Turkey is that the top has already been solidified. Nobody has been able to kind of break that glass ceiling yet competitively.
Exactly, you want things to kind of even out a bit more. Having more competition can elevate the scene even more as well. But talent predictions right here, Gideon.
I'm sitting with Latam on this one, boys. I am sitting on Turkey on this one. Alongside Latam, of course, I'm going to be shouting out them later. I've got notes specifically for that, that's why I prepared it yesterday. But I think that BGT, right now, they have a higher ceiling than Team Zone. The question is, can they heat up to that moment? They've only got one chance to do so.
Yeah, we saw Team Zone yesterday who had difficulties handling the early pressure, and especially with Coach Tezet being there for Boostgate, it does seem that they might want to go for something strong early, but I do have to be careful on Walker's pick, because yesterday on that Khalid, it really didn't help the team all that much.
Now we're gonna get the map reveal. Arashi, I want to ask you, because again, Tezet does come initially from your region, right? Throughout his history in building teams, what's the difference between when he was in Indonesia compared to now with Boostgate?
Well, honestly, I'm not like all that close with him by all means, but I really feel like there's a bit of maturity here, because as far as I remember, for Tezet, he's a bit more YOLO, you know, a bit more improv, right? But
improv? Okay.
Well, again, he was in Aura, right?
Oh, that's true.
But now it just seems like he has this maturity, he has this experience, and he's able to shape this team to be a lot more disciplined, and that's why Boostgate, they have a lot of people giving them props for that late game discipline and not falling for traps and all that.
Yeah, it looks like the draft is happening fast here. Boostgate is going to be the first pick. Team Zone on the second. And I like the Kalia ban, considering that kind of did destroy them a little bit going up against Onyx Indonesia. They banned out the Kalia, Grok, as well as the Eve. And then for Team Zone, banning out the Selena, Hayabusa, as well as the Jushin. It looks like for Boostgate, Identity only used the Selena once, but it's enough to really make sure that he doesn't get that pick again.
Definitely a strong pick in the current meta if they want to play aggressive and try and go for the quick end. Man, right now though, it seems like for Coach Teza, the initiators and the roams is something that he is respecting, but he has to be careful about the counter engage as well, especially because they already have a Yuzong that's going to be forcing them to move forward in these fights.
Yeah, but considering everything that, BGT, what makes them good is when they have momentum on their side. Having a lot of heroes to allow them to snowball is a really good idea, and that's when the Team Zone is the complete opposite, where they're more reactive, but they also react extremely well on the execution when the conditions are right. With the Gato to kind of break up that fight potentially, we'll see what the losses and wins are going to be out throughout the game.
Yeah, so for now, we got to look at the first 3 picks coming in from both teams. It looks like for Boostgate, they understand the playmakers of the team, make sure that Xe as well as Walker gets their heroes early, because if Walker gets hunkered down, it's going to be quite difficult for the team. And of course, in terms of the Assassins, there's not much available now, so picking up the Lancelot is pretty solid, because I feel like how Identity as well as RX plays, especially RX, he has a very wide hero pool. He can still use the fighters he used an X-Board before to perfection, and the Obsidian as well. They had a 100% win rate in their last fight against VP.
And that's a scary thing. I don't know where Obsidian really stands in the meta.
I feel like it's RX special.
It is. I feel right now it's an RX special, but I feel like there's something about Obsidian's ult that we're not taking into consideration if you have the mechanical skill to really precisely target down anybody looking to engage while you continuously kite against your opponents. I think that's one of the cool things Obsidian brings to the table. But with the Claude and Obsidian bans here from the side of Z1, it looks like they've done their research alongside with the Lunox ban from BGT.
The last thing that BGT wants right here is to go up against a carry and also a Lunox and have that Hylos be, styrofoam and just get punched through immediately. We saw how this Hylos is kind of rising in popularity due to how far you can kind of like go for a catch and how you can also enable the team with a sustain. But right here, it seems like BGT are just going all in forwards. And for Team Zone now, with only the Gatot Kaja, I feel like they're going to be forced to go with some kind of peel. Otherwise, Carry and Yi Sun Shin, both very vulnerable to both the Lancelot and the Yuzong.
Yeah, now the Alice has been banned. Something on the Lapu is still open for BGT. I kind of feel like they're considering if they can get a Kimmy, maybe they will put RX on a fighter, because when it comes to the marksman here, there's really not that many options. And now with the Farsa as well, I kind of feel like BGT, if they can get like a Kimi Lapu, that would still be kind of solid for them, because they got plenty of ways to deal with both the Farsa as well as the carry.
I feel like as of right now, the versatility of the way that, Team Zone can actually look to approach BGT, as Arashi has clearly stated, hey, they want to go forward, with the only exception being Lancelot alongside with the Yuzong. They could look for potential flank angles, but I don't see them having a hard anchor, right? And that's a big problem. Now that with Lunox, and Lunox is currently missing, it's going to be a little bit difficult to say, all right, sure, I need a mage that not only scales, but more importantly can create these opportunities so that our flanks can connect.
Granger. Interesting. I thought the Granger might show up just because you can follow up from so far away with extra burst damage. The Labu actually goes on the side of Team Zone. So despite having 3 vulnerable members, they want to go with a Labu for additional setup, additional zoning.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they want to make sure that someone can actually dive and deal with both the Granger as well as the Kimmy, because in the sense of how Team Zone wants to play, they do like to move as 5. So I feel like they want to make sure that everyone has their own targets, and the less people on Zixora, the better.
Yeah, and I don't know. We'll see whether or not Zixora is going to find that space that he's been looking for, but so far 1.5 counter index and 4.2 when it comes down to lineup rating in comparison to lineup rating of BGT. Again, it's very momentum based. They can get outscaled, and that's the scary part. Mid-game is crucial.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game of day number 2 here on the Swiss stage. And this is going to be the rematch of the wildcards. Boostgate going up against Team Zone.
Oh man, let's see how this one is going to go, because honestly, as much as they want to scale up and play for the late game, I think there's some danger in the late game for Team Zone themselves. The Granger is going to have so much more range available to kind of poke them down before the fights even begin. And we know that with the Hylos and Gato coming back here, it's going to be a bit of an all-in type of fight for the most part.
I am curious about the laning phase, right? Because I think that Xe, he's going to be a huge predeterminer of how this first hurdle is going to play out. Same goes for Bankai, but the onus is a little bit more on Xe only because he's running the Petrify, right? At any time, if he makes a mistake in lane, Bankai could completely throw the next 8 minutes.
right now for Team Zone, they just want to make sure that Zexora gets as much as possible. It looks like he's not able to get the Little Wanderer, but again, they just got to delay a little bit. If they can go for a fight, if Bankai gets a good catch, then hey, go for it. You got Kenny. Kenny does have that damage once he hits level 4.
If teams don't want to go for fights, though, they better make sure that the fights end quick, because in the early game, a Kimi and a Hylos, that's a lot of like built-in DPS.
Yep, I think we're seeing it right now as Kenny is getting absolutely blasted, forcing Bright to use his Revitalize. Now, Identity did take a little bit of damage and probably will lose a minion coming back into the wave, but that's more than enough to kind of set the tone.
Seeing the emblems here, a bunch of Festival of Bloods. Again, sustain, a very underrated resource in the current meta. For the most part, though, again, the poke damage coming from the Granger is something that Team Zone definitely have to kind of be a bit more concerned about. For now, though, with the revitalized advantage that Boostgate has, I believe they're going to be planning on setting up for a big play.
Here's the big play. The Phantom Execution finds first blood. Kazue, great gank on the mid lane. Trying to get a freeze down there, but unfortunately, Bright was not able to break it in time. RX able to get the bullcrap on his own, and that's the very first stone being thrown into the river.
Yeah, honestly, good engage coming in from Boostgate, both Walker as well as Identity. Make sure that Kenny could not get away, but now Walker gets attacked.
Might be in some trouble here, Rector. Hey, he's still outstaying all the damage, allowing Xe to start chasing Zexora, petrifies him, locks him up, and that's going to be another kill going over to Boostgate. The turtle is down as Bankai is looking for a return trade with the bravest fighter as Bankai jumps forward, luckily able to take out Wacker before he goes down. Xe still in trouble, but Kani got to be careful. K finds one with the help of the flank, and there we have it. They even up the score 4-2-3.
Dude, it didn't seem like Team Zone were going to be able to match up to the early game damage, the Yuzong, the Kimi. But somehow, some way, they kite back long enough that the skills come back up, and on paper at least, they have more burst damage to catch Boostgate Esports off guard. And they did. They walk up afterwards and just got cleaned up.
They got cleaned up hella hard, and now the invasion's coming in from Zexora just to try to get himself ahead. They know that Kazue is ahead, and they need to make sure that Zexora scales at roughly the same amount of time. Glorious Pathway already down, and Kani, thinking the most dangerous path, has to flicker at the very end, but they got the Phantom Execution. Retributions from both jungles are down.
Yeah, I like the way the Team Zone is using their flickers here, where Kenny essentially is just trying to stay safe, and K try to get involved in the fights as much as possible, because even just now at level 4, dealing quite a lot of damage onto Kazue. So I feel like for the next turtle fight, they do have to be careful. RX needs to be able to tell Boostgate whether K is in the lane or actually rotating, because for Zexora, he needs time, he needs space. Bankai can give that right now. And at this point, looking at the damage that K is able to do when no one really has any kind of items, especially the Chastised Pauldron, he's still kind of a threat. Not enough to kill, but definitely enough to make you worry a bit.
Check out this gamble here. No boots from either side. Even Xe figured it out, but now Bright in trouble with the Feather Air Train to support him, unable to get out. And now with the AOG gone and the dead body, Identity might just be next on the chopping block, but with War Axe already found, Bankai gets one. Xe, he's looking for a little bit more. Gets hit by the turtle boat, and now Wacker is the next to fall with Kenny and Zexora at the back. They are just cutting them down.
Boostgate Esports is overextending so much there. They had the value, they had Team Zone on the back foot, but then they overchase into the big AoE tools. Again, Team Zone are very skill reliant, but Boostgate Esports are chasing so far, it's allowing them to reset on the skills and then set up for a big AoE combo play.
Yeah, and again, like, Team Zone, they're a team that learned from their mistakes. The first interaction Xe had with Zexora, he was able to use the Furious Dive alongside the Petrify and lock him out. With Walker trying to buy as much time as possible, giving space for Xe to do that again, Zexora saw that coming. So I kind of feel like, yes, what you did was good, but you gotta mix your plays a little bit. You cannot be that predictable against Zexora.
I think for now, Furious Dive already down and the Feathered Airstrike coming through. Wacker going to die again. No Revitalize. He still had 7 seconds left on that clock. And K almost breaking the mid-tier 1. Again, this is working out well for Team Zone, right? They're not giving Boostgate Esports saying, hey, we're just going to react. We also are going to apply pressure.
It's almost like Boostgate Esports feel that pressure, and then it's manifesting itself in them really chasing to try and force Team Zone to fully commit when their skills are down. But with the mobility that's built in, I mean, even K to a degree has some mobility on that carry. So Boostgate Esports are just getting kited a bit too much. They have to rely a bit more on the crowd control. Unless Wachter or Xe gets a decisive catch or engage, I don't really think they have what it takes to kind of move forward slowly but surely.
Yeah, honestly, Boostgate, they can't be one-trick ponies going up against Team Zone here. They got to figure out a different way to engage into a fight. Force out Zexora to use the Traceless first and then get onto him.
They waited for the right time. They managed to get the stun onto Kazue, forcing him to back out. However, it did come at the cost of the Dragon Boat. And now that they're looking across the map, right, the quick lane swap as well. Kazue, luckily, is maintaining his lead against Zexora, but that top side, they're not stopping. They're sacrificing turrets just to get him ahead.
And the thing is, right now, as long as Team Zone is able to control Xe, they're all good. Because Xe is the real threat for Team Zone. He doesn't even have to get those kills. He just has to be, I would say, give vision as well as lock down either Zexora or K. Lockdown for 2 seconds is more than enough for Boozkid to follow up.
And now here we go, Bravest Fighter, Kazue able to secure the turtle. Feather Airstrike out and cancel. Xe petrifies him and now is on the chase. The Furious dives go nowhere as Zexora is going to take him out. Bankai actually finds it. With the help of the ENG, cutting them off. Wacker cannot just run through that fire. Really good play coming in from Team Zone.
Boozkid Esports just don't have enough damage. Xe there, he got the full-on rotation onto Kenny, and still, even without the Feather Airstrike zoning away Identity and RX, they just seem so behind that RX and Identity themselves don't really have a lot of damage, even when they're left to their own devices.
Well, LaFell, what do you think? Because in that fight itself, usually what we're used to seeing is when you wombo combo, you kind of do it at the same time, but the layering of the the Feather Airstrike, then the AOG to cut them off. What do you think about that?
Well, we're going to be looking at an instant replay here to see the play that Boozkid attempted. But again, retaliate pretty well by Team Zone. They got the turtle, but looking at the movements here, it does look like they're not all on the same page. Xe understands his job as the EXP, trying to stop Kenny, but then the rest of the team, especially Identity, was far enough away, zoned out by Team Zone, making it so that Boozkid engages does not look clean at all. They don't have enough damage because this Granger, after the nerfs, oh, hold on. Oh,
Feather Airstrike, gonna take out Xe. Glorious Pathway was already thrown out, but again, Wacker just could not close the distance to cancel it out. Not enough HP.
Yeah, just to make it very simple, Boozkid needs to play around Xe. When Xe goes in, he, in a way, understands that he will die, but you guys got to retaliate. RX with 0 stacks on that Skypiercer really made it so that Boozkid does not have enough damage.
And they have to follow up somehow, some way, even if they can't really go in and get a kill or a big catch off it. Especially Kazue, I feel like he and Xe need to coordinate and figure out who's doing what. Who's actually going to try and jump towards K or Kenny, who's zoning, who's actually going for the kill. Because as of right now, it seems like everyone is playing template and Team Zone are getting a read on who's actually doing what from Boozkid Esports.
Yeah, I think especially for Team Zone, a team that is from a region that's notorious of downloading their opponents. They've got templates for days. This is atypical of how a team should be moving around the map.
Honestly, one thing that they can do is look at Bright. If Bright already used the Unbreakable, let Kazue go in, right? Go on a solo mission, make them panic, and then once everyone panics, a lot of abilities have been used, then Xe goes in. We understand that it's usually the roam or the EXP, but there's not much tools that Team Zone can use to punish this Lancelot. So I kind of feel like he has to be the initial distraction and then come back in as the cleanup.
All right, let's balance the odds here because now we're seeing a contention for the potential Lord. Level 13 on Kazue. He can use the Phantom Execution, get in, potentially out, and Team Zone, they know as well. It's not worth contesting it here. This is the worst possible fight that we could take because if we all get executed here, it's over. And now they jump Bravest Fighter next for Bankai with the help of the Feathered Airstrike, and unfortunately, it's just raw peel for the Black Dragon formation. Xe goes in, Revitalize keeps them alive as Zexora takes them out as K attacks the backline. Double kill, already found the AOG, cuts out Kazue for a double on Zexora. T2's now a threat.
Almost a complete wipeout here for Team Zone. K on the carry again with all his teammates pressuring the members of Boozkid. There's nothing left for the punish. He flickered forward there and had his eyes straight on Identity, immediately deleting him with the fadeaway. And just like that, Team Zone now are definitely in the lead, and they're going for the Lord.
This is so frustrating, especially for RX, right? No deaths, you've been farming the whole game, you've got the items, but you can't stack up the Skypiercer.
Yeah. Honestly, this is why Team Zone is pretty scary. The more losses that they experience, the stronger that they're going to get because, again, they love the game. They make sure that every single time they hang in one room and then figure out what went wrong and make sure that they don't do that again. In terms of what Boozkid is doing wrong, honestly, is just that this is a very difficult draft for them to pilot, especially because Kazue only been spamming the Hayabusa. The good thing that Team Zone banning out that Hayabusa, Kazue is good on the Lancelot. But definitely, it's like the entire team is not used to this kind of playstyle.
Yeah, no, they need to kind of wait for Kazuya to get in position first. It's not as easy compared to Hayabusa, who can hop over walls. They want to make sure that Kazuya can get in and out pretty safely, so they're just going to have to wait for his call. I think, personally, for me, right now we need to see a little bit from Identity to slow him down, but we'll try to see, because so far the front to back does not look good.
There's so many limited control tools available for Boostgate. The Team Zone is completely abusing it.
Oh, okay, all right. Just 3 ults already being utilized. 4 ults as well, trying to clear up these waves, make sure the inhibitors are going to stay alive as Xora finally hits his item power spike in the BOD.
Yeah, honestly, I agree with you. Identity needs to be able to do something, but can he? Oh, hold on.
Oh! Getting a little dangerous there, but Bankai, he's already engaged. He's already got the Lance player. When the Brave is fighting against it, double kill for Bright of all players as he flickers forward to catch more. The hunt is over, and Team Zone have minions. The Crystal, the last of all Identity. Can he clear those minions up? No, they don't give him a chance. And even with the AOG, it just ain't enough. That's GG, well played for Team Zone.
Absolutely dominant showing there. Not a single step backwards from Team Zone. They are the danger, and even when the big ultimates are popped, are used by Boostgate, they just take it straight up.
Yeah, and honestly, this Farsa coming in from Kenny is also quite a big problem. The man you see on screen here, no matter how you try to engage, Kenny just makes sure that they don't have enough damage because he's able to get onto that Kimi. And then, okay, so that's one less damage. Kazooie could not find any ways to go in, and then once Xe with that Yuzong, dealing with the Eastern Shin, dealing with the carry, dealing with the Farsa, is not easy for Yuzong, especially when he's, in my opinion, kind of behind.
Yeah, honestly, pretty behind, because towards the end, we did see the initial switch up of first items. He started off with the boots, got into his Fury Hammer, looked at the opposite side and realized, wait a minute, the Lapu just rushed straight into War Axe, no boots whatsoever. I gotta do the same.
Yeah. Looking at the end here, again, like, you can clearly see is that even if somehow Team of Boostgate able to get some kind of punish, the damage is not there. And you can definitely feel the nerf on the Granger. I feel like Granger is still definitely viable. It's just that now you kind of have to play around him a little bit more instead of hoping for he himself to get basically the stacks all by himself.
You gotta feed him like a little baby bird, right? Get him a couple of those stacks first, and then you push him out of the nest.
He's a real marksman. That takes some time, takes some resources. Not all as independent as he used to be.
Yeah.
Only different is that he's not really item dependent. He's just really kill dependent, which is pretty different, right? Compared to most marksmen where they really need items.
Yes and no at the same time, because Granger is in a really unique position. He's like, when you're talking about marksmen, he's a skill shot marksman essentially, right? How often do you actually use his auto attacks other than to ability-based? Ability-based, you know? And that's just the way that it has to go. I think for at least if there is a learning aspect of it all.
Yep. And now we're going over for an interview with Brigida on stage.
Congratulations to Team Zone. Once again, can we please give a warm round of applause for Team Zone? Welcome, Bright and Coach Summer on stage. Congratulations after that win. So I just have a few questions for you guys after that match, okay? So this is the second time that you actually came on top of Boostgate Esports. So you went up against them already in the wildcards. Was there any difference preparing for a best of one compared to a best of three?
Yeah, because we knew what they were gonna pick, and we kind of expected what they were gonna pick, so it was easier to draft. And the pre-game talk was, of course, different from best of three. So yeah, it was different, but yeah, it was very different.
So you prefer best of one drafting compared to best of three?
Yes.
I see. All right. So for Bright, yesterday, I think we would all recall that there was a very surprising pick on the opposing team and that you suffered quite a tough loss against Yangon. So could you walk us through how the team felt and how they reacted to that Hellcurt pick that you went up against yesterday?
Ер нь бол Боныг тоглолтын дээр айлынхаа ерөн ки хиронуудын бандсан дээр идэм байлээ. Тэгээд өнөөдөр ер нь бол айлта тийм. Тэгээд өчигдөр бид нэр ер нь айлынхаа ки хиронуудыг хүнлээгөө болохоор ер нь хожигдсан гэж бодож байна. Тэгээд өнөөдрийн хувьд бол айлынхаа ерөн сайн чаддаг баатруудыг өгөөгүй тоглосон нь ер нь бид боныг дээр зөв гэж бодож байна.
Yeah, the best of one, it's kind of a draft thing, right? They could pick anything, right? Mr. Gold lane, Freya jungle as we saw, and yesterday we didn't know what they were gonna pick, and we kind of lost on the draft. But today we knew what they were gonna pick. They picked Selena and Hayabusa. We banned their key heroes, but yesterday we couldn't do that because we had no information about them. And yeah, I think he thinks that was the turning point.
Yeah, I completely understand. I think we've been hearing a lot about how Boostgate has been constantly improving behind the scenes, especially as they step foot into the main stage. So that was very understandable, but now we see how they were able to overcome all that, and now with a win against Boostgate Esports. So last question for both of you, any can answer. So you are now 2 wins away from potentially qualifying to the knockouts. So what do you guys plan to do to stay in the zone and to make sure that you can make history for Mongolia eventually?
Talking about history, everything we do from now on is history. So if we are being confident, overconfident, it's not us being cocky, it's just us being proud of ourselves. So please do understand that. And yeah, history, making history. We are already making history. So yeah, reaching to playoffs is nice, but it's not. Job is not done.
Yes, these are small wins. Whatever happens, whatever they're able to achieve, I'm sure Mongolia is very, very proud of you, and you're also gaining a lot more supporters along the way. So thank you so much to Bright and Summer for joining us on stage. We really love the answers you were able to share with us, and we wish you luck in your upcoming matches. But for now, I think it's about time we throw it back to our casters to break down what happened in that game.
Thank you very much, Brigida. And this basically solidifies that, Team Zone, they're kind of like a late game team where the longer they're in the tournament, the more picks that they understand is going to get picked up. They're going to be looking pretty strong because, again, the last time they went up against Boostgate, it was more 50-50. But we heard from Coach Summers, like, we know what they're going to pick. They like the Haya. They like the Selena. Once we ban both those out, they're really running out of options. And we can definitely see how bad it is for them. And worse still is that not only Boostgate is 0-2 right now, their upcoming opponents kind of know what to ban now.
Man, I mean, on the flip side, though, they did say that yesterday, when there's no information, they really get caught off guard. So actually, they're going to be even more scary as contenders as the series progresses.
Well, talking about serious contenders here, let's give it up for our MVP of this game. Really nasty stuff coming in from Bankai with a fast early rush into that War Axe. But I think, again, him alongside with Bright did really good jobs at mispositioning their opponents to kind of funnel them into one hole.
Yeah, and that's why I was shouting out the Lapu, where I thought Boostgate would just take it for themselves, put it to gold lane, because their draft, I would say both teams' draft kind of suffer going up against a Lapu. So maybe just an oversight there. But either ways, yeah, Bankai had an amazing game. We're going to be looking at the highlights here. And we saw Boostgate, I would say for the first 3 minutes, they kind of know what to do. But the moment they fail on Zexora, this is the moment. It kind of looked like they were a bit lost.
Yeah.
But one after this.
It was an interesting moment, right? Because again, this was a really big trade with an early rotation coming in from K at level 4. Most gold laners usually just pick up the mid wave at this point, but still, K wanted to try and trade back. And this continued to be like a continuous story throughout these games. Just forced desperation engagements compared to cool, calm, collected, and then slowly regaining the resources.
I think it's great to see as well Team Zone understanding that, hey, Identity in particular and Wactor, they're kiteable. We have more range, more dynamic playmaking tools. So for the most part, it's not just about making sure that they have the right formation and get the right combos. Every single one of their heroes can actually perform individually when it comes down to bursting. They don't really rely on each other. The Yisunshin, the Farsa, and even the carry to a degree can go all in. So when they understand who is the actual source of danger, all actually 4 members, except for Bright, can actually go in and delete whoever backline presence that Boostgate are trying to use to carry the fight. And look at the fadeaway from K. That is a common pattern throughout the whole game, dude. He just keeps flickering forward.
Yeah, for Boostgate, this is going to be quite dangerous because their next game, all of their games after this, are essentially elimination matches, and they need to diversify their pool just a little bit, because now you gotta assume that you're not gonna be getting the Selena, you're not gonna be getting the Hayabusa. For Team Zone, they did say they kind of like this best of one because it's really on the draft, and I'm guessing maybe it's just Coach Summer saying like, I feel the most important here, and and so far, yeah, he's doing quite well. Now in a 1-1, they're still going to be continuing that best of one format.
Yeah, at the very least for Team Zone, they're going to competing in that best of one. BGT is where it gets a little scary, right? Because I think their biggest strength was the fact that they play these high momentum style comps. They're great in best of ones, but now that the draft has been figured out, I think once they start getting into the best of threes, we really need to see how diverse, or at least how deep the portfolio is.
They did have their own like comeback story in the wild cards.
Yeah.
But again, they have to try and find other ways, and even find ways to get out of the box, because they know what they're good at, but sometimes it's about making sure that you're also not bad at anything and having a rounded game. Looking at the item share, by the way, right before that final push, I think Zixora picked up a BOD, but K had a Malefic gun at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Like, bro, what the heck?
Yep.
And even there, he was still respectful enough. He was flickering forward, but he switched out one of his items for a Winter Crown just in case something gets traded back. So, dude, all the way till the end of the game, even when they're on a dominant position, you can still see the respect, and that's a scary aspect from a team that's relatively new.
And again, this is also showing the amount of information that Team Zone had, because you're right, Rashi, where Boostgate, they did have kind of a comeback run in their game against VP, but the reason why they won was that Hayabusa, the Obsidia, as well as, I would say Selena, yes, but Selena was game 5, right? But we saw all 3 heroes being banned out by Zone. I kind of feel like Boostgate was hoping they would forget about that Obsidia and let the Obsidia go. but then Team Zone's like, nah, bro. Everyone watched that game against VP. We know your pick.
I can't deal with it personally. It feels like, honestly, because there's so little coaches in Malaysia, I might as well just like lean back on technology.
Yeah. Honestly, you guys can do that too, because you guys can check out the AI insights from the Realme 15 Pro. It has win rate predictions, can analyze goal items, everything in real time. It's like having a strategic coach in your pocket. That's the AI gaming coach for you. But it doesn't stop there. When the fight breaks out, its consecutive skills feature lets you unleash a perfect preset combo that you set up for yourself with just one tap. It guides your strategy and elevates your execution. That's a full AI-powered edge. From prediction to performance, it's the complete package. You play, we carry. Realme 15 Pro, the M7 official gaming phone.
Oh, dude, it's so good. I feel like these days, especially when it comes down to like competitors and phones, they're coming up with like some really good ideas to kind of help out the mobile gamers, kind of make it to that level where it's like, yeah, we're eye to eye with PC. But that's not all, because if you guys are in game, how have you guys done with the Battle Pass? Come on.
Not so hard right now.
No, honestly, like with the schedule that we have, we barely have time to play the game. But for you guys, the M7 bonuses are here. The MS7 Pass went live on the 1st of January 2026, and it's packed with exclusive rewards like the Granger Thunder Ascendant Epic skin, the Cosmic Finality Prime skin, and of course the MS7 figurine alongside with the Battle Effects Prime Avatar Borders and more. Plus, get the Gatot Kacha Solar Spark skin for free. Favorite M5 Yuzong skin and Revamp M Championship skins are also making a limited time return. Don't miss out on all the wonderful rewards.
And it's quite the festival here, a celebration of mobile legends. And I'm super happy that they're coming out with the Yuzong colored skins. Oh baby, I didn't get it last year. This year I'm collecting them all.
Dude, this is your opportunity, man. I mean, it's so sad when you know like you're involved, but you don't have all the skins, right? You have to be completionist about it.
Yeah, that was Boostgate going up against Team Zone. Congratulations to Team Zone for winning that one. Now in the 1-1 bracket, Boostgate is in the 0-2 bracket. After this, it will be Evil going up against Young Feng Yao Guai. So we're going to go for a short break, but when we return, we have more best of ones for you guys.
Pro, M7 official gaming foam.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Welcome to the M7 Carnival, legend. You traveled all the way to the Land of Dawn? Don't worry, we'll guide you through all the activities and wonderful experiences we have. Here's everything you can do in the M7 Carnival for ticket prices as low as 20,000 rupiah. first stop is the Stage of Legends. Filled with performances, music, cheers, the biggest M7 watch party, and a special performance from Stephanie Poetry on the final day of the carnival. Game recognizes game in the M7 Carnival, as we'll be collaborating with the NBA. And history is made here at the M7 Carnival, the first ever MCGG World Championship. The Go 1 Grand Final will be hosted here at Stadion Maja Jakarta. So come join us and feel the energy. Next stop, the Heroes Playground, to take photos with giant hero statues and meet cosplays of heroes from the Land of Dawn. Come to the Hall of Creators and Pros to meet and greet with top content creators. Teams from MPL ID and Legends are here. Line up, take photos, and even walk away with an autograph. Play games in the rewards arena to win prizes from all of our brand partners. It's at the MPL Market. Booths of your favorite teams, exclusive drops, and surprises from your favorite teams. Take a quick bite at GoPay's Land of Dine. We've partnered up with GoFood for your food and drinks. The magic map has shown us all 6 zones in the M7 Carnival. We're calling you to play, explore, and wander. Don't miss out on exclusive gifts ready for visitors worth over 2.5 billion rupiah, including M7 limited edition swag bags, exclusive merch, in-game chests, and special skins. Are you ready, Legend? Get your tickets soon, because we can't wait to meet you at the M7 Carnival.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just got done with our first best of one between Boozgate going up against Team Zone, where Team Zone was able to win that one out by winning out in the draft. Welcome, my name is Afel. Alongside with me is Gideon as well as Arashi. And we got one more, well, we got 7 more, but this is going to be the second one, which is going to be Tianfeng Yaguai going up against Evil, where both teams did struggle a bit on day one.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not going to lie, this one has been a very difficult decision for me to decide which team is going to win. Of course, one is nationality-wise our neighbors, the others deep ancestors of ours, and even so, there's a big love for both of these sides. One because Evil, as part of Singapore, used to be part of Malaysia, and there's Sasa and Lung on the opposite side. So I'm torn. I'm torn in two.
I like how you brought up like the deep history immediately. I think it's cool. Personally, I met some of the guys from Evil yesterday, and they recognized me. So they're my boys, dude.
They're your
They have
boys?
my unwavering support right now. Shout out Abstract, who introduced us as well. But I've heard the story that they're actually a community-based team initially.
Yeah.
So they were like the complete underdogs with no support, and they kind of persisted. And now they're here. I mean, it's a great story. So I'm all for it.
Honestly, with that being said, what do you think are the chances of them winning against Tianfeng Yaguai? Because we're looking at this bouncing back battle, Blood Brothers at War, which is Valinator. They're brothers, but I don't think they hang out that much.
Yeah.
Oh boy, how do we explain
which I relate. Like I have siblings, but we only meet like once or twice a year.
I feel you.
Wow.
Actually, what's the age differential between them now that I think about it?
yeah,
Because I know between me and my brother, it's like 6 to 8 years. So like, it's understandable why we're not as close. But like in this case, when you're both professional players, I would imagine you'd be like, hey, brother, give me some info.
Or maybe you're like, oh, I know his tendencies and it pisses me off, so I don't want to play with him. Who knows, right? With Asian siblings, it's either you're really close or you're almost strangers. There's no in between, as far as I remember.
For me right now, it's mostly acquaintances.
Acquaintances?
Yeah, it's like we chat every once in a while when something is needed,
Do you go to your brother? It's like, send me the pitch deck so we know how much mom's insurance costs. Like, show me proposals so that we can get our family things. Like, it's a bit uncomfortable at the same time, speaking about these brothers, but I think to them, it's just another day in the office. And I'm more concerned for DFYG, because when we're looking on the opposite end, we're looking at a team who has played at least with a couple of veterans that have been to an international before. DFYG have never made it past the Swiss stage yet, and we're still waiting for China to get a big accolade.
Yeah, for me, looking at yesterday's game, it was a little bit weird in the sense that they keep forcing things out when they really should not be forcing things out, which kind of shows that they're still getting used to playing on stage, because it does feel like your average ranked games where you're playing mostly on instinct rather than what you have pre-planned before the game. So I kind of feel like they're lacking a bit of structure, which I hope they have changed for today.
Yeah, there needs to be balance there, because if you want to go full, if you're being too textbook, it's a bad thing, but you need some kind of like foundation to really build on the early game leads, the momentums, the rotations. So I really feel like they can maybe plan it out a bit more and stick to it, right? Because we saw earlier in match number 1, when you force things too much, that's where the cracks show up, right? That's where people can take advantage of that, that momentum.
Well, I mean, I think we need to start also considering a couple of things. And in this particular case, when we are looking at like Evil Esports' side, I am curious whether or not Gear is able to make that big play. He's one of the few members who actually has a lot of veterancy and who used to be the pinnacle of SG Esports in the MLBB scene.
Yeah, I still remember him being quite a problem back all the way in M3, where even going up against Soda Gear is pinnacle in actually making sure that most teams didn't get to play the game. But going up against Team Spirit, where again, Hiko as well as Kid Bomba put a lot of pressure, also to be said, Sunset Lover. So now we're looking at Tianfeng Yaguai going up against Falcons, and this is what I'm saying is that they try to force fights in the early, going up against Frederick as well as Matilda, and they just end up not having enough damage. And then when it comes to the late game, once Team Falcons is able to make sure that Yi1 is not a part of the fight, they just don't have enough damage because they're playing double fighters, and I would say Yi1 is more pinnacle to winning that fight compared to Super Ken.
Yeah, no, I can definitely get behind that for sure. But I don't know about you, Arashi, but I've been a little critical about the way Superken has been playing it because it feels like as of right now, the team's kind of doing its own thing, and then Superken, very similarly to where we saw his last couple of years, last couple of months, seasons in Indonesia, was kind of the same principle of like, I will do my own thing, and if I get to a certain point, I will carry the game.
So this is where it gets a bit, difficult because Mirko is a big fan of Superken, and he is a fan of how Superken back then had ego, man. He was the carry. He wants everything. The team has to adjust to him. But at the same time, at the pro level, you need to find again that balance because if you're too out on your own, you are susceptible just falling into the traps of your opponents. And I think we've seen some of that. There's a little bit of it.
Yeah, I can definitely see why, because even in the China Masters, Superken, especially on heroes like a Lancelot, something that can make all by himself, he does pretty well, and that's the big difference between Yusun as well as Lancelot. I kind of feel like if he wants to play that way, if he wants to be a bit more selfish, I think something like a Lancelot might be a bit better, because when it comes to Yusun, can solo carry, but it would be very nice to have friends around because the nature of a marksman, you kind of need a little bit of cover. At least buy him a good 3 to 4 seconds or force out any big abilities that can punish the Yusun, and then it's free. For a Lancelot, he can just outplay all by himself. Same as a Hayabusa, so it really depends. Do you want to play around your team? Use Yusun. If you want to go solo, use a different assassin.
Which becomes a big task for the when they're drafting, right? Do you want to give Superken that kind of hero, knowing that he's going to be doing his own thing, or do you want to try and go up against something a bit more structured?
Well, I guess there is the big problem of like the way that Yi1 plays. And I don't think it's a bad thing on certain types of heroes, but you notice that his Farsa isn't like how most Southeast Asians play Farsa. He really will max out that distance or be point blank to you. There's never that sweet spot where you're just enough, you have to make your opponent flicker before they get to you.
Yeah, but right now we got to talk about pick or pass here. Which brother makes the bigger impact for their team? And here's the thing. I think this is actually quite a good topic because it's not really brother. It's more about the roles. Which one is more important like right now? Is it the jungler or is it the EXP? And I can see arguments for both.
Yeah, no, 100%. I have a personal bias. I don't know about you, Arashi, but
I have one as well.
Oh, you do? I'm leaning more into Vel on this side.
Really?
He's the EXP main. So.
EXP, I'm an EXP main, that's number one. Number two, Vel came over to Malaysia, and he actually, with the help of Ivan, did a bit of a revamp of the Homeboys roster before leaving for China.
Right.
I think that Vel provides so much more, not only in the game, but outside of the game.
I think my bias is for Ether, actually, and I think he's improved a lot. You know, he had a rough journey from back when he was on my favorite team, RRQ. That's where the bias comes in. But I think he's improved a lot. I think there's just a lot more factors now at play. And if the coach wants to really like maximize his usage, I feel like there's a lot of more factors to really think about now.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting topic because for most of the time, the jungler is one of the most important roles in the game. But if you want to be a good jungler, you need a good EXP laner. It kind of can't be one without the other, but now we got to talk about Evil here. We got Gear, Aether, Sayla, powerful, as well as Ven. I would say Sayla yesterday actually did a pretty good job. It's just that, again, going up against Sunset Lover on that Farsa does make it quite difficult for him to really maneuver around as that Valentina.
Personally, for me, especially when I'm looking over SG every once in a while, I have been a little critical of Powerful, but he's grown as a player significantly, and I think a lot of it does come down to Sayla's leadership alongside being able to kind of control how the game likes to progress. We saw him last year do a very similar style with the team, but then when we look at Tianfeng Yaoguai, this is where I get concerned, right? Because what kind of a draft screams this is a guaranteed win for the team? We haven't even seen Lung in a position where he feels like he's hyper carrying.
Yeah, it does look like, at least when it comes to the draft, they want to make sure that Superken can do a lot, but it's clever that going up against Tianfeng Yaoguai, you don't attack Superken, you attack the supports and then just make him unable to move around without a team.
Right, because without proper setup from the EXP or the roam position, even in the ninja objectives where apparently the image is like, oh, Superken, just let him do his thing, get him the retry steals, but without the right setup, right? It's not really as simple as that. And I think that's an angle that can be very easily attacked by Evil in this match.
Yeah, you can't nail a wood without a hammer, right? But now, a brother's love. When asked about facing his own brother, Vel said, I'll send you home early. He also added, I still want to compete to prove that I deserve to play in Indonesia, which is also another interesting thing that both look for success abroad.
I swear. Yeah, it's crazy because imagine being in their shoes, right? You're getting rejected by majority of teams here within one of the best regions in MLBB esports. Then you go over to China, which I'm going to say he's probably not getting underpaid. He's getting paid more than majority of people, I would assume, if he's going that far out of the way. But he still has that level of patriotism. I deserve to be back in Indonesia.
He wants to. It's just where he's like comfortable with, and he knows these other players. He's actually friends with them, right? The Indonesian players are all generally aware of each other. I bet he wants to just get back to his element and, you know, prove that he is better than some of the guys he knows.
Speaking of element, LaFell, I'm curious. Why DFYG?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
Really?
It's a feeling. It's a gut feeling.
It's a gut feeling.
Yeah.
That makes me nervous because usually his gut feelings could
No, the
be
thing is,
correct.
Or the caster curse hits again.
No,
One
I
or
mean,
the
like,
other.
I did that yesterday, and I actually got most of them right. I only got one wrong.
It was like, what? 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
3 out of 4 predictions correct.
Yeah, I only got one wrong, and I already got zone correct.
God, he's 75% on the win rate.
Don't worry, even I'm uncomfortable.
He knows. He's aware of his powers.
Because at this
It's
point,
too strong.
when people ask me about, you know, what is my prediction, I don't know. I don't think. First
all
thing
instinct.
comes to mind. Yeah. Ask me who's my favorite child later on. I'm like, okay,
Your favorite child?
I don't have one yet.
Yet.
Actually, maybe that's the way to go. Just have one, so people can't ask me that.
Or you make hard
you have
predictions.
Gacha in?
Or you make hard predictions early. I don't have a kid, but it's definitely the second one that I like more. Ruining people's days. But let's get into the draft. DFYG on the blue side, facing off against Evil on the red side. And almost straight away, we're seeing a little bit of a difference in the draft, right? The fanny bans, Jushin, great to see Banda. But Baxia, Yves expected. Baxia, interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting here. They might know that Evil might bring a Baxia, I don't know, Baxia jungle and have something damagey in the roam, which we saw yesterday. The only Baxia game that we had was when a Hellcut roam was in play. Maybe they just have some kind of information because, again, Sasa as well as Lung has been in the scene for quite a while. I'm talking about the coaches. They're in the scene for quite a while. They probably have heard rumors about certain things that Evil might want to bring up.
Let them play the hero.
I mean, some of those picks right now, like with Baxia, it just has to be comboed. If you bring it out alone, I don't really think it
Usually
slots
gets punished.
in. Yeah, it doesn't slot into a lot of comms the way it did back then, when it was really in almost every game the Baxia. But Kalea actually, as a first pick here for DFYG, is it possibly? This is still a great pick, first pick, because like it's both a team fight pick, but also a pick-off pick, so they have flexibility here still.
Yeah, flexibility for sure. If Supercat really needs to be fed early, then yeah, Zed with this Kalea pick definitely can help out a lot. But Evil can play around it by having either a very heavy front line, something like a Grok here, and now having the Yi Sun Shin as well. So different Yaguai, I think, will probably pick up a Lancelot here. But then what's the next priority?
Yeah, I don't
necessarily. Maybe.
I don't know, because I feel like, especially, usually I'm okay with Kalea openers, right? It's not the strongest openers based on what we've seen on the meta, but the bans are so strange that now this Kalea kind of opens up a couple of new factors. Number one, the fact that Grok was allowed through is kind of shocking to a certain degree, but at the same time, it goes to show that DFYG will have windows where they could potentially take out the initiators from the side of Evil, so I'm expecting the second half of the ban to be targeted towards that area, but we'll need to see first. Let's complete the first half first.
Oh, I was thinking the carry, comboing it with the Kalea makes a lot of sense. It really is a flexible hero that can fight early, they can farm towards the late game now.
Oh!
But the harem is now, that's a fresh one.
Oh, I was worried because he said, what the harem is.
Does that mean they want, why did...
Although I do have to say, I like the change on Faramis that now his ult is instant. Like, you can feel the difference.
It feels so much better.
It really helps you out, but usually this, actually with the Grok, it may be possible. The Faramis is super annoying if you basically force your opponents outside of the jungle, and then they will never have enough damage to deal with your ult, right? It basically makes it so that you're more safer forcing fights, but then they just basically have to draft around this. Whatever their EXP is, whatever their gold laner is, they got to be comfortable of leaving the lane quite early and then actually forcing a fight that eventually the FYG will lose.
On a micro level, though, there is a bit of an interaction with the initial pull as well as the wall, right? You wall your opponent, you quickly fly over the wall, yoink somebody back over onto your side, and now you're isolated if they use their mobility skills. So again, small moments could play into bigger events for Evil.
I mean, that's the plan. It's a bit far-fetched in my opinion, but if it works, you know, for DFYG so far, they haven't really shown their main front lines. But in theory, if they're concerned about the dive, right, this big combo, the extra sustain from the Faramis, they might go for like a thicker front line that's immobile. That could be the angle that Evil can go for.
Evil decide to ban out the Valentina. They probably don't want the Grok ult to be stolen away, or even the Faramis ult, both of which pretty decent at what they do. Uranus, the follow-up ban for DFYG.
Yeah, so looking at the draft here, I feel like it's actually smart betting out the mid lanes because E1 has proven to be quite a problem. Like, DFYG wins and lose off of E1. If E1 was the first to get caught, then yeah, they're probably going to be losing that team fight. But as long as E1 is still alive, they will figure out a way to turn things around. Now, I wonder what is going to be the next ban. Will they ban a Farsa? It's a good combo with the Kalia, and a Farsa can stop the Faramis quite early. But instead, they do ban out that Esmeralda.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of all the peelers.
Are they trying to get Lapu here?
I feel like it makes more sense for DFYG to go for Lapu.
I mean, like, Evil will have the next pick.
Yeah.
So they could take it away.
AoE is what both teams will be looking for to try and get an advantage.
And Lapu deals with the Faramis so hard.
Exactly.
I feel like DFYG should ban it out, or just suffer that Evil will pick it up next.
I suppose. We'll see. Final ban here coming in from DFYG. I think they're starting to realize that they're deeper in the corner than they actually realized. There we go, the Lapu ban, thank God. Now, question is, where do you go from here?
I'm curious about the gold lane, man. What gold lane do they want to pair with the Faramis? Because there are two ways of thinking about it, right? Do you want to get like a fighter so you can actually have that crashing dive power, or do you want to go for a marksman that, you know, where the Faramis can actually give you an extra layer of security?
I feel like if you want a marksman, a Granger is still fine here because again, you're forcing out the fights. If you don't want, a Claude is honestly not that bad because the problem is you're going to deal true damage. You're going to accept true damage from the carry, but through a Faramis ult, it kind of doesn't matter.
Harlots.
I feel like a Fovia should be good here for Tianfeng Yaguai.
Faux Farsa?
I think full Farsa would work.
I guess. I'm only concerned is that Farsa is just going to be essentially marked 24/7. Feathered Airstrike, instantly you're looking at people jumping to cancel it.
That's the main problem.
The safest is Kagura, but I don't know about that.
DFYG are okay with having like the Kalia being the only front line, because usually the Kalia just isn't as tanky. You got good sustain, but you're not exactly immune to burst damage. Ooh,
okay,
there we go. Good counter. Good teamfight presence and the Lunox.
Oh, forgot about the Lunox.
Nice. I was really worried that DFYG might overthink the situation, be like, okay guys, we have to play for the earlier stages. Let's go with the Kimmy, and then you have like a really weird mid duo that does decently well in the earlier stages, but then just completely falls off a cliff later.
Yeah, right now for Evil, they still have the Claude, but it's very hard to play a Claude against a Lunox unless you just use the Netherrealm in combination with that Blazing Duet to deal maximum damage without dying. Because at this point, honestly, the Claude is not bad. You can still go for something like a Granger. Other than that, I'm not sure unless they bring out something funky like a Clint.
Oh,
well, Freya, it's okay. It's okay. Like, Freya can definitely force fights, especially at level 4.
Man, talk about a battering ram, right? They're hoping that their opponents just group up together and maybe Freya is able to clean up or maybe even start the initial initiation so that the Grok might have a better set. Either ways, it's heavily engage heavy on either side, dancing around.
Can I say it's pretty cool that they take the Freya away from the team from China?
Yeah.
Let me use your weapon against you.
Oh, I don't know. It's crazy. It's really crazy, especially when we're looking at the counter index being so little, but the lineup rating definitely higher for DFYG as we start making our way into the Land of Dawn.
This is going to be the second best of one for today. Evil going up against Tianfeng Yaguai. We see if Evil can actually get a win here on the Faramis. We have not seen this since forever. Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
All right, let's jump right into this because this is where we're expecting both teams to be battling it out tooth and nail. no moment wasted. But let's talk about this Freya for a second, Arashi, because again, this has been the hot new thing that has showed up not only during the wildcards, but even the group stages.
I feel like it's susceptible to getting kited back so much, especially because right now for DFYG, they have a good amount of mobility baked into their composition. And against a dive hero like the Freya, you either kite away from it or burst it down. Technically, DFYG can do both, although with the Vengeance, right, that could be some factor where Ven can buy a bit more time, be a bit more of a problem.
But they're also calling their support down to the bottom side as we see the initial invasion from Sayla and Powerful. They're getting some good damage onto Superkin, but unfortunately still doesn't get the Little Wanderer.
Yeah, this is what they want to try to do. They want to establish a very early, a lot Powerful, able to push them away. Ooh.
Getting chunked pretty hard here. Sayla should be okay, at least for Powerful, able to get his passive off in time.
Yeah, either ways, right now, I like what Evil is trying to do, where Powerful is able to delay the minions, so they tried to go for an early freeze, but Yangfeng Yaguai said going to the gold lane, understand that Vel honestly doesn't care even if he's denied of some minions, but you can't say the same for long. So I like that Yangfeng Yaguai answered that freeze very early on.
E1, by the way, is going for the bargain hunter right here, so trying to go for those early power spikes as fast as possible. Again, I think for a lot of people, including the players themselves, they're looking at that first neutral objective fight, right, with all the ultimates ready. So setting up, clearing waves faster to ensure that you have the EXP lead. It's actually a big factor that I think both teams are kind of contesting.
Another thing we have to consider is that actually there's not as much CC as I would like to see on Yangfeng Yaguai. They've got a lot of like decent mobility, but if Ven is on top of them, there's a pretty good chance that Lung might have to just flicker almost instantaneously if he joins that first fight. Speaking of which, it already begun. E1 getting some good damage. Phantom Execution doesn't connect, but Powerful still will collapse. The brilliance from E1 is good enough, and unfortunately the Darkening cannot trigger in time to get relevant damage. Oh, the knockup, it's good. Vermin's able to get the ult off in time, and Superkin takes the turtle. Zed able to flicker out of there just in time as Vel. 1v3, sustaining through the damage in hopes that he finds a trade back, and they play it perfectly. Evil, no casualty in the last engagement.
Dude, Sayla yanked him away from that kill, man. It worked out so well. DFYG were able to get the neutral objective though, so overall, still pretty even, but Evil is showing that if you want to try and take them in the early game fight, this is exactly what they want.
Yeah, that's the kind of brotherly love that I like to see. Vel made it so that Aether could not get the turtle, and then Aether killed him.
That's the way. But
interesting brand of brotherly love.
Yeah.
Oh, just you wait.
I love Naruto.
This is gonna get worse. As this game progresses, I want to see whether it's gonna come to a point where Aether is like, nah, little bro's gotta sit down. Little bro's gotta sit down at some point.
Well, I kind of feel like Lil Bro is having the same idea, because I'm pretty sure it's his job to deal with both Aether as well as Sayla, and then hoping everyone else to be able to deal with Ven, right? Because the biggest problem is going to be Aether. As long as he's out of the fight, sure, the rest deals damage, but not as much.
Oh, the engagement is perfect, and unfortunately, Sayla doesn't make it there in time to save him. Fortunately now, with the Netherrealm gone, it's just going to be another head falling over to DFYG.
Can I say that I love Faramis, one of my best heroes, but I don't know. I'm hoping Sayla can make it work, so I have an idea of how to play him right now, but I gotta say, I've not been having any luck with this pick.
I mean, especially in this game, Rafael, they're just very all-in. If you look at Evil's composition, they can go for a fight, and then they're stuck in there. They can't really get out of it, right? And DFYG are the ones with the mobility advantage. I'm curious about who is actually going to go for the healing reduction first, because DFYG have a lot of healing baked in.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Lung has none of that, as he's already been lost 50% of his HP, able to at least stay alive, didn't give too much gold over as the next turtle is already here.
Yeah, right now looks like definitely Yaguai is going to be the one pulling on their side. Aether only have a few more seconds now on that turtle boat. Vel is just waiting for him to show his face to go in.
Hey, Gear is just beating him up, and now the engagement from Sayla is good! They find Zed, take out the trigger finger as the Netherrealm already pops to save lives here. Paramedics on the scene, Superkin bails out. Lung, he's thinking about this, but how does he help out Vel? Does control the spiral, it's not good enough because that has put him in an all-compromised position as Gear has set it all up, getting another flicker, 3 battle spells, from the side of Yangfeng Yaguai, and Gear just continues to provide. Saved! Saved at the last second! pulled in by the Tsunami Slam. Oh my god.
That was the sickest roam play I've seen in a while.
How did he predict that? He knew he was going to flicker, right? He preemptively threw himself.
Just tapping away, man. Vel now, 1v3 under turret.
And now, Vel should, oh wait, hold on, he didn't take his flowing blood, and now stuck in the middle of 3 as he is getting pounded on. Gone are the days of Alice. Freya here to play.
I mean, Vel hold out against Street, so that's still very, very good here. Definitely Yaguai as well as Evil. Looks like they are trading places in terms of dominant control.
Now the Tsunami Slam, but Gear is going to try and buy as much time as possible with 0 reinforcements on his side of the map. Diangfeng Yaguai walk away, taking the lead this time against Evil.
If you want to be careful sacrificing Gear that often, because in the early fights, you saw that he was one of the main damage dealers carrying the fights. The fact that he dared to go for that kill on Super Can, well timing that vengeance was really close, but you have to watch out for the Kalia, man. This is why DFYG, the Kalia can be an engage tool, but as a peel tool, it's just so good as well, because you're stuck in that animation of the Tsunami Slam for so long.
Yeah, but I feel like that last play in mid, saving Super Ken, I'm pretty sure that will be a TikTok highlight. It's just about picking which song.
That's 90% of the job besides the edit.
Yeah, Sayla as well, now having the Lightning Truncheon. I'm actually quite curious how much damage a Faramis can do with the Lightning Truncheon, because again, Faramis is the kind of mage that wants your opponent to clump up to do maximum damage.
Oh! Plays being made. Gear already getting the darkening out of E1. Does he have the army? Yes, he does. Brilliant's out, and he's now on the run. Vel has to chase him. He knows that his flicker is gone, but he has the vengeance. He can pop it at any time. He finds it into Yi1. Wants to get Lung as well as Evil. Continue. No, this is a guaranteed dive, right? No. Saylas calls it off. It's not safe. The turtle is about to spawn.
Yeah, probably the Valkyrie stance is running out.
Ooh, Ether, want to be careful here.
Could be okay. Then again, it's a 50-50. War Axe purchased by Ben. A huge power spike, and Diangfeng Yaguai completely give this up. A no contest for Evil.
This is the point of the game where Evil can actually definitely win a lot of fights decisively. And you can see DFYG respect it quite a little bit, but look at the chase!
Okay, another Tsunami Slam coming out. Nether Realm as well to protect his life as Zed in trouble. Yi1 doesn't know how to get his damage into that middle of his fight. He comes in the middle of the darkening, and now creates space for Lung as he's on top of Gear, flickering forward. Lung takes him out, wants to get Aether. He's gonna get hit by the Dragon Ball. Is he? No, he waits for the perfect time. Aether places it to a T. Powerful, no flicker.
Overkill.
And this is why I say is the thing about Diangfeng Yaguai is they force it out when they really shouldn't. Like when we saw this yesterday, there's no reason for you to fight that. You already saved yourself. I don't know.
Yep. And I think that Evil at this point, with Powerful so eager to get this kill, and Yi1 really is out for Aether, right? This is, again, the third time he's done this. No darkening. He still has the Brilliance. He's trying to get out. The Tsunami Slam is good. Yi1 takes him out. And now Vel trying to peel up 4 members. The Flowing Blood gets caught in the wall. Unfortunately, Ben, he is just so stable in the front line. What are you supposed to do against this guy?
Not much, actually. You gotta wait for more power spikes. But, man, I feel like Aether has been caught in an odd situation multiple times this game. I wonder if he's not pre-planning his routes, his rotations. Because on a Yi Sun-shin, that's part of what makes that hero so good. How fast you can farm up and move around the map to collect all that farm.
Or he trusts Sayla so much.
Have a personal medic ready at any time. Okay, Vel engaging on a fight that I'm not 100% sure should have been started in the first place, but considering the position at DFYG, they thought maybe they caught someone. Vel once again jumps in. Doesn't get too much here, but at least they know that the Brilliance is gone from Yi1.
Yeah, Ven is basically like the moment that all this up, he just dives in.
Oh, and Gear finds the final slash, forcing Yi1 to flicker. Oh wait, Evil, they're punching them right at the ankles.
Good timing there. No flicker available for Yi1 for the next neutral objective. And look at the setup, but Super Can. Careful, man. Ben.
I mean, the vengeance, not enough. Not even remotely close as Lung is able to burst him down and Powerful. He's got an opportunity. Tech charge? No tech charge? Gonna save the tech charge? Finally, there's the tech charge. Gear is doing a godly amount of damage.
I like that. It's like, hey, that's all you, buddy. I can save Super Cat. I don't know about you.
I mean, I like how you were like, tech charge, and it finally came out. I found it interesting that they sent Ben to essentially split push, but then when he was punished, they didn't go for the neutral objective. And technically, I don't think they can. they don't have a lot of built-in shred the same way DFYG does with the Lunox and carry. Super Ken though.
Okay. He will be able to use his punctures to get out of the awkward situation that he was put in, but I think Evil at this point also understand that fighting for the Lord contested is going to be pretty hard. We might as well just keep feeding off of you. As E1 gets caught again. Able to get the brilliance in time. Turtle Ball only connects onto its low side. Good wall from Powerful. And Ven takes out Long as they now start pressuring the Lord.
Dude, Yaguai has no idea to deal with Ven on this Freya. I mean, like, it's a China special, but it looks like they have no idea what to do against this.
Or it's China PTSD. It's like
every
time they see it, it's like, I remember what my league looks like.
Now I know why we always ban it.
Dude, especially with the Faramis though, it's just so difficult. Because again, there's two ways. You kite back away, or you burst him down. With the Vengeance and with the Faramis around, you just can't burst it down that easily. And the chase from Ven so far is fearsome, dude. I can't imagine being chased down like that.
God, and this is off of the ban of Sora, by the way, who's amazing at chases. Look at the items as well. I think that it's relevant for Super Ken to get the brute force breastplate.
Yeah.
He needs to live, but they also, as I mentioned before, don't have a lot of CC. So again, I feel like Ven, he can basically do whatever he wants. Illegal? I don't see no laws here.
I feel like definitely Yaguai, they need to kite out many abilities coming in from Evil, but Ven is not giving that opportunity. Seem as powerful. Those walls are costing definitely Yaguai quite a lot here. So I feel like if they're able to kite it out, they might eventually win, but doing it is so difficult.
And kiting back is one thing, but with the Kalea, with the Alice, they won't actually hold their ground and sustain back up. But if Evil can land a few more kills and get more gold, they might be too far ahead for DFYG to even stick around.
Whoa, Ven engaging pretty early to get the Brilliance out, and now they've even caught it with the help of the Mighty Swing. Well, now we see Gear having to flicker away from the Tsunami Slime as Vel is trying to tank as much as possible. He needs to clear that wave. Finally, the inhibitor will eventually start to collapse with the help of Aether, and they back off. 0 casualties. Once again, the clean technical play of Singapore.
I gotta say, definitely Yaguai looks lost here. And Evil, they're just like, forward? Forward. Like, they don't even have to really think about it. Ven just jumps in whenever he sees the opportunity. And Sayla is basically making a bad play look very good.
I think they gotta not put E1 so... Like, just be careful of Powerful.
Yeah.
That's the only guy.
And Gear, honestly.
I mean, Gear, but at least you can, like, see Gear.
Oh! Dude, they did a fadeaway on the orange, and it was alive with a sliver of HP, and they allowed it to take down too. They really seem like they are caught off guard. They're stunned by just the sheer momentum of Evil. Evil basically drafted a good teammate composition and said, all the way, right? No breaks on this train, and they're living up to it. They haven't taken the base turret on the far side away from the Lord, but at this point, they might not even need to.
Well, we'll see, because again, the timer, when both teams reach that end game and they start to even out, it's getting shorter and shorter. We've already played 13 minutes in this game, about to hit that 14th, and Evil has only developed a 4.2k. Usually, if you want that dominating victory, you need that 10k differential, but now that we're breaking into the 42k mark, Dianfeng Yaguai just needs to make one more base defense.
Yeah, looking at the items as well, looks like E1 wants to go for that Holy Crystal. Not sure how much he's far off, but I'm guessing by the time the Lord spawns, he should have that Holy Crystal.
Look at this move though, Evil fully stacking up on the lower side. Now this is the dangerous crossing, and DFYG, they're split up.
They made sure that they set up a slow push down on that bot side. Top side is a net negative for Evil for now. They might need to correct that, but they don't mind it pushing it just a bit. Here comes Zed. Might have an opportunity to conceal in hand. Nope, doesn't find the right targets. Knows that Powerful is just too close as they attack the mid lane. E1 able to get out of there with a flicker and as well as a Brilliance, but now he gets chased down by the Valkyrie Queen herself. Ven puts him down into the dirt, and this now becomes a no contest.
Where you going?
I can't believe I'm right, but Dianfeng Yaguai, they win and lose based off how E1 is played. If he gets caught, it's like, okay, there's no way you guys can win. And he gets caught all the time.
Was he caught though? He's gonna run down.
He has the most deaths of the team, dude.
I know, but he avoided it. He flicked it out. You know, he tried to outplay it. Ven is like, come here, bro. Dude, come here.
He was never getting away from that.
Why did you go mid like that?
Yes.
You're a mage. Even fighters don't do that.
And better yet, it's you're playing a scaling mage, literally all scaling items. It's not like you're looking to protect yourself.
There's a better path. It's longer, but it's better.
I feel like one plays like a jungler. I feel like
Yeah.
if I see any kind of farm, I need to take it. But here we go. Inhibitor going to collapse. Then for a position. He's already got 2 autos. Oh, here comes the Tsunami Slam. And now the NetherRealm. Nobody takes any damage as they start breaking away at the members of the Fun. Yeah, why? They already made the Thorn Ruin work. Long finds one. Might even get a second here. Onto Aether. Gets it as well. Starts pushing forward here. Must take the fight. Doesn't get the final slash off, but the triple kill is through. And Evil have been put in their place.
I just typed Ben on WhatsApp and then he just died.
Yikes.
No, my bad, bro. My bad.
LFL, he died and he gave the shutdown too long.
Yeah.
Bro, talk about going from bad to worse.
Yup, 6-3-0. Lung's been farming the entire game.
And off of those 3 kills, the big shutdown actually got him his 4th item, which is the Mythic Gun.
He got 2 items from that. Let's take a look at the replay here, honestly. It starts off really, really well, and then they got stuck in this massive throne, and Lung is just free hitting the whole time. No one was on him.
He initially got displaced, but it's like, actually, this works out better for me. And he continues to push on forward. Now, hold on.
You want, I swear.
Don't do it.
You die again.
He's not gonna die. He's not gonna die. He's not gonna die. We're cool. We'll chill. But I don't know what
Ben
Ruin doesn't hit onto anybody. At least Ben, at the bare minimum, Phantom Execution. And now we see, well, the final slash off the dead doesn't allow him and cancels it as well. No Tsunami Slam.
Oof, man, now you're seeing the back and forth because DFYG have caught up. With that sequence of events, Long has the Malefic Gun, but also the Wind of Nature. Whereas before the base defense, I believe he was standing on 3.5 items. So he got a huge boost. Right now, it's Evil. Evil are the ones who have to really think about who they want to send out to the zone out Long. Because before, they couldn't really burst down Ven, but now with 6 items, it's a real possibility. You saw Ven's HP bar just get chunked down.
And now the problem is, Ven has been doing a good job to shut down Yuan, but the moment you go for Long, Yuan is all alone, and then he starts becoming a problem. That's the problem when there's multiple threats.
Tech charge already through it now. Called back Reese gets him right into the back line, hoping that the side's curled out. Gear flickers away. He doesn't die, and now the NetherRealm keeps him alive as the Throne of Ruin finally pops onto 2. Will can still free him, but he wants more. He needs to close the distance quickly, but Powerful says no. Walls, and they disengage. Lord, still available.
Man, no casualties, but this is the investment that Evil made earlier. They have the far side base tower down, but now this is like late game. All the items are getting completed for DFYG, and they can shred on the Lord really, really fast, so they have that factor going for them. They can sneak this Lord if Evil aren't careful.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big problem that I think Evil knows, so they feel like they gotta contest.
Here comes Tsunami Slam already through. Oh, and he's able to get out just in time. Is Powerful. Does find some counterplay. He's gonna come back, but he needs to tech charge. He dies before he gets it off. And now Gyapfun Yaokwai missing their mid laner. Yi1 missing, and Vel looking to peel Throne of Ruin onto 3 targets. And Gear can only do so much as Zed tries to save. He has to run. 2 down. The overextension complete. And Long, with no more pillars of support, quickly wins up Natures to get Super Ken into the mix, and Gear finally dies.
Here's the thing, that was definitely why they hesitated, because they saw Vel there and they're like, do we help him out? Do we not help him out? Because I feel like, oh, he's gonna die, but oh wait, he's surviving much longer than we thought. And because of that, Zed got caught as well. That was a moment of hesitation that Evil just took advantage of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, that might have just costed them the game. This Lord is so important for both teams, and Evil has just gotten it without any contest. DFYG were separated, and when they're not together, this is the quote-unquote weakness of a traditional composition, whereas for Evil, that's exactly what they want. If they can get 5 1v1s, they would take it.
Yeah.
Really dangerous game here. I mean, the engages coming in for Vel has been good. I see a world where they can actually defend against them, but it comes at a lot of cost, and Evil just need to be unaware of their position. So far, Sayla has just been the big savior with the NetherRealm.
Yeah, now Ven having the Malefic Roar will deal much damage.
Tsunami Slam already countered.
Oh
They get Long! One shot by Sayla, the tech charge onto 2, and the final closing fight for Evil as they get their first point here at the Swiss stage.
Dude, like,
wow.
I'm sorry, but Zed, that was unnecessary. You got to deal with the Lord. Let someone overextend and then pull them into the base. I don't know, man. Tiangfeng Yagwai, their timings are so off, and it's costing them everything.
I feel like it's that autopilot mode where you're like, what should I be doing? Not sure. And you kind of run around and you do the wobble in the mid lane. You kind of walk in circles a little bit, and then you realize you needed to be somewhere.
Oh, dude, that was crazy. I thought it was going to be a lot more decisive than that. But the fact that Long just got immediately cut down, I don't know if that was unfortunate, if that was commendable from Evil. Whatever the factor was, that completely sealed the deal, man. We were hyping up the late game for so long.
Yeah, powerful, able to charge in, and everyone following up after that. We're going to be looking at the hesitation here because seeing the movements of Tiangfeng Yagwai, Yiwan was caught again. And then we can see Vel jumping in, trying to get that kill onto Ven. And they do not want to back him up at all. But then seeing that he was actually surviving a bit longer, then they decided to go in. But by that time, they just put in a very bad position.
Oh, it's the Mountain Shocker.
Yeah, it's the Mountain Shocker. Literally, he gets two-tapped here.
He really did.
It's so unfortunate for Long because he knew he wanted to dash forward, and I think Aether saw the same vision as well.
Yeah, Sven doing a lot of damage, man. Like, after the Malefic Roar, like, selling his boots, I did not thought he would just two-tap Long. That was... Ooh. Anyways, right now, we are going on to the stage with Brigida as well as Evil for the interview.
Thank you so much to our casters, and once again, congratulations to Evil Esports! I could hear your supporters all the way from here. Okay, so congrats, Aether here. Welcome to the stage. And I have a few questions for you guys. So maybe starting here with Aether. So how does it feel now that you actually won against your brother? Because this is M7. This is the World Championships, the biggest MLBB stage of them all. So how does it feel?
Of course, I'm happy because I can beat him, because in the last match, I think I lose in MDL. When he is in Evo Icon and I'm in Aragio, I lose to him. So now when I win against him, I am happy.
All right, so did this have anything to do with how motivated you are heading into this match? Were you a bit more excited to go up against him? Were you excited in this match?
Yeah, of course I excited because but I'm not expect to beat him in the 0-1 lah. I hope we can beat in 1-0, so we have more of life like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's okay. It's okay. You still have more chances because you still have 2 lives. Okay, basically you still have 2 lives. Okay, now I have a question for you here.
Okay.
Okay, so it's been a while. It took you more than 4 years to make an M series comeback. And now that you're finally back here again on stage playing, how does it feel for you?
It feels amazing because the stage is so cool. Then I want to cherish every moment here.
All right, so is there a bit of a leadership role going on now that you're back?
Leadership role?
Yeah.
I think we'll leave that to Powerful.
Okay, okay. Last question, maybe for Aether here. Okay, so I know I've been asking you about your brother, but this is the last. Do you have any message for him after this match?
Pakai Indo boleh?
Message to your brother.
Yeah, use Indonesian language kan?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Tetap semangat, meskipun 0-2 pasti nanti sebelum maksudnya kalau belum 0-3 masih ada harapan lah buat balik jadi 3-2 atau dan lain-lain. Tetap semangat.
All right, maybe one last for Gear. Any message to the fans?
Thank you for supporting us. We'll try to do our best in the future matches.
Okay, I love the energy. Shout outs to their fans over there, and thank you so much to Gear and Aether for joining us on stage. Now it's time to head back to our casters to break down that game for us.
Thank you very much, Brigida. And yes, Aether is right. As long as not 0-3, there's still opportunities, right? But again,
facts.
It's very dangerous here because this is only day number 2, and we're already having teams going 0-2, just one more loss, and that's it. But let's talk about this game first. The fairness, I would say every single hero from Evil kind of feels like they have their own individual jobs, right? Ben makes sure that the E1 doesn't do anything. Sela makes sure no one dies. Aether was there. And then Gear makes sure that Super Ken could not do much.
I think that this is one of the few exciting metas that I watch, and I'm like, every hero doesn't feel like they're out of place, right?
Right.
The laning phases, I think that all the teams, and especially even for Sela, because there's a pretty good argument that Sela could have just straight up just lost the mid lane, right? It's a 2v2 sort of lane, and you've got a Kalia on the opposite side, and your farm is, right? Your cooldowns may be shorter, but there's outplay potential in the lane itself. And I think the beautiful thing about it was the fact that Sela, even from last year and the year before, he's really patient. Utilizing that Nether Realm, right? Maybe not the very last 2 fights, but other than that, on point.
Yeah, and honestly, we gotta talk about the build as well. He went for more damage because I believe his glowing one was 4th item, and that really helped him out a lot because you don't let them heal by just killing them faster.
I think it might be a bit earlier than that actually, but it wasn't first item, that's for sure. He went for Lightning Truncheon to start things off, get more wave here, get more teamfight presence. And in the mid game, Powerful and Sela both had like a healing reduction. Dominance Ice was completed as well. And considering the fact that the FYG can't stand their ground and they're forced to move backwards, they did not get any value of that sustained game plan they were having.
Yeah, I think the sustained game plan isn't exactly great, especially if your sustained game plan is coming from Kalia in comparison to how much value you're getting from the Nether Realm on a single button press. And a lot of these fights, you can see that Evil understand this. It's a lot of pushing and pulling, trading resources, and then moving back and doing it again.
The problem is, for Dianfeng Yaguai, I kind of feel like for the fans watching, analyzing the game, every single mistake, they will start with, why are you there? Like, almost every single fight you see Dianfeng Yaguai is involved in, you're like, why are you there? Why are you there? Why did you start the fight there? Here's the thing, as a roamer, the most dangerous thing a roamer can do is set up a fight for your team to die. Because you think you need to set up a fight, but you're gonna give this, false sense of security where your team thinks that you did something cool and then they have to follow up, but no, you're actually enabling your opponents
to go for a wipeout.
Let's put it this way. I kicked enough Lancelot and Hayabusa over to Husky playing Farsa
oh no!
that I've learned not all engages are good.
You have to pick and choose, yes.
I've kicked a Tigreal. No, with the Kalia, I pulled the Tigreal to my knee.
He did.
And the Tigreal's name was El Crowd Control.
Crowd Control.
Just trust me, as a roamer, it's your most dangerous aspect of your kit where you think you did something cool, but you just killed your team.
Yep. It was a good time during the SPS, but I totally agree, right? Because not all engages are good. However, this particular engage right before the Lord actually comes in, I don't know about you, Rashi, there's a semblance of an idea here. Because I feel like the only person who can actually take on that Lord is going to be Lung, and he has to commit his ult to doing that. You can't use his ult twice when the Lord is already pushing in with a team backing it up, so you got to choose one or the other, right?
Right. For sure. I think DFYG as well, you saw that the moments that they do well is when they do the push and pull really well. But there were times where you've seen Powerful use the tech charge, you've seen Ven use the Vengeance, you've seen resources expanded, and they were hesitant. It's almost like they weren't really keeping track of the skills, the cooldowns that well, right? That's why there were some moments where Vel was in there, and then you see Long and Super Ken like, yo, are they gonna catch me? Like, but they already use the catch tool, so you do question whether there's a bit of a language barrier even, like there's any lack of communication.
I think priorities of fears, right? I think for Lung, he was very worried about gear because from minute one all the way into the mid game, he's looking at gear. When is that final slash going to push me out of position? When am I going to get tech charged by Powerful or comboed one into the other?
I gotta say, E1 has to step up, man.
Yeah,
because
that too.
In M7, we have so many like top tier mid laners. We got the Sans, the Story Me's, Sanji, the PH Sanji, right? PH Sanji, yeah. Because I gotta clarify.
Yes.
It's gonna be tough if you play like that, because trust me, if your mid laner is not doing well, no one is gonna be doing well. But you guys can do well, because you know in Mobile Legends, every play starts the same way with the small moves that matter. The early rotation, the upgrade path you map out, even the skins that you use. Because actually, trust me, after years of playing this game, skin actually does matter.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, for sure. Those little choices set everything in motion, and when those moments hit, you want nothing to slow you down. That's why your unlocks, your upgrades, and every step in between stay fast and secure, keeping your game in rhythm and giving you smooth access to everything that you need, both in-game and beyond. All brought to you by the official payment partner of the M7 World Championship. It's Visa. Be the champion you want to be.
I swear, it's so great that we have Visa as a sponsor, because when I wanted to potentially pay for the new Edith skin, I know there's an even newer one that you're going to talk about in just a little bit. At least Visa made it go super quick.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You guys can actually get the new Edith skin for free. Just make sure you guys log in for 13 days between the 9th of January all the way to the 31st. So you have quite a lot of time for just 13 days to unlock Edith's Burden and Night skin. So yeah, just log in. It's as easy as that.
Don't miss out. Again, I get so many messages of people just being like, when's skin gonna come back? Could you give me that particular skin? Could you get me an M series skin? Oh, and I'm like, no, sir, stop. It's already passed. You had 31 days.
Yeah, and after that game, definitely Yaguai now being at 0-2. It's unfortunate because Guangzhou Gaming did not make it out of wildcard, so now there's only one team from China. They got to lock in. But after this, there will be one more best of one. It will be between Team Falcons going up against Team Liquid. So that's going to be an interesting one. We'll see you guys right after this.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
jadi juara.
Are going to the M7 World Championship.
Let's go.
Futbol uğraşıyordum, futbolcu olmak istiyordum. Ama pandemi girdikten sonra futbola ara verdim. Birazcık da Mobile Legends oynamaya başladım o zamanlar yani yaklaşık.
Que nosotros empezamos desde la MDL, la ganamos, después subimos a la MPL, también la ganamos y ahora estamos en el Mundial y también esperamos ganar.
I think Team Zone is underdog in M7. Nobody expected us to be here.
Evo was once a dark horse and we break through the expectation of everyone. They broke history! Even though we are coming in as a newcomer, we are not just coming in here for experience.
We know we have power, that's all, we are good.
Nosotros somos el equipo Dark Horse.
Who do I think will be the dark horse? A bit of a Malaysian bias, but I would say CG for sure.
I'll lean more towards Yangon Galactic. I don't think anyone really is expecting CG to be a threat.
Kita orang bukan Dark Horse, kita orang cuma pendatang baru.
ကျွန်တော်ကတော့အဲ့လိုတော့မထင်ဘူးအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်နေတော့ကြောင့်မလို့ပွဲတဲ့ကြရင်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံနဲ့ဆော့ရသွားမှာချပြသွားမယ်မလို့ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်သေးတယ်
Sebab kita orang ni suka invade orang, bantai orang, memang gaduh tak berhenti.
ညီရဥအောင်ချတယ်ပေါ့အဲ့ကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော် aggressive ဆော့ရတဲ့ဘောကြတယ်
Agresif, kenapanya? Karena suka perang. Karena kalau misalkan bermain agresif, musuh bakal kena pressure duluan.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេង aggressive ដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំកាលមុនគឺមើលថាមើល player ខ្លួនឯងនីមួយៗហើយគិតទៅថាអ្នកគឺដៃខ្លាំងមែនតើអញ្ចឹងលេង aggressive គឺត្រូវ
我们战术打法无规则打法，就对手可能研究不透我们吧。
We are not that serious. We just playing for fun because it helps us not get pressure. If you play for real, we get a high pressure international.
可以打进世界赛的关键之一是早睡早起，保持好身体。
Siguro determination lang din talaga and focus sa sarili kasi doon nalalabas siguro yung pagiging consistent sa paglalaro.
Our secret in our veterans in our team. Enemies need to respect us.
Strong mentality and discipline because it's all about out of the game. King teams for me are gaming us.
Siguro para masabi kong king yung team or legends, siguro meron muna silang MSC title and M-World title.
Kalau dibilang tim raja, enggak lah.
The Sky Kings have been taken down.
Kita belum layak lah dipanggil raja. Ya, back to back dulu lah semuanya, baru bisa dianggap tim raja.
Tingin ko isa kami sa mga king teams kasi sobrang dami na namin pinanalo na tournaments and sobrang dami na namin na-achieve ng magkakasama. Sa tingin ko kapag na-achieve na namin yung Golden Road, hindi na siguro king team yung tawag sa amin, siguro mas angat pa doon.
I think we are because based on the recent tournament in NSC, we are the top 2. If we win, we already show everyone that we have the potential to become more than a king. Let's do it for Malaysia.
I will redeem Indonesia.
I will complete the Golden Road.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the third match of the day. Evil as well as Dumping Yaguai. Evil brought a new pick with the Faramis. Looks pretty good, but we're going to see whether it will be more viable as the upcoming matches will come up. Welcome back, my name is Safel. Alongside with me is Gideon as well as Arashi. The next match, Falcons going up against Team Liquid. Now here's the thing, anyone going up against Team Liquid kind of feels like slightly bit skewed, you know?
Right. So when you're trying to play basketball against the tall guy in school and you're like, bro.
Yeah.
What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that this is inevitable?
I mean, like, if we're talking with basketball terms, meeting against Team Liquid, it kind of feels like your eyes is at their belt buckle.
At their belt buckle?
That's, you know, just for perspective.
They're built different.
I mean, like, you brought the basketball analogy, so that's the best I can think of.
8-foot giants meet 4-foot team.
No, you're already 6 foot, so they're like a kilometer.
A kilometer, dude.
Look, what we're trying to say is that Team Liquid are one of the favorites to winning the entire tournament. However, at least for Falcons, what they are known for, yes, sometimes they're a little bit slow on the pickup, but their BO1s have definitely shocked the world over multiple tournaments, and this time around, this could be another upset that me personally as a Liquid fan, I hope it doesn't go through, but that would really shake up the entire Swiss stage.
We got to talk about Sanji against Sanji, the San duel. See what you did there. You know, clever writing. I like what he did because for the first time since MSC 2024, during that time Liquid was Echo. They swept Twisted Minds in the group stage. Sanji and Sanji, you know, that was their time meeting against each other. And all eyes were on Sanji, especially that game yesterday with the Lu Yi.
That was
a bit unfair.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Like I was happy we have not seen Lu Yi for a while. But then Sanji is like, hey, buddy.
You almost forgot.
It's true, because it feels like, in a macro sense, a lot of mages are like, oh, they're simple, they do the damage, they scale, they do great things. But then Loyi takes that a step further where it's like, oh yeah, I have simple abilities, a conditional crowd control if certain conditions are met. But most importantly, I can accelerate or slow down the entire game with the rest of my team.
Yeah, man, like tempo and momentum is it's an underrated tool that a lot of teams right now are really trying to use, but when you understand the intricacies on how you want to set up for objectives faster, use it for rotations, use it for flanks, that low Yi is just different, man.
We got to talk about Falcons as well. Bringing back Fredrin Matilda. Now, that was quite a treat as well, because they basically just overpower their opponents, especially when it comes to the early game. And then at late game, it kind of looks like it's very hard to deal with. But now, I don't think this will be too hard for the majority of MLBB fans to pick.
Unless they're dyslexic. Unless they're dyslexic.
How dyslexic? They're the same name.
They're like,
well, there's an extra eye.
Yeah, there's an extra eye. There's an extra eye.
Every bit matters, man.
It would be so funny if Prod purposely switched it over. It's like, you thought you didn't know about the extra eye.
You remember which one has the extra eye? No pictures, just the name.
Only real fans would answer this question.
I mean, like, Sanji from Falcons is an amazing player, but Sanji from Liquid has built a repetition for himself. Like, everyone from the Philippines is strong, yes, but individually, Sanji, as a mid laner, has made it so that meta be damned. If he feels like he wants to use this pick, he will make it work, and he will let you feel like you're late to the meta, right? You feel like he figured it out when everyone else is clueless, but then eventually you're like, actually no, it's just him, right? It's not something that everyone can do. It's just him.
Yep, it's unique to the player, and I think the scary part about that is even when mid lane Sanji is playing his per usual mid laners, you can kind of see that it kind of conforms to the role designated to him. But that Loyi gives him that level of expression that I don't think any other mage, other than maybe Selena to a certain degree, has enabled him to do.
And to be fair, the Loyi has a very stacked kit, right? Damage, crowd control, sustain with the shielding. So it's if you don't really know the intricacies, it gets confusing because there's so many things you can try and use, right? But if you know the details, that's where you can pick and choose and select. And credit to him, he's been able to find the right moment for every single game that he gets that pick.
Now, as much as I am a particularly large Liquid fan, I need to be even out the playing field just a little bit more. Because what I do know about Falcons coming in from MENA is that all of them, every single one of them, are working on their final year of their degree. And they all have different degrees. And if you're Asian, you'll understand that it's definitely it's a mixture of the top 3 potential jobs that our parents are hoping that we would take for us, and they had their final exams just before flying over to M7. So coming in here a little unprepared.
Yeah, but despite that, they're honestly looking pretty okay. And I can see the point that you're saying here because their draft is basically something that you have to crawl back into history.
Yes.
Right? It's been such a long time. We've seen Matilda Frederick, just Matilda, right? Even in ranked games, it's rare to see that Matilda now. And I believe Team Liquid is one of those teams that will let that go because, again, this is an old meta. They know how to play against it. At most, you might just ban out the Matilda and see what else do they have in their kit. But other than that, it's quite an uphill battle to deal against Team Liquid.
For sure, man.
Because we just talked about Sanju, we haven't talked about Sanford. That's a different problem.
Yeah, so again, against all the other teams, there's already a challenge, but let alone against Team Liquid, I feel like they have to get a crash course and figure out something that really works out. Even if they want to try and go for the old meta, they have to execute it much better than usual too.
Well, I mean, let's look at the lineup for Team Falcons, right? With Sanji, Boyet, Cuffin, Troll, as well as Sano. I was always curious whether or not Boyet would be able to jive with the team, but considering that they played the regular season with him, he was actually looking like really a solid playmaker for everybody, allowing people like Troll and even Sano to not only find the space, but have moments of their own.
Yeah, honestly, I was very impressed with Boyet's performance yesterday on the Frederick. But then comes to the question, what else does he have in his kit? But I can see a world where, just like M6, Falcons understand what works for them. They just keep at it until someone manages to stop them. But now, we're looking at Team Liquid, Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanji, JP, and OHAB. At this point, take your pick. Who's the biggest problem? Whatever you answer is correct.
Oh, man. Coach Tic Tac.
It's also correct.
No. I feel like there's not a lot of answers. But considering that Liquid has a certain level of mastery where they play this game as an art form and a form of expression rather than a mathematical equation.
Right, which is, I feel like that's the end game for a team that is that good. Once the math is out of the picture, it's all about the mind games, right? The bigger picture. Man, I mean, imagine being me, being the analyst, trying to figure out, like, oh, what's the solution? Really not much to work with here.
Yeah. Again, it's not something you can blame Falcons as well. Yep. Every single team all around the world has tried. No one has really succeeded just yet, at least when it comes to the big stage, the grand finals. During the regular season, you can take games off of Team Liquid. But yeah, when it's the world stage, just saying it's difficult is an understatement. But now we talked to Troll, and he said on a best of one strategies, he says, for me, best of one doesn't really benefit my team or the MENA region in general. In a best of one, cheese strats become far more impactful, making it easier for any team to steal a win. And it's funny to see that they use the good old-fashioned old ways of MLBB, and in a way, that's a cheese right now because no one else is doing it.
I mean, you gotta love some cheese, man. I think that's the fun part about seeing all these teams. What can they come up, and what will they inspire from the other teams, right? Yeah. Maybe now we're gonna see some more Matildas. Not always. It won't be like the go-to meta, but on the occasional time it pops up, you're like, hey, Falcons did that, you know, and that's a cool part, you know. There's some props to be given.
I personally just like the mindset that Troll has when he gave that quote. He understands the kind of situation his team is in, very self-aware, and knows the potential of what he's fighting ahead of time. Now, all of us here with Talent Predictions leaning into Team Liquid. Wow. The scariest part about this, like Troll mentioned, a single cheese pick, maybe a multiple cheese picks, they could potentially steal a game from one of the tournament favorites.
Yeah. So at this point of the game, we really got to pay attention to Falcons draft at this point, because I kind of feel like Team Liquid, whatever they pick up, you can't really argue with until you see the full picture.
Well, that's the thing. Do you think that Team Liquid is coming into this? Are they going to play Discipline, or are they like, all right,
limit testing?
Let's limit test a little.
I think they're going to be playing in Discipline because knowing Team Liquid, they will start to limit tests. Actually, no, they're the kind of team like, okay, you know what? It's over, let's just finish it quickly. They're not going to be playing with their food.
It's a different level of when they say, oh, good vibes, good time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like this is the time to try things out, but at the same time, yeah, I don't know. I think they might want to
And I feel
Do you
like
think they want to hide some strats?
And I feel like testing it out is very subjective.
Right.
Because people would say the Hellcut from Yangon was testing it out. But if you look at all of their games, they've been using it for a good 2-3 months.
Yes.
Right? I've casted 2 different tournaments where they used it. So for other people, it's like testing it out. But for them, it's like, what do you mean? We've been playing this for 6 months. Have you not seen our games?
That's our thing.
Yeah, that's our thing. And we just don't know the scrims.
Yeah, and it's hard to find scrims at the international stage at this time because nobody wants to give things away. Now, that's why I wanted to bring up whether or not TL is going to, go with the vibes, limit test a little bit, because I feel like their draft, very similar to SRG versus CG, there's no need to show anything new. We play our standard game, and then we'll see how much fun we can have in the middle of it. With the map reveal going over to Broken Walls.
Well, all right, a lot of flank angles. I think that the more experienced team can really get more benefit from this map. But yeah, man, I have had friends tell me, like, dude, I mean, even if they don't play at full force, they are definitely gonna win. So I'm like, yo, I mean, don't count out Falcons like that.
I mean, I think that the internet definitely has, the public court of opinion is leaning towards TL, and it would be such a big boost, not only in ego, but confidence for Falcon if they can just steal this game.
And we can see that TL is taking this very seriously. They're batting out the Fredrin because as strong as a Matilda is, there's not a lot of good combos when it comes to the jungle. And I feel like Boyet is the question mark because the rest of Team Falcons, I'm pretty sure Team Liquid is already quite familiar with them. Against Boyet, I don't know if this is their first time meeting against each other on the international stage.
Well, regardless, getting him to show more is not going to be a loss at all. And already the Gatot Kacha, solid pick in the early game. It's one of my personal favorites as well. And when you're up against a team like TL, getting them a hero like this that can do so many things, defensive, aggressive, AoE, team fight, pick off to a degree as well. It just gives you so many questions if you're on the side of Team Falcon.
I think my favorite part about the Gatot is the fact that he can just disengage you from fights and he can completely close off choke points, right? Which is really great on Broken Walls because now you can close off multiple choke points, especially when you're fighting in the jungle. One of the few benefits.
Troll also has a Hellcurt in his hero pool.
Oh, you're right.
Not sure if he wants to use it against Team Liquid, but hey, Cheese is pretty strong in the best of 1. So now with the time running out, looks like they go for Valentina Sora. I think we saw this yesterday, but it did not work out. Which team was it again? But I'm pretty sure I've seen this yesterday.
Last time I saw it on duty, it was in wildcards, and that's a strat, right? Pick up the Sora, make sure that there's no counter available with the Valentina. But you kind of show a lot of their tools early on.
It 100% happened yesterday because Sora lost that one. Wait, it's coming to me, it's coming to me, it's coming to me. They were good early, Oh, first game, Onyx against Buski. Yeah, Busquets tried this out, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
It's not a bad opening, but I think, the real question is how much do you truly believe in Sora's laning phase potential? And I think the TL at this point are like, Sanford, you got this, no problem. All you got to do is survive, and you will have a lot of relevance in these fights. And most of the time when we're seeing that Sora's played, they're leaning more into the Cloud form than they are into the Thunder form.
Yep.
For now, we'll see if that changes later, or maybe it's just like, there's just no situation where I need to clean up.
Well, unless you want to go and play an assassin style, there's no really any need to go for the other form, the Thunder form, if I'm correct. Yeah, the Cloud form just works so much better because you do have like crowd control immunity still, and they go for the Matilda.
Okay, now that's very interesting.
Could this be a Sora jungle?
I think the option is definitely there, and I feel like one of the reasons why they pick up the Matilda here is to kind of confuse Coach RC as much as possible, because there's a chance that Coach RC will ban out the other utility junglers in the pool, and then they just swap out the Sora for the jungle and then have a favorable matchup against this Phoveus. Something like a CC, something like an Alice, maybe even go all the way back and using a Hylos EXP to deal with this Phoveus.
Arguably an X-Borg as well. There's a lot of different options that they can potentially play with. Ideally, as long as you're able to win that lane, that'd be great to put him behind. But now we look at that second phase and Howie Burr, and he's like, nope, no Loyi. I'm not even gonna risk it. It's just not worth it.
At this point, even if you have a Selena, I'm like, you know what? There's always a chance. I'm not gonna give you this Loyi.
No, definitely not. And technically, the Loyi also really works well. If Falcon are looking for this big dive composition, Loyi, back then when it was still super meta, was also a great solution to dive comms just because you have the extra shielding, you knock people together with the yin-yang effect. So, by all means, it's a great value ban for Team Falcon.
Yeah, they banned out the Hayabusa, so there's a chance that Team Liquid, if it's open, they might have to go for Joy in terms of junglers that are still available, or they will go with something like a Suyo. We haven't seen the link, but we've heard people talking about it.
I mean, it's been in the works, it's coming down the grapevine, but so far, based on what we've seen, the Matilda is just frustrating to deal with, right? The amount of healing, the amount of shielding, I feel like, again, a lot of these bans, especially if you're going to be an assassin that can like spot mark a target, even better, ban that out. Force them on something mechanical, force them where they have to really have precise control if they want to catch their targets.
Oh man, so all the options here for Team Falcons. I'm wondering if there's any angle for the Sora to go gold, because we saw a bit of that in the wild cards as a bit of a curveball, you know. So that could be an option, because the gold options have been like taken away by TL, banning away that carry too.
Yeah, but now they're kind of showing their hand here. Sora will most probably go to the EXP, because I feel like, was it Guangzhou Gaming, the one that brought Sora in gold?
With Owl?
And I think they won. Yeah, because I 100% know that Owl does play the Sora gold, because I think he used it on the last day of wildcards. But either way, right now, yes, they're showing their hand. The Akai is there, so no matter what, they need some kind of marksman in the gold lane, because if they go for a fighter, I don't know if they have enough damage, because no one from Falcon, arguably besides the Valentina, really has damage. Even Sora is more of a setup unless he just goes for the Thunder Form.
I would totally agree with that. Oh, Nolan here alongside with the Farsa from the side of Coach RC's Team Liquid.
I wonder if they want to go Obsidia.
That's what I was thinking as well, right? Now there's again, with the Claude, with the Phobias, there was already an argument for it, but I think with the Nolan on top of it, you have more than enough reason to actually try.
And it's a good source of DPS as well. And if they do go for it, then Falcon really has a lot to say on where and when they want to fight. They can engage and force TL into fights with the Matilda, with the Sora, and then if things go south, heavy spin.
Like it or not, they need some kind of shred, because this Phobius will be a problem. They don't have the damage profile to deal with it. Right? Valentina can deal damage, but he just keeps on healing it up. You need someone with DPS and more likely shred. If this hero cannot use a DHS, they're going to have a problem.
Oh, yeah. And even if they lock in something like
this hero does not use a DHS.
It doesn't use a DHS, but if he gets enough of a lead, then maybe it's not so bad. But at the same time, it's a very fine line. They're coin flipping this.
Yeah, but the thing is, Granger kind of loses in lane going up against a Claude. So I don't know how they're going to do it, especially considering you're going up against a Farsa.
That's a bit of a skill matchup. Well, level 1 is where it's predetermined. We'll see.
I think rotations are going to sway that lane in one way or the other. The Granger, though, again, a lot more like bursty in a sense. So if Team Falcons want to really get a bit of a lead here, they gotta try and get so many ganks over to the Granger.
The reason I kind of don't like it, we already saw a Granger earlier, and we saw the amount of damage that he did, which is not really. And no one else from the team really has damage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the third game of the day. It's going to be Falcon going up against Team Liquid. This time, this is for the 1-0 bracket. So winning this one gets you one game away from actually qualifying, and that one pushes you down to the 1-1. Welcome to the land of Dawn here. I just want to see whether Falcons actually has enough damage or not.
Let's see. As the minions have already spawned and all the players are heading over to their lanes. The starting side, they're going to be starting on similar sides of the map. Purple start for Carl Teasy. On the opposite side, Boyette on his orange buff. The mid lane is where we're going to see a lot of these movements actually come from, right? Because I think that's the thing about Matilda. You're not there to be like, oh, I make the super gank happen, but I am there to pull you out of bad situations or save you from hostage scenarios.
And the advantage of going the Obsidia over the Granger is also that extra bit of crowd control. And considering that Team Falcons are very ultimate reliant, I feel like they're going to struggle as well, trying to keep like Oheb or Carl Teasy in the fight and instead of just getting in and out. So we'll see how they deal with that problem later on.
Yeah, I don't mind being proven wrong, but I really just want to see it first. Now looking at the emblem setup here, hold on, before that, looks like Noel might be in trouble.
Just like that.
He just
walked up and took it.
But he had flicker.
Yeah. No. As a roamer, it's faster for you to come back into the game if you just die at that point.
That's true. That's true.
Anything below 90 seconds, it's not worth it to use your battle spell. Just die. If you're a mid, fine. But if you're a roamer, it's like, getting gold anyways. I only died for like, what, 2 seconds? It's not enough time for the roamer passive to take anyways.
Also true. But even so, that first blood, huge for Sanji to kind of get himself ahead in terms of like item progression compared to Cuffin. And I think that's going to be a really big deal if he gets that Lightning Truncheon first. Well, he might go for a Genius one, who knows?
A gang attempt here in the mid lane. Yeah, I want to try and get Sanji under control, TL Sanji, because again, the Farsa can roam so efficiently. And right now, at level 4, which team really has the advantage? Because in a continuous fight, I feel like TL might actually do okay.
Oh, Sanford already using the flicker, and I feel like with Akai, you're more favored around the turtle. Because oh, hold on, Sanji doing a lot of damage on Sanford.
Yeah, they should just go for this kill onto Sanford so far. The Revitalize from JP saves his life. He's buying a little bit of time, doesn't get his passive off. And now JP has to back away. Kaltizi trying to look for a trade, yet survives. Magic Worship, okay, the shield comes just in time. And now, as they make sure, no lethal ignition to worry about. And the taunt, no, it's too late. Boyette takes it, finds the first turtle and kills Daddy JP alongside it.
I was about to say, Falcons made a mistake. They should 100% just go for the turtle, but they still got it. So, hey, not punished.
Not punished. And Sanji's walking away with 2 old in his lane. Oh, wait, hold on.
Whoa!
Matilda Airlines already coming through. Carl survives, and Oheb making sure that Troll takes the punishment, forces the flicker. Here's Sanji in trouble now as we see that Cuffin is able to find it on his own.
Yo,
that was
Falcons.
That was hot.
We thought there might prove to be a problem in the macro department, in the cheese department, but in pure execution, a Red Tree win, almost a 1v1 outplay. Dude, Falcons are online.
They are online, and they're going to keep on going. JP spots out the information. Purple buff once again being taken by Boyette. On the opposite side, though, Kaltizi doesn't seem like he's been able to find, or just a little bit short on that last hit.
They're going on JP right now.
He should be okay, right?
Akai actually does do quite a lot of damage as a utility jungler, but yeah, looking at the items that's been built, having the Molten Essence on the Akai kind of does help out just a little bit when it comes to the early game here, because again, their draft really does not have a lot of damage, but if Cuffin continues to play the way that he's been playing, it looks like there won't be that big of a problem because he does have that Feather S-Strike.
I think their mid-trio is walking around really well for the side of Team Falcons. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not Team Falcons is eventually going... Where's the conversion, right? Who are they going to eventually give the golden EXP to? Are they looking towards that Granger side, or might as well double down on Sanji since he already has 2, right?
I think in theory it should still be the Granger, and so far they haven't been doing that. Even the gold buff earlier was taken by Boyette. So the gold buff advantage that the Granger usually enjoys, Sano isn't really benefiting from, but he does have the Sky Piercer, and a fight might come through here.
They're looking for an opportunity, but Sanford is making sure that he does not get caught. Unsure who got that one, but it looks like Team Liquid, they are thinking of contesting for this one, but you got to be careful. Cuffin does have the boss on its side.
Oh man, the heavy spin is also a big worry. Sanji still fighting against Sanford, and Kaltizi actually joins in and shows himself with Matilda on top of him. Swing around. Oh wait, they actually double down on towards Sanford's side. They know it's like fighting him through the mud. Kaltizi wins out on the turtle take as Sanford has done his job. Flickers away. Oh no! Gets pulled halfway across the world, and now the heavy spin comes on through to try and keep them underneath the turret. Sanford cancels it out, but it's too late. He's got backup from Sanji. Feathered airstrike stolen by Cuffin to turn things around, and now Troll and Boyette on the run as Cuffin must clean this fight up from JP and Sanji. Troll still playing in a hell of a game, making sure forcing out the AOG. Didn't know that the interaction worked like that, but either way, they still survive.
Team Liquid won a lot for that one, because put this into perspective. Kaltizi got the turtle, went all the way down bot, killed Sado, kill goes over to Oheb, and then takes the jungle, both the green one as well as the buff. Team Liquid just like, I mean, like, if you want to fight, sure. Carl's just farming up.
He's farming hard. And I think the best part about why Team Liquid is hold on, Feather Ash is already coming out to deterrent, making sure that Daddy JP is going to be able to get out scot-free. He doesn't have his AOG back up yet.
Yeah, and again, the scaling, I just want to see if they have enough damage, because at this point, Carl will eventually become a problem because he's farming up much faster compared to Boyette. And after this, Boyette has to be less stingy about his ult.
Oh, wow. Again, huge damage onto him. And Boyette able to take him out with the help of a couple of ticks of the heavy spin and troll. He doesn't mind going down, but he's already got the Flask of Oasis. If he can survive, that'd be great. But Kaltizi puts the banhammer on him. Nothing gets past him.
But there's some moves here from Team Falcons to try and throw a curveball, to try and get something. But overall, Team Liquid, even if they don't really have the kill advantage right now, because of how efficiently they're rotating around the map and leaving fights, they don't mind seemingly losing the fight a little bit if it means they get greater benefits afterwards through farms, through rotations. And you can see the advantage 2K.
Yeah, right now for Team Falcons, they can do something here if they can get a cash. The question is who they're going to cash, because Troll so far has been very proactive, and Carl just keep taking all this farm. Team Liquid, they're pretty okay with the movements going up against Team Falcons here.
Yep, I think they figured out that Team Liquid has figured out what Falcons, how they want to rotate, and they're doing it consistently, which is great, because now that Team Liquid has adjusted and Feather Airstrike already out to put Sano out of the fight, he's not going to be coming back in here.
Oh!
Loses 50% of his HP, but the Flask of Oasis does trigger, and now Samford is holding on to 3 members. His Oheb is blasted down Sano, and now wait, JP getting involved, heavy spin comes on through, doesn't get the cancel in time! Somebody needs to help him, but JP and Samford hold strong. AOD comes through from Daddy JP, but it's not enough, as even a fracture doesn't secure the kill.
Big back and forth right there. TL with the overwhelming win, but JP, that was a very deep AOG after the fight. Oh, easy!
Oh my god, what do you even do against that? And now Sanji in the Thunder form doesn't even get enough hits to actually get his ult off. Sanji walks away for free.
Yeah, Sanji just played fair by staying inside of the terrain.
Maybe like up over the terrain.
Yeah, it's like can you hit a wall? No, you can't. Oh well, I'm good. You
Too
can't
bad.
reach me. But yeah, I gotta say, I don't know how Sanford was able to actually get out of that one, because I saw the final moments. I don't know how he managed to get a mark on whoever was outside of the fight and able to get out of there. But that was very impressive. And then now Carl almost 2,000 ahead. And Akai usually doesn't care, but also just shows that Carl's just dominating this. Whoa.
Oh, Sanji now in trouble. Oh, Boyette, he misses the body slam. Oh, no. They start backing away. Troll in trouble. They only sacrifice him to minimize the damage. Even Sanji wasn't able to find that big engagement. At least for Team Liquid, Sanji, Farsa managing to flicker out just in time before things got dangerous.
That was infuriating. You got the catch, and then Sanji just avoided it in a way that you did not expect, and then flies away.
It's an ankle break, just plain and simple. They thought he was going to go a different way, and he just, in the split second, decides, you know what? They wouldn't see this one coming, and gets out of the way. Now with the Blood Wings, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Team Falcons to catch him as well. And look at the structural advantage, man. TL have so many ways to rotate.
Oh, AOG finally coming in between the mid 2 and 3. They go even further as Troll's trying to sustain, making sure that Boyette lives. Unfortunately, with Sano in the back, he is just cutting the front line forward and forward and forward as JP walks back in with the help of Stanford, and they manage to take out Matilda. Oheb comes through with a blazing duet too, and that's just going to be enough to set them back to square one.
Again, where's the damage? That's all I'm asking. If they do not have the damage profile to deal with Sanford. The only time Sanford dies is when he's 1v5.
Well, they've been trying to skirt around that by jumping on Sanji, jumping on Oheb, and making sure that they have all the time in the world to deal with Sanford. But the thing is, now Sanji is just surviving again and again. Team Falcons has shown their hands so early on. The Matilda-Akai combo, the TL is seeing it coming from a mile away, but look at this!
Oh my god, they found another one. A heavy spin right on top of Oheb. He is just taking it all. The blazing duet through it all! Let's the Filipino sniper live through death itself! Unstoppable as an engagement comes in from Sanji's side. He's looking to alter things in the present. Double kill coming in from Sano. Hopefully he doesn't get reset here. They need to find another time to fight.
I'm sorry for kicking a dead horse, but that's all the proof I need that they do not have enough damage. You caught the Claude. He just ults and literally stands there doing nothing.
He healed up.
Yeah, that's how strong the revamped fighter emblem is. Instead of giving spell vamp, it gives the hybrid lifesteal, and Claude just loves that.
He loves
it. The buff towards Demon Hunter Sword as well. A lot of heal.
way too much healing.
So ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And now they're going for even more. Oheb is playing on a tightrope. Same goes for Carl Teasy. Both of them. Oh my goodness. He knew it was going to come, and he baits it out of Boyette. Oheb, he's going to try one more time. He's trying to get a reaction out of them. Every single time he BMIs out of there. This tightrope act, it's got to play a huge mental strain on Team Falcons.
You see that, and now if you're Team Falcons, every single time you see an opportunity, it's in the back of your mind. What if this is a bait? What if they're just waiting for me to waste my resources? And that's the last thing you want to have happen against a team like TL, dude. They will outmaneuver you mentally, and they're still going for a bit of a siege here.
Yeah, right now, Team Liquid, they're going to hold on. They're jumping on Sano.
I mean, they try, but Sano manages to flicker out and cut enough distance. Boyette is looking at that mid-tier 1, and Sanford, he's finally down. Team Liquid took a risk, and it did not work out in their favor. Team Falcons bought themselves an extra 4 minutes.
The way that Sanford is playing is basically like, I know I'm not going to get MVP, so I'm just going to buy time and you guys get something.
I wonder if that was intentional, because he drew everyone. They saw the AOG along with the with Sanford walking into the base, and on the bottom side, that's just Carl Teasy getting that far side base tower for free. That could have been intentional.
It's a micro adjustment from Boyette specifically, right? Because if Boyette joined that top side, they would have lost their mid inhibitor almost straight away. So again, it's all about that push and pull, and I think that Liquid is just more aware. But Team Falcons, they're slowly getting it. They're like, okay, these are the signals that they're looking for as well.
Yeah, Sanji knows Boyette is there. Yep, there you go. There you go. At this point, it's not even surprising.
It's not. It's
telegraphed
not.
So hard. At this point, Sanji is emailing into them.
Man, dude. Even like force the flicker from Team Falcons themselves. Look at Cartesi positioned to go for an assassination.
They actually make it work. I mean, Sanford start baiting, and now the AOG into the back to catch Sano initially. Cartesi's at least able to find one, but Sanji on the opposite end, outmaneuvered by Cartesi. Oheb now just slowly gunning away at Boyette. He can go forward and Blazing Duet as well. Flickers forward, locks himself in the corner, gets back out because Sano didn't react in time.
Even if it did not enough damage, I really do not like this Granger against this kind of lineup coming in from Team Liquid. Now 10k ahead, and Sanji's just showing Cuffin. You know, like, oh, you curled me, that was cute, now I'm gonna do it to you.
Stolen. Once again, Stolen Feather Airstrike, just buying them some time. Precious seconds as another wave is about to crash. They want to deal with the top side, and they don't mind the wave pushing in from bottom.
Well, right now, the Feather Airstrike trying to zone them away. Carl's gonna be careful. And Sanji, I guess the late game is probably the weakest point for Sora, because you don't have enough damage to execute like 1v1, and you don't have enough sustain to actually get everyone. Oh, hold on, Boyette misses it.
I mean, he tries with a heavy spin to kind of buy some time, disrupt the upcoming waves. They know that the Lord is coming, and they know for a fact that the top tier 3 is going to fall. JP with the AOG already down. They're still waiting. Boyette, he does not have his ult just yet. Cuffin with the Stolen Feathered Airstrike will try and buy some time. Sanji himself responds with his own artillery. The waves are being managed very well as Team Falcons have no inhibitors, and now Sanford gets into the middle of the fight. Engagement coming in from the side of Sanji, only finds 2. It's not enough as JP takes him out, and now the rest of the Falcons are forced underneath as we see Team Liquid close out the game. GG, well played.
Congratulations to Team Liquid, and again, this is expected. But we gotta say, Team Falcons put up a very strong fight, but as predicted, this kind of draft, with all the patch changes, just does not deal enough damage. Cuffin tried his very best to deal the damage, and he did quite well, but you know that for Team Liquid, this is probably the easiest game for them to choose their target. Sano was a non-factor the entire game.
He was, and I think, you know, the way that they played overall, there were moments in there where you see that TL were realizing, wait a minute, we're a lot more even than we thought. People are walking away with a sliver of health.
And they couldn't do anything afterwards, because again, the only way they can engage is big ultimates and very telegraphed ultimates. It happened like twice maybe. Afterwards, TL just saw it coming a mile away, and they didn't even get close, dude. Towards the end there, Sano had like 5 items. And I guess to prove Lafel's point, it just wasn't enough.
It really
I would just say...
Oheb was just pulling the panda, dude. I don't know if that's legal.
Yeah. No, I feel like Granger is a good hero, but it's the wrong tool for the job. They need shred, and Granger is not a shredder. He's a finisher. his burst,
his poke.
But Team Liquid, their draft does not like die to burst. Their comp does not really die towards poke because again they kind of do it a little bit better. So I really feel like it is more on the draft. But now we're throwing it over onto the stage where we're talking to Carl as well as Oheb with Brigida.
Thank you so much, casters. And once again, after a very successful win, we have from Team Liquid Philippines. Can we give it up for Baby Cakes? We had to say it. We had to say Baby Cakes. Okay, Carl, TZ, and Oheb, welcome to the stage. I have some questions for you guys. So we all know how busy it has been. After Season 16, you've had a lot going on in Team Liquid. So how are you managing everything so far? How do you stay composed? And how do you stay, let's say, motivated, even despite everything that's going on?
I think it's just sacrifice. Because we sacrificed our holidays just to practice and just to be prepared for M7.
I see, I see. Okay. So I have another question for the both of you. So all of these questions have to be for both of you because again, we're talking about Baby Cakes. So both of you have world titles under your names. So I want to ask, what makes M7 different from all that or from all those world titles you already have? So what's different about M7?
Yeah.
I think because of the meta and I think how complicated ML is right now. Because before it's like just brawl meta and right now there's a lot of micro and macro mechanics in the game and it's really hard to win.
I see. Okay, so during those times you had these world championships, you weren't together just yet. You weren't playing together just yet. Okay, we didn't have Baby Cakes yet. But is it better now that you're fighting in M7 together as teammates?
Yeah,
I want to hear from both of you, okay?
Yeah, I think this is a much better version because in M4 we both got into the finals and yeah, we're winning. That's why I think it's very good.
Okay, Carl?
Yes, also the same for me because we're winning.
Okay, so it seems like you really like each other's company and the fans are very happy to hear that from both of you. So thank you so much to Carl, TZ, and Oheb. Congratulations once again on your win. And now it's time that we throw it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Brigida, and it's nice to see their perspective saying that now it's not really super brawly. Now you actually have to introduce a bit of macro into the game. And they say it makes it hard to win. Sure. Cute story, bro.
I mean,
cute story.
Maybe they planned to say that before, right?
Or maybe
after that game.
Or
I don't
maybe
know if they should have stuck with
Or
that
maybe
script.
maybe they were saying it to their opponents. It's hard to win, isn't it?
Oh no!
Yes, no way.
There's no real world. There's no real world where I see, Team Liquid not coming out with their PR statements, just being chill about it, being humble about it, more times than they probably should be. But generally speaking, I think that at least from what we saw, Falcons, they at least had an idea coming into the game. They had a plan coming through, but the adaptability was very obvious for Team Liquid, right? They saw the plan 2 times. They figured out where to start attacking.
And I really feel like now we're starting to see one of the problem is the marksman hero pool ain't that great now. Because we only see Claude carry. Obsidia from RX only. Other than that, nothing much.
I was thinking maybe like Ixia potentially. I don't know. I'm waiting to see if there is more to the meta than what we've seen here today. And our MVP obviously going over the Sanji. I think there's no doubt about this. We can all easily agree that he was just playing a good game.
He was playing a different game. Like,
Yeah.
He wasn't playing Farsa. He was playing like Catch Me If You Can or something like that, man. Like he wasn't actually in the Land of Dawn properly.
He's the bird that you're trying to kill with the stone. He's like, can't touch it.
Dude, like there's like one bird who lives like near your house, and every morning you're trying to sleep in, and it's like ah, and you're like, bro, please.
He's a rage baiter.
He is. I mean, we'll see it in the highlights, probably in the latter half of the highlights when he's just dodging the body slam into heavy spin. He's emoting on them as well.
Yeah. Even in the early game, there were some moments here where it seemed like Falcon had something going on. So credit to them, right? They had a plan, like you mentioned. it just, and we, to their credit, also agree that the draft was somewhat okay. It was just the goal thing that we really disagree with. Overall, it's quite impressive.
I agree that it's extremely
At least Cuffy could say
impressive.
like he kind of won that 1v1.
Kind of.
He did kind of win that one. Look at this. But I think the biggest difference between Falcons alongside with TL is that TL, yes, there are a lot of decisions.
No.
And
they just stood in it.
Yeah, they all stood in it.
Wait, I didn't see the last two be blocking into it.
He healed up the ball.
Oh my
No.
Look, it happens to the best of us. We all make mistakes. And I think for the Falcons, this is something that they're definitely going to learn from. But at the very
Okay, you know what?
least...
I'm going to be more upset if you look at the items and they have no life bane at all, no anti-heal.
No, they definitely got
I
it.
think they got it. There's a Sea Halberd on Sano.
Yeah.
That I remember.
Okay.
But everyone else, I'm not so sure.
And that makes squad even more scary. Even if you cut that by half and it's that much. You got to put it into perspective. That was half of what he's supposed to do. And it's still that much.
That was like at 4 items, I think. He had a Windtalker by that point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Yeah, or...
But still, like, yo, what is that healing, my guy?
It is crazy. I think that Team Liquid, again, happy with the win, of course, and they want to qualify as soon as possible so they don't have to reveal what else they have in the playbook, right? 15-9, the final score. 15 minutes, unironically, the fastest game we've had in our session here today. Could be faster. We'll see later on.
Oh boy. So I guess in this meta where like the fighters are somewhat there in the meta, the Claude becomes this weird hybrid because you have abilities, you have AoE, you have some mobility tools, and you can sustain like that, you know? I think Gideon, you were the one highlighting how, like, you know, depending on the emblem combinations, this Claude just operates differently. It's more tankier than usual. Or was it LaFell?
LaFell, the revamped fighter emblems. Now it's going over to...
It's a Malaysian.
Yeah, it was.
You're the same guy.
Yeah. Because right now, most of the goal laners, well, I say most, three just carry a Claude. They're using the fighter emblem because that change really opens up to a lot. Because I feel like Moonton wanted that direction to be basic attack fighters. But then Marksman's like, we're basic attack. If you look at it differently, we're kind of fighters.
We're kind of fighters.
So we can use it too.
We're kind of forced to be fighters.
Yeah.
Everyone's all up close and personal. There's no range here.
Yeah. No.
And the thing is, yeah, I kind of feel like maybe if Boyette had a Dominance Ice as well, maybe they could have gotten a little ahead, but I don't know. That's a what-if scenario.
It really is a what-if scenario, and I don't think it would have helped him too much at the end of the day, because really it's like for, at most, 2 guys.
Yeah.
And one of those 2 guys, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So it's a tough game.
I really feel like after that moment, that's where like both teams like understood. Like for TL, it's like, oh, we got this. And then for Falcon, it's like, oh no. You know? Because at that point, if you are playing Claude, right, and you get jumped on, fully channel heavy spin, and you come up with full HP, dude, the game's over.
And you kill them.
You don't have to like, what even is there to do, you know?
He's just like,
dude.
Like, I win by doing nothing.
Yeah.
They just stood there menacingly, dude.
It would have been so funny if he literally put down the phone, whipped out his personal phone, and started sending text messages over, put it back in, pick up the phone, keep playing the game.
At that point, it's like, what's the food? Can you just give me water first? Glug, glug, glug. I'm still not dead. Glug, glug, glug.
Imagine, like, oh.
Oh heaven, Carl Teasy, just swap phones.
Swap phones.
I mean, there's so many things that could have happened. Oh dear Lord, what a game! What a game!
Well, for you guys at home, if you guys want to win up to $20,000, you guys can download Fairy Games and play MLBB 1v1. It's very simple. You guys just download Fairy Games on App Store or the Google Play Store and play MLBB 1v1. There's no teams, and you will submit your best personal score. You guys can win up to $20,000 and many more prizes. There's mostly electronic appliances like a fridge.
A fridge?
Fridge?
Fridge! TV. Wow. I think you can even get air conditioning. You can even travel.
My mind immediately went to international adapter, a sound bar, a TV, and a fridge?
Yeah.
Household appliance.
Where are these sponsors coming from? How do they have so much to be able to provide such great products?
Shout outs to Fairy. I'm even wearing their watch. And for you guys, if you guys love free stuff, make sure you guys get the Gato Cacha's Electrifying Solo Spark skin because it's free. You guys just have to hit level 45 on the M7 pass, and then there you go. You get it. That's one of the nice things about the M series. There's just so much free skin. You just gotta play the game, and you sometimes you don't even have to play. just log in.
I beg to differ. I think there are too many skins being released at the same time. And I want all of them, but I don't have enough diamonds to buy spin every single one of these.
Because we're all working.
Yeah.
If you're gonna help Gideon, you know, he's right here. He needs your help.
Well, speaking of help, I feel like Falcon's actually in a pretty good spot. He just got to figure out 1 or 2 different picks, and then they're all good. After this, it is going to be a Black Sentence going up against Alter Ego. So that's going to be quite a match, especially for the Indonesians here. We're going for a short break, but after this is going to be our final best of 1. See you guys after this.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Welcome to the M7 Carnival, legend. You traveled all the way to the Land of Dawn? Don't worry, we'll guide you through all the activities and wonderful experiences we have. Here's everything you can do in the M7 Carnival for ticket prices as low as 20,000 rupiah. First stop is the Stage of Legends, filled with performances, music, cheers, the biggest M7 watch party, and a special performance from Stephanie Poetry on the final day of the carnival. Game recognizes game in the M7 Carnival, as we'll be collaborating with the NBA, and history is made here at the M7 Carnival, the first ever MCGG World Championship. The Go 1 Grand Final will be hosted here at Stadion Maja Jakarta, so come join us and feel the energy. Next stop, the Heroes Playground, to take photos with giant hero statues and meet cosplays of heroes from the Land of Dawn. Come to the Hall of Creators and Pros to meet and greet with top content creators. Teams from MPL ID and Legends are here. Line up, take photos, and even walk away with an autograph. Play games in the Rewards Arena to win prizes from all of our brand partners. It's at the MPL Market. Booths of your favorite teams, exclusive drops, and surprises from your favorite teams. Take a quick bite at GoPay's Land of Dine. We've partnered up with GoFood for your food and drinks. The Magic Map has shown us all 6 zones in the M7 Carnival. We're calling you to play, explore, and wander. Don't miss out on exclusive gifts ready for visitors worth over 2.5 billion rupiah, including M7 limited edition swag bags, exclusive merch, in-game chests, and special skins. Are you ready, legend? Get your tickets soon, because we can't wait to meet you at the M7 Carnival.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished Falcon going up against Team Liquid. And again, Team Liquid winning with a very good fashion. But Falcon also did quite okay, just maybe change one or two things and then they should be fine. But right now, it is a Black Sentence going up against Alter Ego. And that's going to be pretty interesting because I'm pretty sure that a lot of players, you know, professional or casual, they're like, we know they're strong, but how strong are they really? Apparently very strong. Welcome, my name is Afel. Alongside with me is Gideon as well as Arashi. Let's talk about Black Sentence first because, again, people have been hyping up Shin, had an MVP performance, did not die, and I would say the entire team played very well.
They did, and I think, you know, the thing about Black Sentence, right, is the question is where's the limit? Where do we finally see them actually hit their initial plateau, especially on an international stage that demands so much out of you? And considering that their day one ended up the way that it did, I think there has to be a couple of adaptations in this short period of time for Black Sentence to actually make it a little bit further in the tournament.
What about you, Arashi? Yesterday we see Alter Ego coming up with kind of a funky draft as well. Do you think that they will do the same thing here going up against Black Sentence?
I think if they spot a good opportunity, they don't mind doing so. Because Coach Zephyr, he's one of those guys that's like, if I see the logic, even though it looks weird, even though it looks off, I believe it can work, he'll just go for it. And so if you're wondering if Alter Ego will actually push a Black Sentence to the limit, I think they are a great team to try and do so.
So Zephyr is the kind of guy that will figure out that cows can make milk.
I see.
Because everyone keeps asking, how did we figure that out? Who was the first one to be like...
He's like, I'm thirsty. I see the vision.
If I just... And then...
Why stop there?
Like a mother feeds a child, I too will be not
Let the
thirsty.
world see the new era of Latam and the El Familia. Because for both teams here, this is new for them. I mean, like, Alter Ego has been on the world stage before, but... Nino, this is his first, and he's like the face of Alter Ego at this point. And Latam has been represented by RQ Akira for the longest time, and now Black Sentence is the new guy, but they're doing quite well here, Arashi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, both doing really, really well. But for Alter Ego, there's this extra layer of like, we've been there before, but it's such old history.
Yeah.
You know, so back when
it's like reminding back that EVO's 1M1.
Kind of, exactly. Yeah. So when they actually qualified and they knew they were going to move on to this stage, everyone was, the fans, the players, the coaches, everyone was just so emotional about it because, like, after so long.
I was emotional about it.
After so long.
Because I've always seen Nino apologize.
Yeah, that was
right?
the thing.
Right? He's always like, sorry, Cole. You know, we couldn't do it. We tried our best. But this time it's like, Cole, we made it. You know,
we did it.
That was emotional because I have been, you know, watching MPLID for a while, and I know him because it's always him. It's always him that has to be the one giving the PR statements, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing about it, right? Both of these teams actually have just a bit of history, right? Champions of MDL Latam Season 1, and then afterwards, immediately promoted to the MPL, champions of MPL Latam Season 4 for the side of Black Sentence. On the opposite side, as Arashi has mentioned, huge expectations, right? Champions of MDL Season 11, runner-ups of MPL Season 16 in recent events, but even so, AE's fan base has always been loud. We saw that yesterday. They're sitting right across from us, and I think this crowd, Latam is the most suited to deal with loud crowds.
Hey, honestly, Alter Ego, it's all on the CEO, man. I love that guy.
Yeah.
Cole is amazing. He's hilarious. He's really the people's people, you know?
And it's crazy that all these things we praise of Alter Ego, the new style, the new coach, the CEO being outspoken, they're all relatively new happenings, which is why people are saying this is the time. This is like the new age of Alter Ego. And if they want to prove it, if they want to maintain the upward trajectory, it starts here, man. They got to go full blast.
I can only imagine what it's like for some of the newer players, quote-unquote newer players from the side of AE, but especially from Black Sentence, right? Coming in from an MDL, and keep in mind that most of these players, Season 3, worst season for them. Goes into MDL, succeeds, and then momentum carried them all the way to the world stage. If we're talking about emotional momentum, I think it already ended yesterday. Now it's purely technical.
Yeah, we got to see all these heavy fighters coming in from AE. Yesterday bringing out the Leomore as well as the Freya. Will that be enough to make Shin crack? Because even after the win, Shin looks super nonchalant. He looks like his face is incapable of many expressions. Speaking of, we got a quote here from doubt to believe. There was a time when people doubted me, but after getting the chance to compete on the international stage, I'm really happy to see how the community has started to support me now at M7. And I feel like it's just, there was a lot of people waiting, and those are the kind of people that we're not gonna be loud. You know, we're not gonna be talking a lot on social media, but when you get that success, we're there to shout you out.
And speaking of the shout out, we have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that the supporters has just rolled in with the drums.
Oh, and found the ID sign.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go. Yeah. It's gonna start real soon, man.
It's gonna get loud. It's gonna get loud. And I'm very happy for Nino because, again, his story reminds me a lot of like how Chico guys broke out in the M series.
It's okay. We're used to it with Team Hawk, with SRG.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it's the unique playstyle that both of these teams want. I don't want to say it's just hyper-aggressive. It is chaotic. There is some logic behind the chaos for both of these teams, but they have very different principles, and I want to see the clash of ideas.
Yeah, I think that's where it gets really interesting because Coach Zephyr, he's a great problem solver. So if Black Silence thinks they can come in with a curveball and coast on it, they got another thing coming, man. Because Zephyr is very used to cheese picks. He's the guy who brought in these weird, back then, Lapu Gold, Uranus Gold on Arfi. This is the guy, you know. He's no stranger to cheese picks at all.
Yeah, I love going up against teams that are problem solvers. Because then it gives me the excuse to give more problems. Like if I was a coach, like, but coach, they can solve it with this. Good, and we add more.
This
guy. And I was like, what's going on? What's going on? Now,
one problems always.
This match is gonna be very special because Black Sentence has been impressing us, and Alter Ego has an amazing story getting into this matchup. So before we even start the game, we're going to be, getting inside, behind the scenes to see what's really happening with Alter Ego as well as Black Sentence to see how they prepared and how they're feeling for this one. So let's check out this video just to see the vibes before we go in game.
Hello everyone, so today I am with Nino and Yazuke. I don't know how prepared they are for this, but according to my boss, they will be teaching me Bahasa Indonesia.
Yeah.
Oh, you will be teaching me some words.
Yeah,
Words.
teaching.
Words? Little.
Yeah.
Okay, just a little. Okay, so what's the first word?
Aku cinta kamu.
Why do I feel like I know that?
I love you. Little.
Okay. Aku cinta kamu means I love you. Okay, thank you, Nino.
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, that was good. Okay, how about Yazuke? What can you share?
Kalau aku sih, kamu ganteng.
Kamu ganteng.
Oh ya, makasih.
Makasih.
Iya, that means you are handsome.
I'm handsome.
You're handsome.
You're handsome. Kamu ganteng.
Yeah, that's why I say thank you.
Makasih. I get it now. Okay. Do you have more? Okay, I'm nervous. What's that, Nino? What's that?
Aku kangen kamu.
Aku kangen kamu.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I miss you. Little. Yeah.
Aku cinta kamu. Aku kangen kamu.
Yeah.
I love you and I miss you.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing words. Okay, do you have more to share, Yazuke?
Yeah. Nino aja.
I think you have one last.
One last ya. Kamu imut.
Kamu imut? What's that?
That means you're cute.
You're handsome and cute. Is that true, Yazuke? He's laughing. I don't know if it's true, but
I mean you're cute.
I think we can cut the video there. Just kidding. Thank you so much to Nino and Yazuke.
Thank you.
Good luck on your match.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you excited?
Excited.
What's excited in Bahasa Indonesia?
Sangat excited itu apaan sih? Sorry. Bukan. Very excited itu apaan sih?
He's very excited. Very excited.
Pokoknya.
What he said, yes. Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll see them, catch them in their next match,
Nice.
and don't miss out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The thing they can say is they shoot their shot.
I mean, Brigida was quick with his, like,
Yeah,
pause.
She is very good at dodging shots. You don't see it, but she was in the Matrix movies.
You might recognize her from her inspiring role, but let's talk about Black Sentence here. Orochi, Haidanbo, Shin, Stefan, as well as Doom. Couple of names who are veterans. Generally a very fresh team.
Yeah, generally a very fresh team here. If I remember correctly, Haidon Bush, I think he made like 1 or 2 mistakes where he did get caught yesterday. But other than that, Steffi as well as Shin just made it so that Shin looks like he's vulnerable, and then people just gank him, and then Steffi is there. I believe yesterday he was using the Grok and then just punished them. So yeah, I kind of feel like for Black Sentence, they did well, but at the same time, they weren't pushed that hard yesterday.
But we're also needing to have to talk about Alter Ego Esports with Nino, Yasuke, Hujime, Alec, and as well as Arfi.
Oh, real quick, Alec, there were some great moments with the calculations when it was barely taken out, but he survives. He used to be a bit more one-dimensional, but no one is surprised that he is now a bit more dynamic, a bit more flexible, and that's why I feel like this team has so much to offer when it comes down to adapting, to changing how they're moving around in the game.
Yeah, now we're gonna see how Black Sentence really deals against Alter Ego, because I kind of feel like yesterday, who was it again? Were they going up against CFU? Where CFU were also kind of just weird.
Aurora? Weren't they up against Aurora yesterday?
I think it's Aurora.
No.
Aurora, I believe.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Black Sentence.
Oh, yes.
Black Sentence.
Yes, you are correct. It was up against CFU.
Yeah. Where it kind of feels more like CFU was the one that lost.
I agree with that. I can definitely get behind that. Because again, when you're looking at the person in front of us, Doom, we got a quote from him: "Fear no one. For the Swiss stage, I'm ready to face anyone, no matter how strong they are. When I'm at the player desk, there's no reason to fear any opponent."
So Doom does not feel that impending sense of doom.
Honestly, even for me on the caster desk, especially yesterday, we also felt no fear.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a state of mind, but this one,
the fell.
What's going on here? What's going on here?
I just don't want to be the same with you guys. I want to be the cool guy.
All right, fair enough.
I want to be a dog wearing a very smart, casual clothes and have my hands in my pockets.
But is that your true nature, though, Lafel?
It's not my true nature?
Is it your true nature, though?
To be a dog wearing casual clothes, putting his hand in his pockets?
Yeah.
Like a... I mean, that's not the natural habitat of a canine.
I was born in the year of the dog.
Are you?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
I had to double check that for a moment. I had to think about it.
Of course, you know the exact.
Yeah, that's why I had to think about it.
What do you mean? You guys are the same race.
Hey, look, it's important to know the year, all right? Like, the year and the month makes a difference as we look at the map reveal.
It shapes your destiny.
It will
horoscopes are great.
You see that? Like, just jumped over to dangerous grass, dude.
Hey, destiny, man.
The destiny. You can't escape it.
Dangerous grass for the drafting phase. I don't know. Are we going to see another Hellcurt? There's a good example. There was a good reason the last time in terms of comp. Now you have a map that encourages it.
Oh, look at this. Black Santa's banning out the Leomord. Didn't thought I would see a Leomord ban on first ban here. Alter Ego banning out the Boxia, the Esmeralda, as well as the Valentina. And for Black Santa, banning out the Jushin, the Leomord, as well as Sora. In terms of first pick, the Yuzong is still open, but they want to make sure that they don't give over that Grok. Smart pick here. Now for Black Sentence, how do they respond? The Eve is still open. I feel like Eve Yuzong is going to be a pretty good opener for Black Sentence, or Eve Haya, Eve Yushin, get that priority.
Well, a common thing to be doing for Alter Ego is that they'll like leaving Nino's pick until like later on, because him getting a favorable matchup has always been like a very great win condition for Alter Ego. So we'll see if that happens again here.
Yep. We need to see those first two picks coming in from the side of Black Sentence, right? Do they want to go with that opening, or do they want to just make sure, you know what, power picks are going to be good anyways. We let the Grok through on purpose. We got a bigger plan. That's going to be the Yishin Shin lock-in with the 67% win rate overall in the tournament. And there we have it, the Eve.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, Alter Ego, they might be going for either a Lance Haya, and then probably picking up the Yuzong if they have that in their toolbox. If they really want a winning matchup, I don't think there's a lot that can really deal with the Yuzong other than, I don't know, an Alice.
Right. Even then, in the laning phase, that's quite a brutal matchup too for the Alice even. So, have to wait and see. The Farsa is actually what's shown first here. Good artillery battle is throwback to what, season 8 with a long range, but the Claude that's been so popular here, taken by Alter Ego.
I actually like the Claude as well as the Farsa pick because they actually do well against the openings of Black Sentence.
They do extremely well, and I think the best part about this is the fact that it's just like, not only am I like taking away potential counter picks, but at the same time, I've set this up basically perfect for the side of AE. A strong Grok opener, finding a counter pick into the Eve, but at the same time, still having the same level of scalability. Hilda going to be the final pick here in the first phase as we move on into the second ban phase.
I'm not really seeing the logic behind the Hilda pick, to be honest. No one can really be hardcore bullied just yet. They might be trying to force Yazuki away from assassins. That might be the idea. But again, he has fighters in his arsenal, so this is a very expensive maneuver from BSE, and we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if they pick up Hilda here, they can actually ban out the EXPs and then force them to use... If they can use Assassin, they already counter. If they use Fighter, then the usage might be free.
Yep. Potential peel as well. The only thing that I'm concerned about is, as Arashi has mentioned, is this too expensive, especially that the only people who right now benefit from the armor reduction is going to be the Yi Shen, right? Now that Uranus is getting banned, as expected, the EXP getting targeted for the side of Black Sentence, AE banning out the carry.
I would say this is also in a way flexible pick. There is a world where this Hilda could go on to EXP, right? They pick up a Gatot later, so then you kind of have a pretty good front line. It really depends on what is going to be the next ban. If they ban out something like a Yuzong, then I think there's a higher chance that they can actually put Hilda on EXP.
Yeah. I like the red side first 3. I think the real question is whether or not they even consider like another, like as much as I do like the Gatot, they can even pivot a little bit more into Kalia, and then maybe depending on what the goal relationship is going to be, go maybe into Beatrix, knowing you're going to have a tough time, but it's still okay. At least there's plenty of setup.
Yeah, I feel like for Black Sentence, if they pick up a gold laner here, they can really hide this Hilda where she's going. The only real question is what's up. Like, what's up now? You know, there's no carry, there's no Harp, the claw has been taken away. Going up against a Farsa, even something like a 1-1 won't have a good time here.
Well, if BSE shows their gold laner, if it doesn't have Shred, then I think it opens up the Phobius potential for Alter Ego. And Nino is a very well-known Phobius abuser.
If knowing how Phobius is like, it feels like walking through the mud. But when Nino plays it, it feels like there's shrapnel in the mud as well. It feels like you can't walk into it without some kind of damage.
What about just take something like a Ruby?
Yes. Right. I was waiting for that. The double fighter potential composition from the side of BS.
Yeah.
Could work.
Experience the youth.
Whoa, hang on a second.
Okay, if Alter Ego picks up something like a Phobius, it's GG.
If they
actually, no, they have an Eve. I think the Eve is actually okay against things like that.
The Lapu, bro.
Yeah, either or.
Like Lapu goes in, Yves, Granger, and Yusenshin all have to just back away.
True. Honestly, even something like an Alice. That's actually quite a lot of EXPs.
Yeah, Alice would work too.
Yeah.
I think the question is, what do they need the EXP to do? Do I need somebody to disrupt Yves, or do I need somebody who needs the peel? Because considering the engage tools and the potential mobility, they've got range on their side. So let's see how Zephyr communicates with the team, right? He's probably looking at Alec and Orpheus thinking, you know what? We've already kind of secured your position. What would you need to get that space to find those angles? Oh, beautiful. That's what I want to see.
Oh, man. That's crazy. The Lapu Lapu is already such a big threat, but now with the Fanny as well, there is no solution here. And if BSE wants to try and get something, they're liable to have no stoppers, right? They either have no solid front line or they don't have crowd control. They're in a rock and a hard place right here.
Really, really difficult. And not to mention that the mid lane is going to be pretty difficult to contest at level 1. I'm thinking like if I'm in BSE's overall comp, I want to deny the purple buff, but that depends highly on the EXP. And sure, you could trade, but you don't have great wave clear after the 8th minute or at least the 6th minute.
Okay, so this Akai, looks like it's going to be Akai roam here, and the Hilda will go on to the EXP. So I would say Alter Ego, they brought out a very Indo draft.
Yes, I think that's very accurate of a statement. And for Black Sentence, they saw the aggression and they're like, we need something, we need some peel. I don't know if the Akai is going to be enough though, especially before level 4. A meme here in Indonesia, we say it's a vlogging Akai. You can't do much except just like get info until level 4.
Yeah, I mean, like, he can deal okay damage, but I don't know if it's okay to deal like Farsight as well as Grodd. They kind of do quite a lot of damage as well, in case you guys haven't been playing for a while. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 4 best of 1. If you guys can hear the crowd, it's pretty clear that Alter Ego are the favorites here. But hey, if Black Santa is able to win this one out, then hey, shout outs to Latam.
Hey man, Latam, they've got the most passionate fans I've ever seen. If we're talking about how loud they could be, Latam is one of those contenders next to Indonesia. Now, let's see how this plays out, right? Because again, the laning phase is so critically important for the side of Black Sentence. And Orochi immediately on that proxy, he knows what he's doing. On the opposite end, I want to see this mid lane, because Stefe and as well as Shin don't exactly have the easiest lane, but for Shin it's a lot easier to start harassing their opponents.
I think BSC have a bit of an advantage when it comes to the laning phase, the poking, the clear. But if they get too overzealous there, that's where Yasuke comes in with the Fanny. And this guy's Fanny is really, really good. So make no mistake, this is a dangerous pick to let go.
Speaking of dangerous picks, Yasuke managed to at least secure himself a Litho Wanderer, losing a good chunk of his health. But man, the Akai, it does do a good, decent chunk of damage in the early game.
Yeah. I just want to see whether Stefe.
Nope. Hold on. Oh, did he miss Shin? Oh!
Okay, so either Stefe is actually good on that Akai, or it's just a respawn for that Fanny, right? I'm just worried that they're like panicking, like, oh, we need some kind of answer. Can you use the Cho? I'm not comfortable with the Cho. Okay, pick up an Akai. I just want to see whether he's efficient on it or this is a force pick.
Well, I really hope that he is efficient on it, because Stefe is one of the older players on the team previously with Malvinas Gaming, S11.
For me, like Cho, Akai, these are the kind of heroes. If I don't spam, I completely forget how to play these heroes.
Right, there's a lot of mechanics involved. Their muscle memory as well, split-second decisions. Right now, level 4 is rolling around, and it seems like Black Sentence are the ones with a bit of an advantage. Orochi!
He should have known better. Tries to flicker out of there, and Yasuke, he catches him. Really good coordination between Yasuke and as well as Alec. Great positioning on the wall, making sure that he can really maximize those cables.
Yeah, makeshift wall there for more damage. That's a new one we haven't really seen. Usually the walls are meant to block out the Fanny, but the cutthroat timing as well to follow through with the flicker, man, Yasuke is sharp with it.
Let's see how sharp they can actually get, because now we're starting to get into the level 4 territories, and that's when things get a little crazy, because now Nino can start to participate in these fights rather than letting Orochi kind of do whatever he wants in lane.
Yeah. Right now, honestly, Alter Ego, they're doing a good job getting a lot from a Black Sentence. Everyone has been zoned out. Looks like the Yushin is just going to be farming up. That is the correct call. Just gotta let go. You're not in a good spot to fight.
No need. Feathered airstrike already. Tied on Bush is on the run. Yasuke still fights him. And while that happens, Hujume gaps Shin.
That's crazy. We see them respect Alter Ego's aggression, but but
okay, Yasuke manages to get. He is crispy with it. Look at those U-turns.
Almost tied though.
Tech charge.
Doom will not be able to get that kill. Alter Ego just showing Black Sentence the good old Indonesian aggression.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Man, you just hear Shinzo Sasageyo whenever he just flies by, man. It's so good right now. Alter Ego, they know they want to be aggressive, and despite Black Sentence trying to respect it and play around it, Alter Ego are just finding situations. They latch on to the purple buff, to the turrets, to the stuff that Black Sentence can't ignore.
Whoa! Dive on towards the side. The cutthroat comes through, but it's just not enough. Another flicker out, a potential punish in. Manages to walk away from the feathered airstrike at least. He's starting to create, at least for Hujume, a pretty huge lead in terms of raw EXP, denying Shin actually any income from walking up to the lane.
And actually, if you look at the emblems earlier for Hujume, he went with the Bargain Hunter. So despite being a vulnerable hero, he recognizes that with the composition at hand, Black Sentence are going to have their hands full trying to play defensive instead of going at him. But look at Nino 1v2.
And now he's got Alec to back him up, gets hit by the turtle, but oh, the mighty swing hits 2, and Alec tech charges 3 to bail Nino out of there.
Oh, it's not over yet. Yasuke tries to find someone. Shin is there, has to flicker out. Looks like it is going to be safe. Yasuke does not have the energy for it.
I hear the Jaws theme. I know it's not playing on stream right now, but I can hear it loud and clear in my head because you can just see Yasuke. He wants to get in there. He really wants to take him out. And Stefe manages the body slam out of there just in that time, but still a missing and stolen orange buff.
This Grok is such a big problem for Black Sentence.
They can't really afford to take a tech charge right now. And so despite the tools that they have, they can't really do much because of the threat from Altrico being that much higher.
Yeah, this is the problem. If you give a team from Indonesia strong mid duo, hide on bush, has to get away.
Oh, and Hujime finds the cleanup. Stefe, the next to fall. Nino sets it up. Hujime knocks him down.
Might be too early, but it seems GG, man.
Well, I don't think it's completely unplayable just yet. They still have their T1s up.
But look at Kyle just standing there, dude.
I mean, for now. Now, I'm saying it's like GG just because both Shin and Hide on Bush is having such a hard time. And Doom is not having an easy time either.
And they know he doesn't have his flicker backup as well.
Man.
His flicker comes up in 5 AE, keeping every cooldown on lock.
The layup, dude, immediately just juggling the aggro, going for the burst damage. The communication between this team is just so good right now. You can tell from how they are playing. It seems like there's no words needed.
No!
Panda, no!
I mean, RV, he's taking his time for this, but he hasn't taken it at the very end. Hujime wants it, tries to outplay it, flickers out of there. One more, and Doom gets the shutdown on Hujime.
At least they're on the board now, right? I think he has Kai Piercer, so that's good. Because without it, Granger really does nothing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Hujime had it coming, dude.
Yeah.
He is so disrespectful.
Oh, no.
Oh, man!
Tech charge, beautiful setup here, as once again, Alter Ego have gotten underneath the skin of Black Sentence, owning their jungle, taking every buff as it spawns.
Well, I know who's my MVP.
Oh boy, I don't Bush. He's trying his best here, but Alex completely zones him off. Like Lopel mentioned, this Grok is too big of a problem.
Actually, first item, the Chastise Baldron as well.
Wow.
Yeah, probably wants that heal and make sure that Hide on Bush has a very slow attack animation.
You do see in Indonesia, that's a thing, you know, even without like attack speed heroes on the other side, the healing alone makes it value.
Yeah.
Because you can bait so many things. But ooh, Yasuke, definitely in the back of the minds of Black Sentence whenever they're on the map, especially Hide on Bush along with Orochi. No real easy crowd control there. They always have to think twice before moving up.
It's a nerve-wracking situation because again, BSE, they don't want to make any more mistakes from this point onwards. They're already down by 5,000 gold, and the tech charge connects. Feathered airstrike into the mighty swing. The layup after layup after layup.
Disgusting.
Maybe a bit of mercy. You know, just you know, let them breathe.
I don't know, man. Altrico is not known to be the merciful team. Whenever they're winning, they just start yelling, Bantai!
I mean, it's so true. Have you seen how dedicated their fans are? If they're not playing for themselves, they got to reward the investment of these 100 people, and 4 of them with drums? I think it's 3?
It's usually 3, I think. One big one, there's a snare drum in there somewhere. They have a whole, like, setup, man.
It's too much. It's too much. But right now they're silent because they're waiting for the next play to occur. And Stefe, he's got to be so careful.
Actually, at this point, if you want to win, who has the better fans, right? You just have to bring a podcast setup. Oh. Big gets caught there. Looks like he's going to get taken out by Hide on Bush. Yasuke tries to find an angle. Hide on Bush is the target. Just gets taken down by Orochi. Doom dealing damage from behind. Steph is still staying under the turret. Opti gets a double kill. And now Doom waiting for an opportunity, but looks like Alter Ego overstepped their welcome.
2-for-2 trade. And honestly, considering that Black Sentence has been so far behind, this is a pretty big win for them. The gold lead barely changes. 6.2k at this point. They take out Yasuke to hopefully try and get Hide on Bush back into the game, but since they trade a 1-for-1, he's still going to be 3 levels down, and now Orochi getting gunned down too.
Force the flicker immediately. Black Sentence not allowed to have any tools available for the offense. That was definitely an overextension though by Altrico, and something that they're known to do. A lot less nowadays, but that used to be almost their identity. But as far as the structural damage goes, Altrico are just being so efficient right now. Even without a Lord, Black Sentence are having structures falling left and right.
Oh yeah, they are snowballing like crazy. Stefe has already been found out. Good thing Yasuke was able to spot it out. Good tech. Nino going in with the bravest fighter right now, but he's locked against the wall. Unfortunately, oh wait, the tech charge comes on through to set up for the real world manipulation. Shin at least tries to disengage him, but Haidon Bush ends up dying anyways, and the blazing duet is more than enough, but doesn't find any heads. None on the chopping block.
If only Doom had 2 more stacks on the Sky Piercer, I feel like he could have gotten the kill.
Yeah, he could have. He could have.
I mean, the what if game, man. If my grandma had wheels, she would have been a bike. But she isn't, so unfortunately, Black Sentence.
Oh wait, he didn't have it? He just bought the Sky Piercer.
We all assumed he had it this entire time.
Did he not?
He
At
went
9 minutes?
He went Malefic Roar second item. Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar second item. He was trying to be cost efficient.
Oh wow.
Wasn't willing to take the risk.
I mean, I guess he didn't get that many kills, so it
Exactly.
doesn't matter.
They didn't lose out on too much, so maybe that's the wise move. But look at the macro play here with Yasuke being so mobile. There's not much Black Sentence can do. Maybe trade the Lord for a pickoff. That's about the only play available.
And I think even if they do that, they'll still be at a losing situation no matter what. So Black Sentence just have to take it on the head, right? Take their licks, walk away, focus on scaling and getting Haidon Bush into a better position at the very least. Because Shin, he's scaling up nicely, but he doesn't have the EXP, so he doesn't have the base damage to really bring the full effect of Eve.
And this Eve is just under so much pressure so far with the tech charge, with the Fanny, the cutthroats, that Shin hasn't really, we haven't seen a lot of long-channeled real-world manipulations. All three are quite literally just running over Black Sentence, and here we go again, another Pauldron.
I gotta say, it hurts for 2 things. Number one, Akai fleeting time, okay. And 1 item on Haidon Bush. Not really looking all that great.
Help, help. I mean, he's trying his best. He's got 2 Legion swords, but he can't afford a BOD. They're too expensive. Oh my goodness.
His economy is crazy.
His economy is crazy. He's got hidden gold somewhere. Maybe crypto, who knows? Hujime now with the lightning truncheon. They can do it one more time, but now the heavy spin comes on the RP side. He gets out just in time with help of the BMI. Orochi could not finish him off, and here comes Yasuke coming to clean them up. Finds 1 in Orochi and Doom, and now the rest back away. They need to get the inhibitors as they need to defend. Black Sentence trying their absolute best here. Feathered Airstrike off a cooldown. Shin gets blasted, flickers out before the last connection.
Oh wow. In the end, it's only 1 base turret. Black Sentence, all things considered, have defended well, but they're 10k gold behind. And they are quite literally locked inside their base, man. There is nowhere safe.
I was worried that Steffi logs RP and be like, I can't stay here and do nothing.
Oh! Talking about doing nothing, the Blazing Duet says everything! The Black Sentence now in trouble, in fear. Quickly purifying with the help of the heavy spin. Steffi trying to get on out of there. Even Hujime says no! Feathered Airstrike with a flicker to secure the kill, and now straight for the base tech charge to buy some time, but it's all but too late. Alter Ego Esports take the win. GG, well played.
They didn't just take the win, they snatch it right in front of Black Sentence's faces. Man, they got a lot of comfort picks available. They got this good reactive draft. You can't help but feel bad for Black Sentence. They did not have an avenue of approach.
I mean, this is one of those things where until you face it, you can't prepare it. Yeah, you can't prepare against it because the picks might have been picks that you fought against before. But the thing about playing in Indonesia, they have places to be. Everyone needs the toilet. Game ends 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes. This might be the fastest game of the day. It ended at 12:24.
Yep.
Alter Ego, they're just accelerating, man.
They are, and it's beautiful to see. This is every AE fan's dream, to see them soar to these type of heights, to show, hey, it's not because we like to fight, it's because it's the meta.
Look at this again, like the way that RP played, Yasuke, Hijime, like every single one played it very well. We gotta look at how it started, where basically Alter Ego prevented any movements coming in from mid. And then later on, hard targeting onto Shin and Haidon Bush, the main carries for the team. Because again, it's very unfortunate. You really don't have to care about a Granger.
Yep.
As long, you know, it's actually better that you don't go towards the Granger because you don't give him kills.
Yep.
And if he doesn't get kills, he's not gonna get stronger. So the best way to deal with the Granger is like dealing with a hater. Just ignore him.
Yep. And I think that, at least for Arfi, he understood that. Because his trades are so snappy. He made sure he punished him in that lane.
And it's crazy. A lot of people have been praying for Granger to finally get out of viability. But man, we're really seeing it struggle at this point.
Yep. And now we're throwing it over onto the stage with Brigida for an interview with Alter Ego.
Thank you so much to our casters. And now on stage, we have with us Alter Ego! We have Nino, Hijume, and we are also joined by Analyst Sticks. Thank you so much for joining us. So we have some questions for you guys. And I'll be starting with Nino here, okay? Nino. Okay. So you've been with Alter Ego through thick and thin. So you've stayed with them for so long. You've been through a lot. Now, I want to ask you, how does it feel that you're one win away from finally qualifying to the knockout stage?
Bahasa Indonesia aja ya Bang. Yang aku rasain justru seneng banget sih karena kita kerja keras juga kan sebelum M7. Artinya apa tuh?
Okay. Nino said like he was so happy, like we've been practice so hard.
Jadi perjuangannya nggak sia-sia aja. Cuman belum puas aja, pengennya juara itu aja.
Okay. But our journey is not complete yet. Like we still need to practice harder like that.
All right. Okay, I see. Oh, speaking of journey, I want to talk to Hijume this time because you've been quite the journeyman. You've been through different teams, let's say. Now, what makes Alter Ego different from all your other or previous teams?
Apa yang bikin AE beda dari tim-tim yang lain?
Mungkin bedanya di kita itu perang terus dibanding tim lain. Kan kalau tim lain kayak save doang kan kalau di turnamen. Mungkin kita tabrak terus biasanya.
Maybe because we're always fight like the other team like playing safe like that.
So that's the main difference for you. All right, so I'll give this last question to Analytics since you're already joining us here on stage. What do you have to say to all the Alter Ego fans who've been making so much noise and have been supporting you so much since yesterday? You could see them over there. Any message you would like to tell them?
Can I use bahasa or?
Of course.
Makasih udah datang di hari kedua ini juga. Dukung terus, semoga kita bisa stay sampai tanggal 25 ya. Amin.
Thank you so much once again. That's Alter Ego. And I believe now is about time that we break down what happened in that previous game together with our casters.
Thank you very much, Brigida. And speaking of, does Alter Ego have a specific name for the fans, like split personalities?
The split personalities. I mean, I think it's
that wouldn't be bad, no? Or just the personalities?
I hate the fact we were thinking the exact same thing.
Oh, really?
Think that too?
Yeah.
It's a Malaysian thing.
It's the schizophrenics.
Yeah. You gotta experience it to understand, you know?
Shout out mental health.
Yeah, shout out to mental health.
I think it's just Alter Champs.
Okay, that one sounds good.
I like split personalities better. Whatever.
No. Let's look at our MVP of this particular game. Because I think without a doubt, it's Nino. It's a Nino on this one. Now, there were a couple of moments where I thought that maybe Nino is engaging a little too hard. He dies, but then he nets 4 for the team almost every single time they get into an altercation, with 2 exceptions. The 2-for-2 trade, and then right at the very end. But other than that, great engages, great zoning.
It really feels like, again, he used to be the guy that always goes in no matter what. With the maturity comes the selectiveness, because you see him kind of take a chill pill. It's Alec making the big plays happen. It's Yazuke, it's Hijume, right? He was chilling the whole time, all the way until that base fight. We're going to see it later, but man, they were playing quite disrespectfully, man. They know they had a Black Sentence beat in the burst the department, in the regen department. He just kept going at it, no problem. So eventually, especially Hijume, started getting punished, but the team, it's almost like they know that's gonna happen, so they just prepared the answer immediately.
If I know my medication, the effects were out pretty fast. So he's just like, doctor's like, for the first 8 minutes, you're okay. After that, no promises. All on you, buddy.
Is that in your prescription? He literally wrote that out, and it's just like, I'm sorry, sir. Because that's how it definitely feels when you are in BSE's position, right? Because you're so far behind when it comes down to the raw gold that moments like this, when you actually find a game-winning play, you can't capitalize on it. Arfi walks away with 1/4 of his HP.
Regen's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
Look at this. Oh, man, beautiful. Dude, it's a 3-man, like, long-distance combo. It was Nino, and then it was Arfi, and then Yazuke from downtown. From so far away, they still had that synergy. It's so good to watch.
It's great. It's really, really great. And AE is just one of those teams that are exciting to watch when they are ahead, because you don't know how creative they can get with their flanks.
Yeah, honestly, AE is looking pretty good. And I guess this is the real challenge for Black Sentence, and now they understand where the competition really stands, because this is against Alter Ego. They are pretty strong, but there are other teams here that people would argue on a power ranking scale is much higher. If you think that was fast, other teams can accelerate much, much faster. So for Black Sentence, this is the first real taste. After this, they got to start being a little bit careful, because now they're in the 1-1 slot.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of those where you have to start digging into the competitive play and competitive history of these players, right? Because again, how did this Fanny get let through onto Yasuke?
Yeah.
Most Indonesians are looking at that as like that was their biggest mistake, but truly, I think that BSE was leaning into a composition that they were comfortable with, and the second half of that draft had a little bit of patchwork done.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, they can make an argument because they ban out Nino, right? They ban out the Yuzong, they ban out the Uranus, and both heroes does do a lot against their lineup, right? So it's kind of like like pick your poison, right? Would you want to deal with the Fanny, or do you want to deal when Nino is on that Yuzong? Do you want to deal with Nino on that Uranus? Either or, it's a bad choice. Yeah.
They have to start all the way from the beginning, because again, if they let Nino have the Yuzong immediately, we immediately spotted it. The Yi Sun-shin and the Yves, right? Too dangerous. So if they want to shift over, ban more Yazuki heroes, then they also have to shift over from that Yi Sun-shin and Yves. So that's why it gets so confusing. Because with Alter Ego, the game isn't just played on paper. It really is like momentum based.
No, honestly, based on this game, I feel like even if the draft changed, I feel like Arfi can just carry, because his quad, that was something, man.
Dude, I don't deny it. It's great to see Arfi come back to an international stage and just feel comfortable rather than, I'm nervous, I'm scared, I don't want to make the play. No, he's doing it without thinking anymore.
I mean, that's why even in the interview, Hijime is like, oh, the difference about this team is they keep on fighting. Other teams are like, play safe. But then they're like, keep on fighting.
I mean, he's the one to talk. He was the one in the front as a Farsa.
I bet his back is messed up.
Yeah, and that's why they actually did better, because they had Secret Labs ergonomic chairs, trusted by the world's best MLBB teams and honestly talents as well. Whether you're enjoying a casual game with friends or playing on the M7 World Stage, Secret Lab can elevate your game with tournament-grade ergonomic support, the very same kind that powers the pros, powers us.
Look at his back.
I gotta say, never heard that one before, but yes. Look at its back.
That's a back with support. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
It is pretty old.
Yeah, I need something with a strong spine.
Which is pretty insane because I'm older. Yeah. And speaking of old, are you guys Granger mains?
Oh.
If you're not, it doesn't really matter. You need his new Thunder Extended skin. It's available right now. Unlock the M7 Pass, and it's yours immediately. If you're old, you should probably have enough diamonds to buy it.
Yes, you should have adult money. If you don't have adult money,
adult money,
get an adult job.
13-year-olds are like, no! 5 years away!
How could this be?
What's an adult job? Is this considered an adult? Not really, not really. Witness the true prestige with Granger's new Prime skin. This beauty is waiting for you at level 75 of the MS7 Pass. Unlock the pass and start grinding today. Okay, so is this an adult job?
This is a... I don't like the way you're phrasing.
Yeah, I don't like the phrasing.
Wait, hold on.
Let's pause there for a moment. Just grown up work. That doesn't sound any better. I need to find another cinema. Just work.
I feel like this is a teenage job.
Is it a teenage job? No, I don't think it's a teenage job.
You need high energy, kind of don't care about the rules sometimes.
sometimes.
For mobile esports, okay, maybe.
And you gotta love cameras.
Oh.
The more you think about it.
Chat, I don't know whether to agree or disagree. Let us know in the comment section down below, as well as the live chat if you are watching it here live. If not, come on down to the venue, because
I'm not gonna read it.
Don't worry, I'll do it for you.
All right,
I
thanks,
got you covered. I got you covered.
Thanks. I'm more of a video kind of guy nowadays. Don't really read as much.
This guy, ooh, he's pulling my strings. With that being said, it has been a pretty long shift for the rest of us. Up and coming matchups are going to be just as exciting. We got CG Esports facing off against Aurora with our second shift of casters. Thank you to everybody who has been watching, because this has been a pretty good time, LaFell.
Yeah, it is a pretty good time. So it's so good that we're going to end our shift here and actually swap it out. So
bang,
we got 4 more best of ones, but this is last for us. This is Rashi, this is Gideon, my name is Afel. Catch you guys some other time. Bye-bye.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
kali jadi juara
are going to the M7 World Championship.
Let's go. Futbol uğraşıyordum, futbolcu olmak istiyordum. Ama pandemi girdikten sonra futbola ara verdim. Birazcık da Mobile Legends oynamaya başladım o zamanlar yani yaklaşık.
Que nosotros empezamos desde la MDL, la ganamos, después subimos a la MPL, también la ganamos y ahora estamos en el Mundial y también esperamos ganar.
I think Team Zone is underdog in M7. Nobody expected us to be here.
Evo was once a dark horse and we break through the expectation of everyone.
They broke history.
Even though we are coming in as a newcomer, we are not just coming in here for experience.
We know we have power, that's all, we are good.
Nosotros somos el equipo Dark Horse.
Who do I think will be the dark horse? A bit of a Malaysian bias, but I would say CG for sure.
I'll lean more towards Yangon Galactic.
I don't think anyone really is expecting CG to be a threat.
Kita orang bukan Dark Horse. Kita orang cuma pendatang baru.
ကျွန်တော်ကတော့အဲ့လိုတော့မထင်ဘူးအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်နေတော့ကြောင့်မလို့ပွဲတဲ့ကြရင်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံနဲ့ဆော့ရသွားမှာချပြသွားမယ်ချပြသွားမှာလို့ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်သေးတယ်
Sebab kita orang ni suka invade orang, baca orang, memang gaduh tak berhenti.
ညီရဥအောင်ချတယ်ပေါ့အဲ့ကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော် aggressive ဆော့ရတော့ကြတယ်
Agresif, kenapanya? Karena suka perang. Karena kalau misalkan bermain agresif, musuh bakal kena pressure duluan.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេង aggressive ដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំ Caimon គឺមើល player ខ្លួនឯងនីមួយៗហើយគិតទៅថាអ្នកគឺដៃខ្លាំងមែនតើអញ្ចឹងលេង aggressive គឺត្រូវ
我们战术打法无规则打法，就对手可能研究不透我们吧。
We are not that serious. We just playing for fun because it helps us not get pressure. If you play for real, we get a high pressure international.
可以打进世界赛的关键之一是早睡早起，保持好身体。
Siguro determination lang din talaga and focus sa sarili kasi doon nalalabas siguro yung pagiging consistent sa paglalaro.
Our secret in our veterans in our team. Enemies need to respect us.
Strong mentality and discipline because it's all about out of the game. King teams for me are gaming us.
Siguro para masabi kong king yung team or legends, siguro meron muna silang MSC title and M-World title.
Kalau dibilang tim raja, enggak lah.
The Sky Kings have been taken down.
Kita belum layak lah dipanggil raja. Ya, back to back dulu lah semuanya, baru bisa dianggap tim raja.
Tingin ko isa kami sa mga king teams kasi sobrang dami na namin pinanalo na tournaments and sobrang dami na namin na-achieve ng magkakasama. Sa tingin ko kapag na-achieve na namin yung Golden Road, hindi na siguro king team yung tawag sa amin, siguro mas angat pa doon.
I think we are because based on the recent tournament in MSC, we are the top 2. If we win, we already show everyone that we have the potential to become more than a king. Let's do it for Malaysia.
I will redeem Indonesia.
I will complete the Golden Road.
Jakarta, Indonesia, the battle will start here in the M7 World Championship. Let the world see us.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second day of the Swiss stages here at the M7 World Championship. We finally know two teams who are on the 2-0 column, with Team Liquid PH and Alter Ego getting their second consecutive wins here today, but then there are going to be other teams joining them as well. My name is Renoir, here with Mirko and Naisu. Gentlemen, the last match that we saw with Alter Ego and Black Sentence Esports, it was a tough one to watch, I gotta admit. After BSC was able to surprise CFU, here comes Alter Ego, just stomping them.
Yeah, I'd say, especially after the reactions of Alter Ego, the CEO, everyone on Alter Ego's side, getting BS in their matchup.
Yeah.
Anything less than that performance would have been disappointing for Alter Ego. So I think they definitely got what was expected. They did what was expected of them.
Yeah, not only that, but our first half of matches today, much quicker than what we experienced yesterday, you know? So it'll be interesting to see like how that differs from day one of Swiss and now day two. I'm hoping that we get some longer, like a little bit longer games, you know, of course, for the second half.
Be careful what you wish for.
No, I'm okay wishing for it, man. Hey, it's best of once. Might as well bring it to the, to the forefront if you can.
Yeah, might as well. Mark. Exactly. 50. You know what? I wouldn't mind. At least one 15-minute game. That'd be wild. So I think it's time now we talk about this one. Cool Guys Esports, that's CG, not really their actual name, against Aurora Turkey. Again, a difficult day for the Aurora organization yesterday, as both Aurora teams suffered their losses. But this is a bit of a throwback matchup because in January 10, 2023, Gary and Valens, who then was an analyst for Team Hack, met Rosa, Tienzi, Apex 47, and Bad Girl Seth of Incendio Supremacy in M4. 3 years later, here they are. They will meet again, and it's going to be CG and Aurora this time around.
It's interesting because, you know, we've kind of talked about this leading in through for a lot of the teams and these players that met back in, still here in Jakarta, back in M4. And yeah, there's a lot of history there, right? So back then in the second round of the lower bracket, Incendio won that best of 3. They won 2-1, eliminating Team Hawk, right? So in some cases, you'd say, well, maybe this is a revenge time now for CG to go ahead and get their revenge in a way. But also, I think it's also to show us something better than, because hey guys, we were at the table. We were hoping for something more in the hands of CG, and I think this is, again, one of their chances. Now, they're running out of chances, so they have to, a lot of the teams here have to make it happen.
Yeah, it was really rough, but maybe we're going to get a little bit more of info behind the scenes leading up to this matchup. A little bit more information about CG and Aurora Turkey, maybe that we could use to set up the story between these two.
CG Esports adalah wakil kedua Malaysia ke M7.
Perasaan dapat balik M Series ni agak happy sebenarnya. Sebab first dah lama tak pergi M Series, dah 2 tahun. Tapi lagi happy sebab saya main dengan tim sendiri. Tim yang saya buat dari ML sampai ke MPL. Sebab kalau kalah, saya suka saya tak kisahlah apa pun result, saya just tahu yang kita daripada ML, kita dah cuba yang terbaik dekat M Series. Even kita dapat nombor berapa kan, itu permulaan untuk kita improve ke depannya.
How are you feeling to be back?
Happy gila sebab takkan expect yang kita dah boleh ke grand final. Kenapa saya emosi waktu tu sebab tim dia ada banyak masalah. Satu dari masalah line up, kita ada macam player gaduh dengan player, coach gaduh dengan player, coach gaduh dengan coach, dan alhamdulillah kita dapat fix. So benda tu agak bermakna sebab kita dalam setahun ni kita boleh achieve benda yang jarang tim boleh buat. So kalau dalam tim ni kita orang selalunya buat semua benda sekali. So kita orang bowling sama-sama.
Swimming sama-sama, makan sama-sama, pergi mana-mana sama-sama lah. Kecuali mandi lah pagi tak sama-sama. Saya rasa ada benda yang satu yang sama dengan Gary. M4 terus balik pada hari yang sama. Maksudnya saya balik dulu, next match tu Gary pula balik. Tapi hari ini kita terus pergi MC sama-sama. Saya harap the result lagi better dari M4. So berdasarkan line up season ni, saya rasa dengan kita orang ada pengalaman cukup. So saya rasa boleh top 5 dengan saya harap kita orang dapat harumkan nama Malaysia.
We have to remind ourselves that for CG, they are a team that went from the Malaysian Academy League, now here part of the World Championship. The journey they went through is insane, really. They even themselves didn't expect that they would make it to this stage. But at this point, there seems to be a difference in perspective here. You saw Chico guys there, Mirko said, I don't care about the result I get, I'm just happy we're here. While it's Gary looking at it as like, I can redeem myself from M4. Your general thoughts on CG in M7 so far?
Yeah, I think a little bit on that is like there's a contrast in the hunger that both of these players have, right? CG, a veteran, has been in here for such a long time, has represented Malaysia for the longest time as well. Gary, on the other hand, he got to represent Malaysia for Team Hawk again at M4, and they got so close to defeating the champions of that tournament. Echo was taken all the way to a full best of 5. So you can definitely still see the hunger in Gary. Though if you're asking me about CG, I came into this tournament thinking that they were going to be the dark horse. Not a lot of people thought of them as threats. But then yesterday's performance really disappointed me. That Freya jungle.
Well, actually, I think we got a report from Brigida, if I'm not mistaken, about that pick. So let's see if we can get some more answers.
It's a good one.
Hello, everyone. So today we are with Coach Rain from CG Esports. Hello,
Hi.
how are you doing?
I'm good, I'm good.
All right, all right. So we have a quick question for you
Okay.
before heading into the match. What was the reason behind the jungle Freya pick against SRG yesterday?
Okay, so when I do the brainstorming with my players, so we come to a conclusion that we cannot fight SRG head-on with like meta picks. So what we really preparing for SRG is like cheese pick. So Freya is the what we come with. Yeah.
I see. So it's a cheese
Yeah,
strat. All right.
yeah.
So do you have a quick message for your fans before this match?
Don't lose hope on us. Pray for us and wish us luck.
All right. Thank you so much, Coach. We'll see you in your next match.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brigida. I almost mixed it up. I almost said Brigida. Brigida, thank you so much. And of course, the coach as well for enlightening us. Nice, so apparently was part of the plan.
You know what? We kind of hinted on this yesterday too.
Yeah.
I gotta say we were mentioning that, you know, with CG, especially Chico guys, and just the lineup that is there, we kind of had an idea that they might be a team that leans towards some of those cheese picks, and now we heard it there straight from the mouth of the team and the coach, of course. And in best of ones, I'm completely okay with that. You know, I think it is a strat that some teams can really line up against and bring to the table. But again, is that going to happen here today? Like, do you still go for that potential cheese pick and this strat against a team like Aurora? Because again, with CG Esports here, you know, I think the potential is there. It's just we haven't really seen it just yet based off one game. And obviously, we need to see more from them.
Yeah, I think, again, I'm a big fan of cheese picks coming in, especially the fact that that was the angle for them. The vision was great. Yes, you cannot beat SRG at just a head-on battle with meta picks. They are probably the better team from Malaysia, but you need to have some proper fundamentals to set up for that pick. Now, that Freya pick came in quite late into the drafts, and there was already a ton of CC on the other side, and it's a jungle pick. If it's a gold lane pick, you at least can farm up a little bit better. You can get to your item power spikes. But again, it's something that if you do against Aurora Turkey, you'll get punished as well. We almost saw Alter Ego get punished by Aurora Turkey.
Exactly. That was a almost 25-minute game that we saw between Aurora Gaming and Alter Ego. And Aurora Gaming held their ground. They are the veterans compared to the CG lineup that they're going to be going up against. So, similar to what I said yesterday, CG needs to marry idea and theory with their execution.
Yes.
I would be okay if they decide to go for cheese here, but hopefully we don't see a repeat of looking as if they were drafted into a corner with that Freya pick. That was the problem. They needed that turtle one and they just couldn't get it. For Aurora Turkey, I think what we could say that we learned the most from their matchup against Alter Ego is that you take away some of their favorite picks, and then you force them to get creative, they get sort of out of their comfort zone and they play slightly differently. But the beast that is Aurora is still there, Naisu.
Yeah, and based off of that, but also our predictions right here, I have to say this is all of us kind of unanimously saying that, yesterday we wanted to see so much more from CG, and that wasn't the case. So you kind of opt for Aurora, and yes, they struggled as well, but I just feel like, again, in CG's case, they really need to step up, whether that's through the draft or even then in the execution factor.
Yeah, and it's not just us, by the way, on the English desk. It's also the Indo desk.
Yeah.
Every one of them, all three, went for Aurora Turkey as well.
All right, so it's a sweep for the Talents predictions. Don't forget to comment wherever you're watching what your prediction is for this matchup. I think because of the performance we got to see between these two, again, it's not a far cry to go for that Aurora prediction because we did not get to see G yesterday.
Yeah.
We saw something, but that wasn't what we expected from CG. Hopefully this time it's much more competitive. But at the same time, I'm like, my hopes have been dashed so many times. Do I still hope even more?
You hope. You always hope, man.
You gotta hope.
You gotta keep the hope going here. We're gonna go into this draft.
When is hope?
Hey.
When does hope and cope begin?
Hope and cope?
When does hope stop and cope begin?
You can have both at the same time.
Okay.
Hope and hope starts and ends with BTR.
That's one of the deepest things I've ever heard said about BTR. And of course it comes from you.
Trust me, I'm experienced.
Put that on the shirt. Aurora removed the Eve, Kimmy, and Hilda, while it's mid lane focus for CG. Understandable, it's Rosa. You take away Juicin and the Selena.
Yeah, you gotta also watch out for how they want to go ahead and play against TNC, specifically in the jungle. I think that's something that CG is going to consider here. Again, we saw this yesterday in the match against Aurora where the Leo Mord was taken from TNC, but also just like TNC has multiple heroes that he can play in the jungle. It's just, again, it was not the TNZ we're used to seeing, and also a lot of the bans, if I remember right from yesterday, were targeted to some of those options that TNZ likes to go for. So with first pick being up, Leia being taken out, what are we thinking here for Aurora? Do they actually just go? You notice how also after yesterday, teams have opted not to pick up that Sora so quickly?
Yeah.
It seems like they are still floating Valentina. Grog gets locked in here, but the Fanny was left open. And I think maybe that's why Aurora decided to pick up the Grog. If ever CG's thinking about the Fanny, they're going to think twice about picking it up.
Yep, Gary's crazy good on the Fanny, so that's something that definitely is going to be looked at by CG. They're going to have to think about that. And also, you don't want to be giving it over to TNZ.
Yep.
We did a piece of content yesterday, and I remember being asked about which team I think relies too heavily on comfort picks. And without a second thought, I just went for Aurora Gaming. Because, dude, when TNZ gets a Lancelot, the Fanny, when Rosa gets a Lina, Juicin, it just feels like the team knows what to do in every single moment of the game. And again, something that CG will definitely have to think about. Do not give them their comfort picks.
Are they going to take the Fanny here, or will they decide to play into it and just try to counter it with their own picks? They're going to match Assassin for Assassin if ever they pick up the Yu Zhong.
Let's see what they do here. The Lancelot, Yu Zhong, solid choices, especially.
There you go.
Yeah, so hey, they'll just trade it out. But it's still going to be Assassin for Assassin. We saw Fanny just in the last match too, so I feel like some of the teams, it's so weird, man, because again, Utility's in a weird spot where it was more of a, I would say almost like a 60-40 before we got into M7, but now I feel like Utility junglers have really kind of taken a back seat again, and that's just because of the nature of like XP lane, but as well as the roam options, kind of the way they cover the grounds. Yes, you're still going to see the Fredrin and Boxio pop up here and there, but nonetheless, because you have these bulwark heroes like the Ernest that gets picked up too, so, in a way, you're in a really good position already for these first 3 picks here for Aurora.
Yeah. So they have an EX laner that will be active. They have strong crowd control through the Grok and whatever maybe mid laner that they end up with. Fanny should have enough help.
Yep.
Now with these two, it's just that if CG might apply even more pressure, similar to picking up a Joe for Valens maybe later on if they want to really match the Grok in rotational aggression.
Okay, so what is it going to be? Mid-prio also definitely something they have to think about here. Because Aurora Turkey, just with the Grok, it's already a lot of good clear. The Farsa is the answer. Pretty solid one to deal with the clear of the Grok and the Uranus, but very vulnerable against Tianzi.
That Fanny's just gonna have a great meal day. Still room for Cho, or maybe even if they don't get the Cho, the high loss would be pretty good too.
Yeah, high-lows, but I also think we might even see a Valentina ban from CG just in case, because like you look at the mid picks right now, Farsa's already over here for CG. It was actually Aurora that takes out the Eve and the Kimmy. So, you know, left on the block here for mid laners that we're used to seeing is still, you know, Valentina might pop up. Farsa's already taken. Interesting though too, Lilia, one of the few heroes, or I should say teams, that can potentially pick up the Lilia. Plus, if I remember right, she got a little bit of a buff in the recent patch.
Yeah.
Very small one, but nonetheless still actually capable of kind of putting enough damage down, I would say. Now, the problem with this is, again, you got to be able to match what the Farsa can bring to the table in terms of early game pressure. Yes, your Fanny can do that in the physical department, but, you know, we know that teams with Fannies can also just, they're taking a huge risk to make it work. So, Badang's going to be banned out here, narrowing down the roam options for CG.
Yeah, not going to be seeing a Badang bang here.
Badang bang.
It is one of the best heroes that you could just pick up against that Fanny to give it problems. If they're eyeing that, then maybe the high loss and or the Cho will come in as a ban. But then, as you mentioned, I mean, they wouldn't want to ban the Valentina. They banned the Lilia. I wonder if they're just going to keep taking out mid-heroes. Oh, no. It makes a lot of sense to take out the Claude. We don't see the Marksman matchup yet. Could be open for carry to get picked up by CG, considering that they do have the Uranus to deal with.
Yeah. I'm thinking right now for CG, it's also the way to deny the Fanny. You don't really have a lot of deny right now. So the Moskov usually is an option with the Ruby too. So right now I think both those options are up for grabs for Amzik. I'm just wondering if they want to go and double down on the Roamer lock as well, right? Or would that be too much?
Too much roam?
Yeah, I feel like it might be a bit too much. Because there's always going to be an option. One of the options is going to slip through. If they ban out the Roamer, it's probably because they're just like, we don't really don't want to go up against that.
We'll see if it is still going to be a roam here. Last one is going to be the carry.
Yeah.
So both targeting a bit of that gold lane too. So might be interesting, you know, to see what actually gets put in the gold lane on both sides. But this is the response from CG. What they want to pick up, probably, if they want to, just pick up that roam now. Wait for that gold lane pick.
Oh, I mean, Moskov is still open.
Moscow's still open. That's probably the safest, I would say, right, against the Fanny.
Yeah, and like back home, that's what we usually see.
Yeah.
Adrian on one side, Moskov on the other side.
But if not the Moskov, you potentially, I was gonna say, just take a fighter, like just a Ruby, so you're not gonna, you know, have to deal with too much pressure in that lane. But still, with a Grok on their side too,
there you go.
There it is. This is the Moskov they were expecting.
Yep.
Because with a Grok there, like you can almost force any gank that you want to on these side lanes if they're actually able to play it correctly. So they'll leave that roam for the last pick for CG. So far standard though, you know, This is more of a standard draft that we're seeing for CG. So we saw the cheese yesterday, well now more standard, unless that last pick once again is going to surprise us. For Aurora on the other hand, we'll see gold lane and their mid lane option. I'm still wondering, is this just going to be a Valentina?
So
Harith in the gold, and they go a Lunox.
Okay. Strong damage, burst based for both. But the fact that Aurora is very close range, this seems like it's very dependent on the Fanny to really pop off.
Yeah. I don't know if I like the Lunox too much here, because I just feel like their Brilliance is going to be used too quickly with the potential that CG has, whether that's the Yuzhong putting pressure there, a Lancelot's mobility, even hell, the Feathered Airstrike, you know? Like, there's just so much that I feel like will make it really difficult for the Lunox to work in the hands of Aurora here. Last pick, though, once again for CG, still needing that roam option. There's a whole lot they can... I don't think they'd go, like, a Kufra here. It looks like they're going to go Cho. So they go a Cho pick. This is also just... I expect there to be pretty good pressure on the side in the jungle if they're able to make it happen.
Yeah.
I like what we're getting here from after what happened yesterday from CG. Is very, you know what?
Standard.
I vibe with this.
Yeah.
I vibe with this.
I like it too, you know? They were thinking, okay, SRG are just so much better than us fundamentally. But Aurora Gaming, on the other hand, maybe not. So we'll try this approach, the normal approach. Though I will say, I was expecting something of like more lockdown. something that can lock down without not having to get purified, like a Kaja. I was thinking of a Kaja as well here.
I think a suppress might have shown up.
Because the Cho now, it's so easy to dodge, and the only guy you can really go for is Tianzi.
Yeah. And then this really means that you have to time things with your Yu Zhong very well. One of them's going to have to use their abilities to just bait out Purify. So let's see if the execution for CG will actually do really well, or will Aurora Turquia pissed off pretty sure after what happened to them yesterday, and organization in day one of Swiss looking for a revenge. We'll see how these two start it off.
Yeah, in a way, both teams really wanting to kind of redeem themselves after yesterday, man. And what better way to do it than in this matchup? We'll see if it's going to be a quick one, too, because we have seen where, for example, if TNZ is able to go ahead and scale up really quickly on this Fanny, then, it's kind of tough to deal with if you're CG Esports here. So I don't expect too much to happen in the early game, honestly, even for that Little Wanderer, where sometimes we see more of that skirmishing happening because, again, it's a little bit too risky with TNZ on that Fanny just yet, but he's going to go ahead and secure his orange, and it's just normal rotations for now.
Yeah, another thing that we can point out is the fact that it's going to be quite difficult for Aurora Gaming to control neutral objectives, right? They have a Uranus and a Grok. I'm not too sure if the Grok's going to be able to get level 4 by the time Turtle 1 spawns, but even then, who's going to try to bait out the Furious Dive Petrify so that Tianzi can get an opening around those turtle fights?
Seems like something about the Aurora Gaming lineup also screams that, you know what, let's let CG come to us, and then let's see how we're going to answer after that. I mean, that's one of the best qualities of Aurora Gaming this year, not just here in M7 with the one game that we saw at MSC, is that they really can gauge fights incredibly well. And if you overheat, use all of your toolkit, then they're going to punish you really hard for that.
Yeah, even with this, looking at the emblems, pretty standard. Whole lot of Impure Rages, of course, here for Aurora Gaming, but, we have seen, like, the Grok being a solid choice. We see teams now kind of opting for that when they're on the blue side in the draft, priority-wise. Again, it provides a lot of utility. The knock-up is great from a Detect Charge, but then,
Rosa? Way too aggressive, gets caught by the puncture, and Pagu wasn't anywhere close to help.
This is what I was saying, man. I was exactly about that. The Lunox dealing with this kind of mobility that comes with a lineup that CG has is tough.
Great for the airstrike by Chiku. That's, man, almost just a sacrifice, but it works out in the end. That's going to be A3 with a Fierce Dive. Now, I'm seeing SOD all the way from downtown, able to land it on Tianzi, and that means no turtle, no purple buff as well.
Night and day performance so far for CG Esports. Aurora need to recover. Pagu and Rosa were there when Amzik went in, but they weren't level 4 yet, which is why that Moskov got away without a problem, Naisu.
That feels bad, man.
Yeah,
when that happens, like, you dealt with what Chico already put the pressure on, you get your buff, and then you unfortunately die. So right now, CG Esports in a good position. And now that you have a level 4 available for Valens, he can decide to go for these kicks, these setups if he wants to, and especially in the early portion of the game. Wow. Okay, well, I was about to say he made Bowie. He made up for that one, man. He at least gets a kill in his hands here over to Aurora.
They're angry, man.
Yeah, they had to.
No purple, no turtle. Rosa getting done dirty like that. All right, at least they're on the board now.
Yeah, they needed to do that while CG Esports, the slight lead that they have, they are playing around the Cho. Still, they should not be comfortable. Trying to see where they can find an opening. Lunar's handling the Yu Zhong pretty well. Even in the jungle, slight pressure as well now from Pagu. So Aurora Gaming are trying to recover by applying pressure in so many parts that CG cannot find an opening. Even here, Sigiboom, with Chico deciding to go down, not going to be able to find a start on the Harith.
Yeah, it's really going to... I mean, even if you try to make a play down there for Valens on the Cho, you know that you have to get through a Purify, right? So sometimes you want to... You show yourself in that lane just to go ahead and kind of give the second guess to Sigiboom, but mostly he's going to be safe. They're going to have to fight around the objective coming up next here. So this one, we'll see if it plays out better. It should be a full-on fight. You've got some resets going up on the XP lane. A3 gets back to the base and they'll join this one. Lunar does take a bit of a hit here. Gary's damage actually really good already early on. The stalemate for the turtle, though, as TNZ will look for his own opening. Again, with this expanding rivers can help them rotate. Oh, Chiku, wings by wings, he's fine. And just Pagu's going to keep that turtle there.
Yeah, good chunk of damage earlier. He's trying to poke down Chiku. Make sure he cannot go with the airstrike now. Balance goes in, way the Dragon Flicker combo into it. But the barrier was able to cancel it now as TNC goes into the backline. There's no more lockdown. Chiku has to flicker off. Balance gets taken out by Rosa. As Yet3 with the Petrify and the Furious dive over. Gets the passive proc, but now has to go under turret. It's a 1-for-1. Rosa for Valens. But Lunar still holding on to the turtle. Gary on it already. Tienzi gonna look for the retribution as well. It's Tienzi who wins it out. Gary 1 HP barriered away, and Lunar gets the kill.
You shall not pass. That, man, the Rampart, so many times whenever you see the Grok, you know that that's going to come in clutch from time to time. So now, with all that just happened, Aurora will get themselves that turtle. They'll go ahead and take this purple buff as well, and it went over to Lunar. So he's going to have a fun time with that, at least for now. But this is the thing, you know, you got to be cautious. Oh, hold on, Sequel.
Goes for the way the Dragon, but the Purify is available. Oh. They actually do get a Spear of Misery, but they don't decide to commit, and that actually might hurt them. Rosa walks up the barrier again. Valens trying to escape. One last hit. He's burning. He's taking down the glowing one. Doesn't do enough. Valens stays alive.
I feel like that barrier actually hurt the attempt to take down the Joe. It gave him just enough space between him and the Lunox, so seems like Rosa might tell Pac with their hand, so be careful with your walls just a little bit. Good try. Maybe next time.
You know, I said they
fix it just a bit.
Came in clutch earlier. Well, that time, maybe not so clutch, but, you know, surviving there, that's great for Valens. He's going to go ahead and build up again into more of that hybrid defense because you need it across the board. You've got great physical and magical damage on the profile here for Aurora Game, especially in the early portion of the game as we're seeing. But still, nonetheless, as this game unfolds, we're going to be looking at, especially for Amzik. Oh, as I mentioned, him could be in trouble.
Yes, Flicker. That's going to be the Flicker. Tienzi comes in with a cutthroat. Just a hit from Rosa, and they get the pick on Amzik up top.
Yeah, great read by Pagu. Oh, Chiku White.
He's alone. Valens walks up. Great brilliance now, but Valens still has. Oh,
Valens?
Rosa still will be taken down, so at least they get something.
They got something, man, but that was, that was a little rough. Hey, turtle's up, though.
A result is a result in the end, and they're going to be getting to the turtle first. Spear of Destruction is not going to land on the Harith, and the Harith will be able to clear out tower. Aurora and CG will fight for turtle number 3.
Okay, turtle's up here.
Wow, wait, this is... They have the tempo, they have the control, but they don't want to force it. Oh, no. Hesitation.
That's a weird trend that we see again with teams that go up against Uranus. They overthink the Uranus just a little bit.
It's just because he's so annoying to deal with too. Like, I mean, you can provide that vision. You're tanky enough to kind of just sit there and, you know, stay in their face. And so no turtle committed actually just yet, but it looks like Aurora's going to go ahead and start this up. I think still, yeah, they should be able to secure this actually.
The thing is, Tienzi already took the purple buff because in Aurora's minds, they were thinking we're not going to get turtle. We're just going to get a trade. So it was Tienzi purple into bottom lane clear. So Gary is now super behind.
Yeah. Maybe partly because since Amzik used... wait a minute. Since Amzik used SOD to try to go back to defend his bot lane tower, the CG was probably thinking, hey, we won't have our Moscow. Gary, no!
Great Thorn Rose, though. Great reactions from Gary. Could have been real bad.
Yeah, tough, though. I don't know if they want to re-engage here?
Kick. Go on to Rosa. Petrify Fierce dive already. That's going to be Rosa taken down for the 4th time this game as Lunar walks up as well with the Black Dragon form gets used by Yet3. So far, just another pick. Tienzi, though, in the bottom lane, looking at the pick off onto Amzik. Spear Misery doesn't stun him up now. Tienzi going to go for the cutthroat. Will be able to do so, and even through it all, Amzik survives, but Lunar walks it up. Now it's Valens. Oh, man, this Uranus is big.
That's what I'm saying, man. You know, it might be overthinking, it might not be. I think Uranus is just that annoying to deal with because you can also soak up so much damage, and if you go ahead and look, you know, he's just got he's got 2 items now. He's got the Oracles and that Brute Force, so he's tanky enough to go ahead and continue to do that. And so it gets a little more difficult now for Amzik on this Moscow. Gary is trying to get his buff. He will be able to secure it, but again, Lunar.
No Thorn Rose. Consecration gets used up. He finally uses the Thorn Rose. All the peel in the world. But look at the Harith down below. Siggy Boom just picked up a free tier 2.
Yeah, his heat map right now is just pretty much all in the bot lane. But it works out for them. I mean, that is now going to be a problem for CG when it comes to the objective fights, and that becomes the far lane when the Lord spawns up top. Fortunately for them, the Lord will be spawning in the lower portion of the river. Pagu now has an Athena's shield, which means the burst dished out by Chiku has to be saved, mainly for Rosa, Tianzi, and Sigiboom.
That's what I was saying earlier, man. Amzik is going to be the one they're playing into towards the late game if they can get there, because right now, Aurora Gaming not really giving them much room to breathe. With this shift in focus and the momentum they have now, they should be an easy Lord take for them. You see that. They started up very quickly. Oh, Valence.
That way the Dragon was... Okay, Valence now caught the barrier. Yeah, 3 gonna be knocked up as well. That way the Dragon flicker was towards Aurora Gaming.
It was a way.
It was a way of not the Dragon they were looking for, man. And so what's happening is because they're making these mistakes, they're losing these fights, you don't have any other option but to just let Amzik push across the map. That's about all they can do because these fights just are not going their way at all. And so with that, 4,000 up now for Aurora Gaming, they've, you know, even though Rosa has dealt with a lot of the deaths here, I think it's all part of the plan for this lineup and allows them to go ahead and scale up really well. Because even looking at this, you know, Sigiboom, it's going to be his time to now lock in on this Harith. He's got his Feather of Heaven and Starlium Scythe already and the Holy Crystal, so that damage now is really online for the Harith, and I think this is going to be a difficult thing to defend for CG just because, again, what do you do here other than drop down a Feathered Airstrike?
Yeah, and even if they drop down the Feathered Airstrike, that becomes like a big signal for Aurora Gaming attack here. Look, while Gary almost gets bursted down completely by Tianzi up top. Here comes Aurora down bottom.
Dude, First Lord, a base turret, and they have a Moskov and Farsa and Lance. This is a comp that you would expect to be able to defend First Lord, at least not lose a base turret. Aurora Gaming are getting everything.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think it's just this bulwark of a front line that Aurora Gaming has, and they've got really good opportunities to just kind of take out the rest of the shields as they do. CG Esports will hold on to 2 base turrets, but again, you know, who's going to be the guy to make that play every time Valence has gone in? It's not been the kick that he's looking for. Either is that one.
All right. I mean, they forced out Purify, I guess, but that's still 4-0 to Uranus.
And that means there's no way the Dragon for Kenzie. He's able to bait them a few of those resources back. Yet 3, no Petrify. That's it. They back away. I think, again, from just that first Lord charge, they got what they wanted. That's the far lane base turret away from Lord.
It's not that many teams that are able to get even a base turret right off the Lord right now, at least from what we've seen, unless you're talking about massive leads. And it's interesting because we've seen leads before being, you know, 10,000 ahead, and some teams still aren't able to get that, but they'll still put pressure.
Oh, no Purify on Lunar.
Oh, Lunar.
Wait, the Dragon gets him out again! This is a catastrophic Chol performance. I'm sorry.
Oh, Valence, you guys already had a kill. Why'd you have to kick him away?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did not intend that, but at the end, it's not the intention, it's the result.
Oh, that was,
really rough here for Valence and just CG in general, man. Totally disconnected in the way that they want to approach this, and you know, that's tough to kind of recalibrate from really quickly in this game. The Lord's coming up in a couple seconds here, and it's just going to be taken by Aurora Gaming. CG Esports, unless some miracle, I don't want to completely count out an SOD landing and taking the Lord, but it looks like they even want to get in position. They'll keep Amzik on that bottom side of the map across here, and Aurora will take their time.
Double tech charge coming down now. Yeah, 3 pops in the Black Dragon from. They are able to bait out the Feather Airstrike, but Rosa has used both ultimates. Valence walking up again, getting caught, and now as the shot pull away, the barrier locks him down for a bit as Rosa does a little bit more damage. Shenzi in the back line gets caught in the Petrify now. Libra Cables will be able to get through. Yeah, 3.
Okay, they kept the Lord as well. Amzik's pushing. He's been doing this all game. That's about all they can do. Lord secured by TNZ, but at least a tier 2 falls here, or almost does. Amzik.
They'll make it right.
Lunar.
Oh my God! They cancel it. Amzik, how do you escape from this? Pagu's taking a long way to cut him down. Flicker available, SOD as well, but Pagu is not going to give him the chance to do so. TNZ walking up. The way the Dragon will lock TNZ down as Amzik goes over to Spear Minister, but a tech charge will be able to peel for him. And now Amzik with a jump in over onto Amzik, and he falls. Valence, on the other hand, chased down by Lunar. He tried to peel, he tried to open up an angle for Amzik. Now they're like, all right, Tienzi, you got this, you got the cables. It's him on a killing spree.
That's just a highlight of Aurora Gaming. From the Lord to that pick, and this is gonna be it.
Base push in, Lord's still up, can they defend it?
Black Dragon form again, Sigiboom still doing so much damage. Oh my god, in the sky, Ye 3! Almost taking out Rosa with a flicker in forward. Able to pick up the kill on Ye 3. Gary falls as well. It's just Chiku and Aurora Gaming move on to 1-1 as CG get pushed down even deeper.
Tough performance here from CG Esports, and a better showing this time from Aurora Gaming. Very opposites here on what we saw in terms of performance for both teams.
Properly outclassed Aurora after the back-to-back organizational losses yesterday. They start off today with a W, and that was a great performance. I think that big final sequence is a perfect way to really take a good snapshot of this team, how they handled that Lord. They allowed Tienzi to go all the way to the back to chase down that Yu Zhong. Even though they needed him for the Lord to Reggie, they didn't actually need him. Let the team just slowly whittle it down and see if we can get kills, and then translate that into a kill after seeing the Moskov pushing down bottom. The most tragic thing about that, the tower that Amzik wanted to push was just a hair away from being broken.
Most tragic thing about that was honestly the choke pick, man. I mean, that was in the performance. Like, I'm sorry, but yes, have to agree with Mirko here. It was a very rough one.
Dude, the first 3 times was like, all right. The 4th one, when they kicked away the Uranus, it was just like, wow. In a bad way, though, not the good wow. It's a bad wow.
Yeah.
There's wow and wow.
Oof.
It's more like
I even went, one of the players, but I was like, okay, wait, hold on. Let him cook.
Well,
CG.
Hey, CG's gonna need to do a lot to really bounce back.
Can we all please give it up for Aurora Gaming? All right, that was a clean win that you got against CG Esports. Now we have Bad Gal Seth and Lunar together with us here on stage, and I would like to start this off by asking Bad Gal Seth. Okay, so last year, it was a bit evident that there has been quite a struggle with you guys in terms of best of ones. So with this win that you got just now, would you say you've already adjusted and are now comfortable playing in this setup?
Yeah, and since it's BO1, like anything can happen, and like yesterday, how can I say?
Okay.
Yesterday, I think it's just, how can I say this word? I don't know. I don't know how to say this word in English, but it was unexpected a little bit. I mean, we could have done better, but today, I think we played almost how we wanted.
Okay.
We want to show that everyone that we are strong.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Okay, and I think you did a really great job in this game to show that, so congratulations. And now for Lunar, I want to ask you, how do you feel about the meta in the EXP lane? Like, could you share with us what are your thoughts about the current meta in the EXP lane?
I think current meta XP heroes are fine, but that there's not too many heroes on XP playable, so there can be more, I think.
All right, okay, I see. Okay, now, I guess I'd want to ask this last question to Bad Gal Seth once again. So far, you've always been up against powerhouses. So you've been against regions like Indonesia and Malaysia. So considering your performances and the games that you've been through in the past few series that we have, do you think that you could call yourselves, or you could consider yourselves to be on the same level as these powerhouse regions already?
Yes.
Confidently, yes. No further explanation needed, and that will be their response to that question. Thank you so much to Bad Gal Seth and Lunar. Thank you for joining us in this interview. And now let's go and throw it over back to our casters.
Wow, so that was Aurora Turkey's coach saying they got to perform almost completely how they wanted. It felt like they were able to do exactly what they wanted to do, but if there's more to it, then things are looking up for Aurora.
I think they were expecting less of help from Balance.
Yeah. Not only that, but I will say
unfortunate.
I like the answer just with confidence that they do feel like
Expected.
expected, but also they're at the level. Like they are confident in their ability to go ahead and play at the highest level here. And I think, it's teams like this with Aurora Gaming where you do see those really big shades of potential from game to game, and this is one of them, right? An MVP here for us for this game one.
Nope. Okay.
We know who the real MVP is.
Yeah.
Mr. Consecration.
Consecration. Lunar. Nah, W though. He did an amazing job this game. Chastised Pauldron early as well. Really shut down Amzik, dude.
Yeah, every time that Moskov showed up and the Uranus was right in front of him, well, I mean, you just take out one of the biggest problems that you have. And most importantly, I liked how he was really just managing the Yuzong of the EXP lane.
You know what's funny, Renmar, when you mentioned the heat map,
Yeah.
I almost thought you meant about Lunar's heat map because the dude was everywhere. Like,
yeah.
He was, as soon as he was able to, he was literally everywhere on the map. And that's exactly how you want to be on this Uranus pick, providing not only that vision, but also just being a nuisance, And yes, that was about as great of a time that CG Esports had. Like that one play, were they able to get TNZ after that purple buff was it. But, after that, again, in every single lane, they just struggled. And I almost feel bad for Chiku in a way because it's like his Farsa just, like he had the damage. He was able to go ahead and actually get, some of the kills here too, but it was just unfortunate because there was a disconnection with the team as a whole here. And, they just weren't able to execute the way they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, CG were able to match it up for kills, but then in the grand picture of it all, in terms of how you're managing the map, how you're playing actually in these fights, are you getting kills because it just got way too scrappy and the other team decided, all right, I'm gonna be sacrificing myself, or is it because you were proactive in getting that kill? It was usually because Aurora just decided to take some trades, and then as the time went on, since the Uranus couldn't be stopped, and then Tianzi only just suffered one death in this game, it was non-stop for Aurora.
Oof. Again, like even when you look at this, it might have been scrappy, but I don't know. I just almost wonder because in any competition that we have, you also have to consider teams like if you look at the loser in a competition, you're like, okay, they made more mistakes, more errors than the opposing team, and I think that's really kind of one of the big things in this matchup, at least specifically here. It almost makes you wonder, like, what if there weren't so many errors as a team from CG Esports here? Like, would it have been different because? Yeah, as a team. Yes, as a team, right? I mean, it's all, there's no I in team.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
So, would have been different because I feel like there were moments where if it would have been a kill, then that would have given them some of that momentum that they needed here to not let it get completely out of control against Aurora Gaming.
Again, we also, I think a good example for that would be that one turtle that we thought CG would be rushing for immediately with how Tianzi was already thought they wouldn't get the turtle, so they go purple, they went to the bot side clear. It partly could be because Amzik decided to use the Spear of Destruction to try to get back to the bottom lane, and CG might have wanted to have that instead for their turtle, just in case Aurora decided to show up. But then that just goes to show really, again, the difference between these two in terms of the experience that they've had internationally in most recent memory. Again, CG, as we showed earlier, went from MAL to where they are now. Yes, they made it to the grand finals in MPL MY, but every team just performs differently, a different level when it comes to the international stage. Here's the heat map we were talking about.
I was going to say, we did get a heat map.
Everywhere.
Look at this roaming Uranus, man.
Yeah, put them on the other side of the map now.
Yep, we're getting there. This is game time.
There it is.
Start of the game all the way
There
to
you
the 14th
go.
minute. There you
go. Again, this is so important, especially for all the XP laners out there. And just, if you decide to go ahead and play Uranus, look at this. This is exactly what you want to go ahead and emulate, just because he provided so much. Just to the team as a whole. And
he's coloring the map.
Yeah, the vision that this provides is phenomenal. Right? And not only that, but also just being able to go ahead and soak up a ton of damage, especially who, other than Chico, is Amzik. like you mentioned, the chastised pauldrons and just kind of being able to post up between that offensiveness that was supposed to be from CG Esports, it was all pretty much dealt with our MVP there, Luna.
W Lunar.
W Lunar. The Oracle, the BFB that he decided to go for the first two. I think the BFB was also one of his sleeper hits that did really well for him. So we're going to do one of my favorite things to do by saying thank you to our friends.
Our friends.
Here's a new way to celebrate esports highlights. You got One Play, the official MLB BM Series tournament, trading cards, bringing premium design and modern tech together. Available this January. Head to play.com for early access. Grab yours and hold a real piece of the M Series legacy. Again, another question. How come we don't have...
I was just thinking that. Like,
we usually
maybe
have
it's a knockout
to show
stage
it
thing,
off,
because
right?
in MPLID, it was when we got the playoffs that we got the cards.
Because you know how that's like a thing right now where like everybody does like the pack opening content? We should do that.
We have done that in MPLID.
Like crispy.
I'm so interested to see whether I can get like a Bomba signature, you know, the teams from...
And then would you trade? Like, would you trade your...
I would trade it. If you get a Bomba, what would you want?
I wouldn't trade you.
Huh?
I wouldn't trade you.
Oh.
If I got a Bomba?
No, if you got something else that you didn't like it and you're like, you want to trade, you know?
I'd trade for a Kyrie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would not trade my Kyrie signature.
Yeah. I would, whatever signature I end up with, I think I'm just going to be happy for that. By the way, yes, this time it is an MCGG ad read. The World Championship for Magic Chess Go-Go will be coming on January 10th and 11th. The group stage and semifinals will see fierce competition, and on January 25th, the grand finals will take place at the M7 Carnival. So please follow the official channels to get the latest information. Naisu loves MCGG.
I do, and I would love to go ahead and join witness to the birth of the first MCGG Worlds. Like that's
Go One.
That's crazy. Go One.
It's called the Go One.
Go One.
Go One.
I don't know why, but a part of me wishes it was just G.
G1?
G1. M1,
But it's-
G1.
right, yeah.
But it's Go-Go.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's Magic Chess Go-Go.
So Go 2 will literally be Go-Go.
Yeah.
So why aren't we
B? B1. Yeah.
B1.
Go on.
B1.
B1.
Well, marketing, consider it.
Consider it.
But again, that was Aurora versus CG. Congratulations again to Aurora Turkey for getting that win. CG are now on the 0-2 column. They are one. What you need 3 losses, right?
Three losses.
One
losses.
loss away.
One loss away from them being eliminated from the M7 World Championship. Let's see down the line if CG can recover. Once again, my name is Renmar here with Mirko and Naisu. We're going to be back for the next match. It is SRG versus Team Spirit. I think that's going to be a really good one. History between these two. It was SRG that eliminated Team Spirit when we got on over to Axiata in M6. But this time it's just a BO1, man.
It was.
You think it's going to be the longest game we'll have for the second shift?
On paper, it does look like it's going to be up there. Just with YG and Onyx, though. So those two, I'm expecting long games.
I love saying that name.
Yangon
Galacticos.
They're very close to being called Young Gun.
Young Gun.
The Young Gun Galacticos. But that is later. Again, it's SRG versus Team Spirit coming up. We'll see you in a bit.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam. stand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Welcome to the M7 Carnival, legend. You traveled all the way to the Land of Dawn? Don't worry, we'll guide you through all the activities and wonderful experiences we have. Here's everything you can do in the M7 Carnival for ticket prices as low as 20,000 rupiah. First stop is the Stage of Legends, filled with performances, music, cheers, the biggest M7 watch party, and a special performance from Stephanie Poetry on the final day of the carnival. Game recognizes game in the M7 Carnival, as we'll be collaborating with the NBA. And history is made here at the M7 Carnival, the first ever MCGG World Championship. The Go 1 Grand Final will be hosted here at Stadion Maja Jakarta. So come join us and feel the energy. Next stop, the Heroes Playground, to take photos with giant hero statues and meet cosplays of heroes from the Land of Dawn. Come to the Hall of Creators and Pros to meet and greet with top content creators. Teams from MPL ID and Legends are here. Line up, take photos, and even walk away with an autograph. Play games in the Rewards Arena to win prizes from all of our brand partners. It's at the MPL Market. Booths of your favorite teams, exclusive drops, and surprises from your favorite teams. Take a quick bite at GoPay's Land of Dine. We've partnered up with GoFood for your food and drinks. The magic map has shown us all 6 zones in the M7 Carnival. We're calling you to play, explore, and wander. Don't miss out on exclusive gifts ready for visitors worth over 2.5 billion rupiah, including M7 limited edition swag bags, exclusive merch, in-game chests, and special skins. Are you ready, legend? Get your tickets soon, because we can't wait to meet you at the M7 Carnival.
Again, if you missed the previous matchup, here it was CG falling down to Aurora, Turkey. Now they are down to the 0-2 bracket, while Aurora goes to 1-1. Now we go on over to SRG versus Team Spirit. Still Renmar, Mirko, and Naisu here. Again, just to recap, if people missed out, what's your one-word description of what we saw in the previous series?
Expected.
Ouch. Ouch. I mean, folks, come on. I don't think we need to recap that anymore. Let's go on over to Selling Aura Giants versus Team Spirit. Particularly excited about this one. You, Mirko, personally said this was one of your two matches for the second half of the day that you think would go on to like maybe around 20 minutes or more.
I hope it goes around 20 minutes because, again, these are two really, really good teams. Top four, most of the tournaments they've been in as well. And the fact that we get to see Team Spirit, who've already gotten the chance to, again, understand the meta. This is the thing with Team Spirit, right? When the meta just dropped, they always dip. But when they have time to understand the meta, to learn the meta, to master it, then they become good again. SRG, on the other hand, a team that should be on paper better than Team Spirit, but notoriously haven't done too well in best of ones. Will they be able to beat Spirit again?
I think for me, I'm always looking to see, like I always want to see Team Spirit and these guys make it to, I'd like to see them get to a grand final. I don't know if we're going to see that maybe
Spirit
here.
Grand Final?
Spirit Grand Final, man. I would just like to see it because, again, I'm always a proponent for these regions or these teams, shaking things up. And I feel like that's what some of the teams have wanted to do against a team like SRG because the Red Giants versus the Spirit Dragons, is this going to be redemption or basically a repeat here?
Yeah, in M6, SRG put an end to Hiko Mania when they eliminated Team Spirit in the lower bracket semifinals 3-0 once we moved on over to Axiata Arena. On the surface, not much has actually changed since the last time they met. Both teams maintained dominance over their region with the same roster, of course. SRG in a 4-peat right now, if I'm not mistaken. What changed for sure is the meta, as you were talking about. More AXP lane focused.
Yeah.
Even more requirements from Cram and Kid Bomba to really step up and set the tempo, which, interestingly enough, I gotta say, they both got to do yesterday.
Exactly, and it's actually really, really good for both these teams. Spirit and SRG have been very reliant on their XP laners in the past, and when the meta wasn't really fully on the carries on XP, that's when they kind of struggle, right? One thing that was a bigger change compared to SRG for Spirit is the fact that they did change their coaching staff from M6. It was Ren, now they've got a different line of coaching staff.
Yeah, domination or redemption, the story between these two. From the EXP lane, we now have to look at the other side lane here. Hiko versus Innocent. Gotta say, this is gonna be so tough for Hiko, man.
Yeah.
Because what we've just heard is, leading up to this, Innocent has just been getting better and better, while Hiko Mania has sort of just gone down under the radar, dipped maybe even just a little bit.
Yeah, it's, again, when everybody kind of saw Hiko Mania start up, especially in M6, and getting that Savage back in M6, it's... I feel like anytime that happens, there's always going to be all these eyes on you, right? There's all those clips, all those highlights going around, and you got to remember, Hiko's like really young, too.
Yep.
I think I'm not sure if it's still the case, but he was the youngest player in M6.
Yeah. Not anymore. Now it's the Zone Boys.
Okay, now it's the Zone Boys, but he's still one of the younger players, right? So, again, he might be building up to dealing with some of the pressure, getting more comfortable here on the international stage, even if he had these great performances already. And if you look at all the amazing players that we have, they've all gone through this phase, right? They've all had to deal with that pressure. Innocent even himself, like, again, going from the Philippines and then now in Malaysia, being a star over there, had his own journey, and then these mainstays that have been powerhouses, like, again, Yooms, one of the just historic and I think one of the bigger veterans over there, especially that is on SRG. And, him and Sao, by the way, two M-Series veterans. Sao, this is his 6th M-Series. Guys, right? And Yooms, this is his 4th M-Series. So they bring a lot of that experience to the table and to the teams that they're both representing here.
Yeah. With Yooms, we know what kind of performance we're going to get. It's going to be yummy. For Sao, the last time we got to see him, it was not the most impressive. A lot of eyes on him, especially that R-Lot, if y'all remember what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I really hope this becomes a redemption game specifically for Sao. If there's anyone here that's going to redeem themselves, or I want to see redeem themselves, it's the roamer of Team Spirit. Because when you're going up against what is arguably one of the most widely lauded and praised mid-trios alongside, of course, the Sans, Keyboy, Kyrie.
Yep.
When you look at Sakai, Stormy, and Yooms, you just think, wow, that's a really difficult trio to go up against at the center of the map. You're going to need the roamer to really set the tempo for your team if you want to handle the trio of SRG.
And that's why I think the roam and then like XP layers, because we talked about this a little bit ago, XP lane is in such a interesting position because you can go and play for example, like we just saw the Uranus, and you would think, okay, it's going to be pretty standard. Like this is the old way that the Uranus and the XP used to be against the Esmer all the time. But now look what you can do, like what Lunar did with the MVP performance. You can see that from a lot of XP laners right now. But then you also have the more action-packed XP laners, the playmakers, if you will. And that can happen here. And I feel like Team Spirit, again, with Kid Bomba, who's known for that play style and that personality, is going to be one of the key components here. But even then, like you mentioned, I agree with you, Renmar. Sao, the roamers really have to step up right now, too. And they are a huge component to making those wins happen.
Hey, maybe that's why he played the Cho yesterday. I was like, hey, guys, my Cho's not bad. He can it's pretty good.
I think it was a strategy to actually play Cho on day number 1 because they were up against weaker opponents, right, on paper, so that they can actually display how good Sawo can be on a Cho and make others overthink about it. Again, we're expecting coming into this tournament that Team Spirit will still just be utilizing the strengths of Sawo. Not to say that, well, yes, to say that mechanically he isn't up there with like the Keyboys, the Yums, right? He's more of like a JP, and it's completely fine.
Yeah.
You have a certain playstyle, that's when you want to use for the majority of the tournament, but having that just thought on the back of your opponent's head, thinking, oh, he can pull off the Cho. He did pull off the Cho yesterday, can be a good curveball to have.
Yeah, which then raises the questions, if he can pull off the Cho, how well can he pull off the Grok? Usually one of the heroes that you tie up alongside that column of a I want to play a roamer that pisses off the opposing team because
He's
I'm
actually
always
really
there.
good Grok, Sawo.
He's really good Grok.
Yeah, I like his Grok.
How's his Hilda then is going to be another question,
I
right?
like his Hilda. The JP picks, the Hilda, Gata, the Hylos, he's amazing.
All right, so Sawo, you're going to have to replicate that kind of performance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yums yesterday played the Kalea, and I mean, we got an SRG-style performance. It was just pick off, it was explosive.
That's why for me, it's kind of like the opposite, right? For Yums, he wants to be on those heroes, the Kalea, the Chos, the playmakers.
The playmakers, yeah.
Meanwhile, it's more just a constant for Sawo.
Yeah, but and you know, as you mentioned, JP, like that's one of the things when you are playing more of those kind of roams.
Yes.
You kind of just naturally fall under the radar because you're not making these crazy plays that the more setup potential roams happen. You know, so again, you have all these flavors of different roles and players, and that's something that we always try to highlight here on the world stage because it is apparent, you know, the way that you watch them, the way that they go ahead and execute these certain hero pools, and like we mentioned even in the draft yesterday when that Cho did get picked up, it's like, this is not something you're used to seeing, at least, you know, in his hero pool, but it does showcase that, hey, even if I dig deep, I'm still going to be able to perform there.
Yeah, you see the Indonesian fans in the background were actually showing love to Team Spirit, who have just entered the arena. SRG are making their way in as well. I think two key words to look at for this matchup in terms of play style and execution will be disruption and explosiveness. This is what I want this to be. I want this to be a banger. I want to see the roamers and the EXP laners messing up Stormy and Sunset Lover, who are anchors for their team. And then the explosiveness coming in from the EXP laners and the gold laners, and of course the junglers as well. So let's look at the lineups. This time, let's look at the side lanes for SRG. Let's highlight the Filipinos in the squad, Cram and Innocent, and what they bring for Selangor Giants.
They bring a lot.
They bring a lot, man. Yeah, that's... You know, we already talked about the Beast yesterday, and he had all the space in the world to work on the Granger that he performed with yesterday. Because, again, Cram is one of those XP laners that he's very consistent in the way that he plays, especially now. And then, of course, you have the ability in that mid lane trio to just kind of do what they have to do in the early portion of the game and then shine later on. Again, Stormy himself, another one of the players that has such a deep hero pool and is relatively consistent in the way that he performs start to finish, you know, and I think, again, Yums, like I think this is the matchup where we really look at the two roamers in this matchup against them because, again, I think in a way it's like, does Team Spirit have a chip on their shoulder? Like, do they want to just really give it to SRG? And imagine if they do that here in this best of one.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see Team Spirit versus SRG because, again, this is also what we got to see at the M6 World Championships when they met up, when SRG beat them 3-0. It would be Team Spirit who wins out the early game, they get their template going, but they wouldn't be able to fully snowball to end the game. That's been, I think, the biggest problem for Team Spirit, closing out games against international teams. It was the same case brought to you by Spirit when they were up against Onyx Philippines at the MSC 2025 at Esports World Cup tournament, where they met in the semifinals, or sorry, it was quarterfinals, and it was the same. They would get a lead, they would just not, I mean, it was Kelra King Kong things, those are the clutch things, but it's always the mid to late that really becomes the big hurdle for Spirit to get over. Have they fixed those errors? They've had a long time to do it. They need to know how to maximize those early leads. So SRG, on the other hand, are very good at dealing with that.
So now that we're in a best-of-1 landscape, I think for Team Spirit, it wouldn't be that surprising if they, say, maybe take a 5,000, 6,000 gold lead and control the game. We've seen them do it before against really big teams internationally across multiple tournaments. What would be an expected result is if they cannot close it out, as you were saying earlier. While for SRG, well, I mean, it's tough to look at what they need to work on because the only times we've seen SRG is just utter domination. Dominance in Malaysia. Dominance yesterday in the BO1 that they have. So go on over right now to your chat. Wherever you're watching, type down who you think is going to win. SRG or TS? Just chat it out. This is Updates Live. This is the fandom war that we're doing right now. So which team will win?
What about you guys? What do you guys?
I'm going with TS here.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm going TS. Like if our predictions are up here, mine was for TS.
My prediction was actually for SRG, but in terms of teams that I'm rooting for, this is going to be kind of crazy, but luckily we're on the English stream. I'm rooting for the non-ID PH Malaysia teams. I'm all in on Team Spirit, Yangon Galacticos, and the Zone Boys.
Oh, okay. So it's like your brain tells you one thing, your heart tells you another.
Yeah.
I like that. This is the real-time countdown. Oh, it's suddenly even out
so
real
close.
quick.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just
Wait,
keep on voting.
let's
Keep
vote
on voting.
real
Let's chat.
votes.
Yeah, actually, we should.
Keep voting. I mean, this is
I'll use my AI to
great,
vote.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
AI
wonder
is
is
a
this,
completely different team.
I was gonna say, is this from everywhere? Like, is this collective? You know, or is
I think this is collected from the Mobile Legends 5v5 MOBA channel and the MLBB Esports channel. This is the English stream.
I say Team Spirit too, by the way, just because again, I want to see, and this has actually already been happening. Like we have already been seeing this, and I love that our the Let the World See Us thing is our motto right now because
See us.
I will honestly say that all the other regions, there's been improvement across the board, right? There has been, and it's still gonna maybe take a while. Maybe it happens. I don't know. Like this is only day 2 of Swiss, but
all the regions nice.
Yeah. Well, I want to say, okay. I'll say majority. Sorry,
Majority.
you can't have absolutes, right? We can't have absolute statements because might end up with a picture of all regions have
All
improved.
regions, and then
Yeah. Hey, I will say this, though. This is something that I feel like us casters have been hoping for as well every time we're in this international stage.
Better
And-
coverage of our coats.
Yep. And yes. Hey, you've seen it, though, man, okay?
Yeah.
Our coats, the teams, and everything else.
No, but what were you going to say?
No, like the improvement. Like I want to see Team Spirit in the grand final. Like eventually. Like I think they're the best chance of a Southeast Asian team to get there, and they've been going through the ringer for the past years here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, let's revisit real quick as we show you the map, what they were able to do in MSC. They made it to the knockout phase. Why can't I find the bracket of the knockout phase for MSC? I know they beat RQ, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, they. Oh no, excuse me. No, yeah, because they were taken down by Onyx in the knockouts. Although they did have an impressive showing in the group stage as well. But the past is past. Let's look at the now and let's look at the rivers that are expanding. We're literally talking about the map here, folks. We're going to be on expanding rivers. So Fanny and Eve gets taken away by SRG. Respect to one shot, of course. M6 is when that popular clip of, hey, one shot, are you ready to play Fanny? Fanny, he has not practiced that in a month. Showed up with it, did really well. Eve gets taken out. Respecting Sunset Lover as being one of the best in terms of playing the Eves, the Farsas. He's a controller type mage. The experience of the veterans say alongside Sao just puts them with a lot of vision as their strength. While Team Spirit, they take away the Kalea as was prioritized by SRG yesterday and the Juicin away from Stormy. I think that's a great start if you're banning and drafting against SRG.
Maybe you'll just see, since the Kalea is banned out, you might even just see the Grok come through for SRG. First pick, they want to go that route. Still seeing exactly, too, what the Roamer matchup will be. But not only that, but I feel like as someone who is sort of rooting for Team Spirit here, if I put it that way, it's got to be Hiko, man. Like, Hiko's got to have some of that comfort. We saw this in the Keys to Victory in their matchup yesterday, where it was like, you got to be able to get Hiko one of those heroes, but at the same time, kind of protect him to allow him to get online. And that is a strength, but it's also a weakness. Like, we've seen teams, and SRG is going to do this with Coach Arcadia, and the game plan here is put pressure on Hiko or not even allow Hiko to scale up. We've seen games now today alone be very quick, and the gold laners, especially on traditional marksmen, don't really get to shine much, if it is a 14, 15-minute game even to a sense. So that's going to be a Lancelot ban out. We'll see what SRG picks up.
You mentioned the Grok, and
the Grok.
I'm liking it.
Yeah.
Like
No
Eve. No Galea.
Actually, with the Lancelot banned out,
YSS?
I was thinking you saw, but
yeah, question mark?
Definitely not a Cho. Okay, I get it. It was just like, yo, I saw last game. Let me fix the Malaysian Cho. Expectations.
Malaysian Cho.
Game respect game. Also a little bit of redemption as well. YSS Farsa. Hey, we talked a lot about the Roman trio for both of these two.
Yeah.
This is the priority for the entire draft. Bans and picks as well.
I think it needs to be the XP though for Team Spirit because now they've picked up a very vulnerable lineup to a Yu Zhong.
Yeah.
We know Cram is a pretty strong member of SRG. You know, a lot of people look to him as the carry, especially yesterday picking up an MVP on Phobius.
Lots of recalls and stickers.
I was gonna say yesterday. I just remember Cram recalling.
Yeah, I think that's his
He's aura farming on the Phobius.
That's his highest stat line, recalls per second.
I was gonna say he's been doing that ever since his time in the Philippines, though, too. Man.
That's
like,
true. That's
he
true.
is the recall guy.
Like every combo that he has for the suggestions, like if ever there's contents of players of like, hey, this is the best way to play this hero. You see the combo, it's like skill, recall, skill.
Very high APM on that kid right there.
Whoa, they don't go for the Yu Zhong. Okay, they go for the Claude and Joy. Both of them have terrific entries against the YSS and Farsa. It's not the EXP, but I like it. It's sort of like the same, it is the same idea.
Now, does this mean the Phobius comes through for TS, right? Because you can ban out a lot of the counters to it. You have a very, very good angle to control neutral objectives because the Cho and the Joy will be giving you free passive stacks.
Yeah, that would be a really great pickup. But I think they just want to lock in the matchup with the Claude carry right away. And you see it getting hovered here by Team Spirit. And it would be difficult if they don't have their gold laner and you see the opposing one there.
It feels so greedy, though, to go for that, right? I think the Ruby would have been a bit better of a choice if you want to go for a gold lane now.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're going to go for it.
Nigel, you think this was actually SRG's plan? They decided to pick up the Claude because they knew Team Spirit would be forced to pick up the carry?
I think not only that, but it's also just because they saw the Farsa, man. You know, like the Farsa, like we mentioned earlier, this is already a great combination to have the Joy plus the Claude there. And if the carry comes up, like if that's going to go through, which it did for Hiko, that's what we've seen from the carries. They take quite a while. I know that you could say the Claude does too, but the Claude has that ability to go ahead and double lane, farm up a little bit faster, whereas more so the carry, you will shred later on, but even so, it's like you don't really have like these tanky heroes over here from SRG that you need to shred through. But it's gonna take time for Hiko again, and that's what I was saying. This could be either that strength or that weakness for Team Spirit in this game.
I wonder if SRG is going to be taking away Bomba's picks or if he's going to ban out the Gatot and Hylos. Then, because if they go for Gatot Hylos ban here, that means all three of the signature Sao heroes will be taken out. Back in M6, it was actually TS that brought Belric to the table with Coach Ren to face off against the Joy. But after the changes to the Electrifying Beats now being able to actually get out of the CC easier, I don't think that's a choice that you would think for TS.
Yeah. As much as our legend epic rank brains are thinking, hey, I see Claude, maybe Belric.
Ooga booga.
Ooga booga. I think it's going to be too slow. That's the problem with it.
All right.
They got to take out the Grog.
I ignored the entire first phase. We forgot about it. Okay.
Yeah.
We thought it was going to be the first pick.
Yeah.
But Grog was just like, oh, I guess I'm not going to be in this one.
It could just be, you know, I don't know, like what if there's a world where SRG flexes the Cho? I don't think they would.
To
XP?
Ooh.
Like,
Been a while, but
what else did we see too? Didn't we see a Cho gold at one point?
Yeah, but there's a Claude, so.
Yeah, no, there's a Claude.
My goat Iman, by the way. Shout outs to him watching at home.
I don't know if they would flex it, but again, they don't have to. But the fact that the Grok was ignored and then a whole lot of these roams are still open, you go with a Cho pick who, this also could just be the case of we'll take Cho, we can still put pressure. Like Claude and a Joy paired up with this against a Farsa is great. YSS2, and I think, again, when you think about the prolific roamers, and especially Cho roamers, I would say Yums is one of those, right? He's done it many times. These last bans, though, do they still go for... Do they narrow it down? Do they take out the Hylos, like you mentioned?
Yeah, I think
Hylos.
I would prefer the Hylos getting taken out. I think the Glorious Pathway is
annoying.
Very, very annoying. And the fact that his stun is so simple, it's just like poke, poke. That's it.
Yeah. But with the Choei the Dragon, you would think maybe the Gatot just to have that retaliation instantly, and then again a Phobius and XP to deal with the Joy, so it's kind of like a complete package.
I think that's why SRG are really thinking about it. It's like, are we going to ban out one of those two? Or do we just like let it out all out there? They take away Suppress.
But the Kanja.
Yeah.
There's actually a possibility that... Okay.
Dude, this is so damaged. Like, they don't have a lot of... I mean, to be fair, Yi Sun-Shin and Farsight do have CC.
Yeah.
But you need a bit more. This Joy is going to run wild on that backline. That backline looks super vulnerable, dude.
Yeah, if ever that EXP laner is going to be... Ruby in the EXP lane right now. You don't see it. Lapu Lapu's crowd control isn't the best in terms of against a very
Uranus
mobile
is
lineup. Uranus for
Carry.
TS?
Oh, no, yeah.
Or SRG?
For SRG.
Oh.
Or are you talking about for TS?
No, we were thinking about for TS.
Ah.
But yeah, SRG for Uranus for SRG might be tough because carry.
Carry usage in Farsa.
Lapu.
Oh, Lapu Solina.
Oh, that's a lot of control.
Should it not be Yuzong? It looks like it. I mean,
Here's Diver. Looks like it
do you
does.
want to go Esme? I don't think you want to go Esme. If you just want to win out the lane against Lapu, you go Esme. But I think you need more than that. You need a little bit more CC, and I think Yuzong brings that to the table.
Petrify alone.
Yep.
Will help you out here. I don't know, the Khalid, like, at the same time, we've seen a couple different variations of Khalid. If he goes, like, if they get an early start, I think that's great for TS. You know, we were talking about how they control sometimes, like, the early game, but then they let it slip through their hands, and that also goes with the game plan of allowing Hellkurt?
Hellkurt XP against a Lapu Lapu. At least back in the day, we did see it a couple of times because Lapu has a very weak level 1 to 3.
There's the Uranus.
It's Uranus.
It's for TS.
You were thinking Alice, yeah? Red
Yeah, I
Bar.
was thinking Alice. Hellgrid. Am I underwhelmed by the Uranus pick? I'm a little bit underwhelmed.
Yeah, we were thinking about Alice, Hellkurt XP against the Lapu Lapu. So many squishy members on the other side. Turns out it's the boring Uranus.
Is he boring, though? I mean, he's pretty proactive.
He is proactive.
It's in the hands of Kid Bong.
Proactivity does not mean entertaining.
Hey, it can be entertaining to all the XP laners out there.
Uranus has never been entertaining to us.
Hey, some people like to watch paint dry.
That's true.
We can't
That's true.
count them out, okay?
Yeah, I'm not going to hate other people who love to watch
Alright.
paint dry. Or I'm not even going to allude to another thing. Anyways, so Team Spirit, SRG, I'm pretty sure there's going to be fire. I'm just going to pretend I'm hyping up the crowd even though it's the Indonesian broadcast doing it. Thank you, Ranger Emas, for helping us out. Gonna be an interesting one. Fire off in the chat. Who walked away with a better draft? Team Spirit or SRG? Welcome to the one and only game between these two massive teams.
Who won the fandom, by the way? Because, like, it was neck and neck earlier, but then it went away. I wonder who won that fandom vote.
Hope it comes up again.
Yeah, hopefully. But looking at this once again, you know, I think the game plan for Team Spirit is exactly what they had to have happen. I know you guys, maybe not fans of the Uranus, but I think the pieces to this puzzle for defeating SRG and getting starting of that revenge is there. Stormy already burned in the flicker.
Yeah. That was a very interesting choice by Stormy to walk up there, but I gotta say, who's gonna stop Skies, man?
Yep.
Like, who's gonna stop him from just walking up against that backline?
It's gonna be like a very demanding game for one shot. Hey, one shot, make your Mountain Chakra perfect every single time.
Yeah.
Well, you could either do that or maybe we're going to see something from Sao too. Like, we've seen some pretty crazy Raging Sandstorms, you know, but yes, trying to catch a joy with the Raging Sandstorm is going to be very difficult. But again, if you can go ahead and get things started early on, I think this is where Team Spirit's lineup can shine, and then you kind of lean towards Hiko later on if he scales up. But I guess the biggest difficulty for them really is dealing with how fast and mobile this lineup from SRG can be when it comes to the objective takes as well. If we take a look at the emblems here, again, you know, building into this, you've got Yums, and I think you can almost count on Yums to have a easier time on his setups. Whoa,
no flicker for Stormy, and he still decides to go in. One shot, not necessarily a one shot there, but it's first blood to Team Spirit.
Stormy just a little too aggressive after not having the flicker
Back
earlier
to back.
on. I mean, like, what's, you know, I'm surprised he was even in that position.
Generally, you want to be a little bit more patient. Wait.
Gonna go all in a one-shot. Monoshot coming down, and again, no one there to stop Skies. Oh, they burst through him. I guess that's an answer. Jungle for jungle.
Yeah, who needs crowd control when you have raw damage power this early on?
Yeah, big trade there. Turtle still being up. Look at this focus up here on Cram. They're just going to set up to control the Turtle now. Yum's still waiting for that level 4. But again, you got to go grab the buffs here for both junglers, and then we'll see if they meet up. This time around, though, you'll have like those level 4s available. Yum's nearly there. Instant gets his, Stormy as well. So, you know, in a way, you're just playing around the potential window of picking someone off here. This guy's jumping for Sao.
Wait, the Golden Trifine beats on him. Raging Sandstorm over on Yums. The targeting from SRG
feels very off. It really does. Very uncharacteristic. And Team Spirit, of course, expect them to make no mistakes and punish when the opposing team is making mistakes.
Again, they're going to go on Bomba. He's able to flicker around now, but that's the stun. Stormy on the board. Mountain Shocker. Good flicker around by Stormy. As Skies walks up with Ledge Fine, beats over to Sunset Lover, but he has to wait by Wings. Gets caught, but it's the red tree win for one shot. Sunset Lover flickering back, and it's Yums plus Cram with a combo to get him down.
So that was a whole lot that just happened, and it seemed messy, right? But it was also just that kind of mobility and chaos that this lineup, the SRG has. A kick, though.
Great kick, and they all in on him. Sawo down.
You know, because when you're thinking about running around and trying to escape, you kind of forget, hey, man, there's going to be arrows flying, right? These abyssal arrows will be a nuisance to deal with. We take a look at the Realme 15 Pearl 5G, the M7 official gaming phone.
Oh, unfortunate. I think the arrow, the trap specifically, was not able to land onto him. TS and SRG, I think they need to find some sort of balance at this point. There's been too much happening in the center.
They go on Yums, great Mountain Shocker into them for the airstrike, and even the Raging Sandstorm, man. When they commit, they throw everything.
You gotta remember, Sunset Lover, just one of the interesting things about him is he loves this farce. I think every single time we've seen him compete in the internationals, he's at least had an MVP performance on the far side. And right now, timing is showing that, taking a look at the items too here, that Genius Wand is actually built up. So maybe that's part of it, of why this burst of magic damage is happening. Sakai's has one himself too. So again, that's gonna work in relation to, you know, having Stormy. And so we'll see how this next turtle does play out.
Really good damage there. Kid Bomba making sure to get a bit more. He go to bottom lane, goes on Innocent! That's away the dragon to lock him down, and it's Innocent who picks up the kill.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. He had help. Innocent was not alone.
Electrifying beats on one shot. He's actually quite tanky. Dashes away, Mountain Shocker, one shot! Gets the kill on Skies with a helpless Sunset. Now it's Zawo jumping on a Stormy. Has to bring in Sandstorm, and it's a flicker out from Stormy.
Sunset Lover is locked in, man. Again with that right on time at stun to help one shot survive that. I know we asked the question earlier on, Mirko, who's going to stop Sakai's? Well, so far, Team Spirit has at least had an answer, but how long can they maintain that? The fight for this turtle, though, they do control it. You're not going to be able to contest that. One shot secures the second turtle of the game.
You could definitely feel the nerf on Lapu Lapu, dude. If it was the old Lapu, Cram would have had the ult back up. They maybe would have been able to contest, but again, it was on cooldown for a lot longer, and he's going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, hence why Sakai just decided, I'm not even going to go near the turtle. We're not going to have our ultimate on the Lapu back in time. I'm just going to go ahead and go back to my jungling pattern. Team Spirit might be moving a little bit too fast, weirdly enough, for SRG with how fast their lineup goes.
Way the dragon, but it's on just on Sawo. Bomba jumps to the back line. They've already used a lot of their resources now as one shot goes for the chase with Bomba. It's now Cram who gets targeted down. The Abyssal Arrow doesn't land. The Cram stun as well.
Okay, they keep it together. Sawo going down there. You know, this is what we were talking about. That might be the struggle with the Khalid. Taken again once, look at the items here, DHS only. Both one items here locked in for both gold laners, but that will be a turret that goes down. So you see that 1,000 gold now in the hands of Innocent against Hiko. This is why I was saying, part of that game plan of Team Spirit, they've got to allow Hiko to come online and be able to plan to that. Now the problem with that is if Hiko's putting himself in a position where he's getting further behind, that gets even more increasingly difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and I think Hiko has been the one that suffered with this playstyle that Team Spirit brought with wanting to control a lot of the objectives and the center of the map, is that they really couldn't help their carry as much as they wanted to. It's a 1,000 gold deficit for Hiko, and for Team Spirit, you know, I'm really starting to see the value of this Uranus. I think I'm going to reel back a little bit on my, no, I wouldn't say hate on the hero, but my slight dislike.
I guess it's just, you know, again, it's one of those heroes that if you want to play the XP lane in a specific way, there's not many heroes that do it better than Uranus in terms of, like, being able to stand against multiple. There's a kick.
Yep, it's onto Sawo again. This time it's Yums who picks up the kill with the Weighted Dragon. One shot, able to go for the Mana Shock, Purify out from Innocent. The Abyssal Arrow goes wide. Sunset, really good dodge.
I was also just thinking, oh wait, I think there might be more action, but SRG thinking it's slow.
Yeah, they're gonna go on Bomba here. They saw arrow earlier as well. Cram gonna be looking for the play now. Has to stun! Oh! That's gonna be Sunset Lover with Flicker out now as that's Innocent jumping in with a BMI. Cram now caught. It's Hiko able to dash away.
Cool right now too, just controlling this side of the jungle. Kid Bulma trying to help out.
Look at the arrow from the side now. Hiko gonna be trapped. Raging Sandstorm Bananas. Hiko will fall to the trap as Cram comes in as well. That's another arrow from Stormy. Sunset Lover forced back, and now it's Bomba trying to go for some kills. Stormy very, very low. Bomba just needs a few more hits. It's Stormy! Juking away, but can he survive? Sawo with the flicker in, able to get the kill on Stormy. Now it's Yums on the Cho. Jikudo gets him out of there. Crab, Bravest Fighter, takes away the gold crab and backs off.
Oh, and there's more happening up top too. Sky's popping the beats. They're gonna force him out of the jungle. He should be able to get away just fine unless Sao wants to do something about it. Doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm, so even with the Feathered Airstrike, no follow-up through there, but you're seeing what's happening. Even under the supposedly protection of the turrets, they have to keep their head on a swivel, man. There's arrows flying around. There's electrifying beats everywhere. Yums is trying to kick and a blaze into it. And then even Cram, man, 3-0-3 right now on this Lapu Lapu. He's been able to find the stuns where he needs to, and is just providing a lot of that durability up in the front line.
Dude, Innocent is so far ahead.
Yeah. He got to the Trinity way faster compared to Hiko, a level ahead of him. Hiko's still barely able to scratch for the last item. I think the DHS is the only thing that he's lacking right now in his build. Already up to the Golden Staff and the Corrosion.
Yep.
I think we're going to start seeing Team Spirit form themselves like this a little bit more. If Sao's going to be there, they're going to make sure that Sunset are not...
What? Goes in solo kill up top! Yums! Way out the dragon, the Raging Sandstorm comes in, and again it's Innocent with a double, make it 3 as he picks up a kill on Sao.
A triple kill for the Beast again. Oh,
there's more.
Both Innocent and Cram styling on the map for members of Spirit down, and it is a red map.
Redmar, you mentioned the side lanes of SRG. Well, there you go.
That's their highlight. We also brought up the fact that Hiko, after M6, seemed to have dipped down under the radar, a little bit more low-key, and his performance has been here and there. Innocent, he's not just the beast. What was it? Half man, half beast.
Half man, half beast. Oh!
Way the dragon, baiting out the Raging Sandstorm. That's Valley. The Consecration also baited out. Sunset Lover trying to deal damage. Cram again, jumps in with the Bravest Fighter. One shot, taken down by the music of Skies. Hiko falls as well to Innocent and Cram. 0-4-0. No Hiko Mania in M7.
Oh, completely shut down in this game. An arrow
lands on Sawo. Jikudo! Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Sawo! He survives with a sliver of health as Bomba tries to hold the lines.
Yikes, it's completely slipped out of the hands of Team Spirit and SRG, continuing their streak of domination from yesterday. 6,000 gold lead and counting. They have been clean, they have been on point, they've been layering their crowd control and initiations perfectly as a team. And Team Spirit, who have been roaming around the map, who have forgotten their gold laner, are getting punished for their overextensions and rotations.
Okay, what can Team Spirit do to stay in this game? The problem, once again, and that's been the whole case, is from every angle, every opening, whether it's in front of them or behind them, Yums gonna jump in.
Way the dragon finding him again, and Sunset Lover falling. Innocent with a blazing duet tears through them. Sawo in the mid lane just trying to survive, but Skies walks up, and Hiko will get slain by Cram. He falls as well. It's a big shutdown, at least for one shot. But take a look at the base turrets. One down in the mid lane, a second one up top, and now the last one in the bottom lane getting worked on by Innocent. Bomba and one shot. Can they defend? The arrow doesn't land. Good trace this out. Sky's building up the stacks now to look for the X-Fine beats. Innocent going through him. Abyssal arrow doesn't land again. They clear out the waves, but they lose 3 base turrets.
Base turrets down, a base exposed. Team Spirit looking for any spirit they can find in this game against SRG. Complete dominance in the past minutes here. You know, we're only 12.5 minutes in. That's the crazy thing. I was thinking this would go with the 20-minute mark, but man, look at the difference here across the lanes, and yes, especially the gold lane, man. Innocent 3.5K ahead of Hiko. That is about as shut down as you get.
Okay, way the dragon. Oh, Innocent! tearing through the back line of Spirit, and now it's Asawo and Bomba that have to take it, that are forced to take it. Bomba, the Uranus is tanky, but against 4 members, there ain't no way you survive, and now it's just one shot.
One shot, all left alone against the full force of the Giants.
Ring the bell, ring the bell.
It's GG throwing the towel. Team Spirit cannot handle Selangor Red Giants.
What a game again for SRG. Looking clean as ever, not given that chance of Team Spirit to get any sense of revenge.
The Giants continue to tame the Dragons internationally. Will the strength continue? Will we somehow see them go up against each other? Well, for now, their paths will split as SRG will go to the 2-0 column while Team Spirit will go to the 1-1 column. And that changes the picture greatly for the draw that we'll have later tonight. But Selangor Red Giants can stand tall as they always do, as they usually do, because they are looking really terrifying.
Man, 2-0 start to the Swiss stage. This is the opposite of what happened in M6.
I don't know, man. I like, again, it's starting to look like a pattern, guys. You know, for Hiko, unfortunately, and for Team Spirit. And I feel like it all started with that, where he thought he had Innocent. Maybe he just like tunnel vision too hard on the fact that he was potentially going to kill Innocent and get that lead in the lane. But as soon as that happened, it was just, you know, death after death, and just really difficult for Team Spirit to kind of come back from. You know, again, when you are drafted that way too, again, the draft was a part of that, where, you know, if you fall too far behind in your goal lane, which you're really playing into, then it's just unfortunate. Yes, the Farsa was good in the early, but you got to have more than that.
Once again, could we please give it up for SRG? Today we are joined by Cram and Yumes. Congratulations after that win. Okay. So my first question is actually for Cram. Okay, so you guys denied Kid Bomba and Team Spirit of their revenge. Now, my question is, what do you think is lacking in Team Spirit that you guys in SRG have?
For me, I don't know what's really happened in their team, but for us, we just focus on our strength and focus on ourselves and gameplay.
All right, I see. Okay, so next question is for Yumes. Hello, Yumes. Okay. So your Swiss stage run right now is considerably better than that of your previous runs. So you've improved so much. Now, what did you have to work on personally so you could adjust this much? Your Swiss stage run, it improved so much compared to... Okay, we're getting a bit of help from Cram. Yeah, compared to last year, it's considerably better.
I think because we work harder this year.
Okay, but for you personally, did you do anything so you could improve this much?
No, I just keep the same routine.
Okay, he just stayed the same, he kept the same routine. Okay, now one last question, any of you can answer. You guys, as we all know, are now 1 win away from qualifying to the knockout stage, from securing a slot. So, we all know how intense it could become from this point onwards. You will be pitted against stronger teams, also those who have yet to face a loss. So, how ready is the team? On a scale of 1 to 10, I think Cram wants to answer this. I just have a feeling he does. On a scale of 1 to 10, how ready is the team for you?
We always ready for anyone, 100%.
That exceeded the number I gave. That's 100, mentioned here by Cram. Thank you so much, Cram and Yumes, and congratulations once again on your win. Now, let's throw it on over back to our casters to break down that game for us.
"100% ready for anyone," and they looked exactly just like that. they looked like they were ready for Team Spirit. The aggression, the rotation that they were doing. And of course, at the end of the day, since they did have the better to pull off draft, I felt like Team Spirit was a little bit too demanding with what they decided to field, then things are going to be easy for SRG.
And a 13-11 minute game, by the way. So I don't know if we'll end up getting any of the games. It's so opposite of yesterday, man. Like, it's so many 20-plus minute games yesterday. I'm pretty sure all of them today have been under at least 18, right? And so very quick game. And I would also say that when we look at the MVP here, which is going to be Innocent, the half-man, half-beast on this Claude, he had to be one of the players that hit that Trinity power spike that we're usually talking about with Marksman. Probably one of the fastest. I think he hit it around 9-10, at least so far through M7. Again, he was, you know, he always does it. Like, when it's the Claude specifically, like, again, you're able to go ahead and farm up, but then you get an early kill, you build up, you scale up really quickly, and you saw how devastating the Blazing Duets were when he went in. And that's why I said, you have this ability to just go into these team fights, make TS disperse because of a Blazing Duet, but then you had so many options to kind of clean up those kills, you know, whether that was Sakai's going in, Stormy was shooting off-angle Abyssal arrows, which made it even harder to disengage from. And yes, there was some fight there from Team Spirit. You know, again, the far stuff from Sunset Lover usually performing really well, but look at this, under your turret, like, where do you focus? Yeah. It's everywhere, man.
It was everywhere. I mean, and again, the lack of CC is wild. Now, we brought this up after the draft, but then in the game, somehow they were able to actually still do well in the early game, which surprised a lot of us. Then the mid game came and was like, yeah, this is more of what we were expecting with a Khalid and Uranus last two.
It might have been just a little bit better if Hiko got a little bit more help. After he got that first death against Innocent in lane, I would have loved to see more rotations by Team Spirit to apply more pressure onto the Claude, make sure Hiko gets more farm, allow Hiko to double lane more. Hiko was pretty much locked to being Innocent's plaything in the lane, which led to this, the fact that Innocent just made that big Blazing Duet look so easy to pull off.
I just want to say, as a gold laner, being 3 levels up on your enemy gold laner is the biggest form of gap you will have.
Yeah. And, you know, it was...
That was a gape.
That was
It's quite the one.
It's huge.
Oh, my Lord.
Absolutely massive was that gap.
It's tough, man. Again, when you look at this, it almost feels like, you know, when we just saw with the Tro performance in the previous series, but this time it's the gold lane. And, you know, even when you look at that and you look at the disparity between the gold lane here, again, Hiko, yes, just like I said with Cho earlier, the team had to somehow bring that together. And that's always kind of what we have to see here. You see that from the best of the best teams right now on the international stage. If one lane kind of falls behind or has that difficulty, they're usually able to make use somewhere else, or they do cover that lane. And unfortunately, I feel like the lineup was the biggest weak point here. It didn't allow them to do that because, like you mentioned, Mirko, like crowd control-wise, what do you have? You're relying on a Mountain Shocker and basically the Raging Sandstorm. And maybe, like we saw, the stun that comes with a Farsa, right? But those are such minute things that are needed against this lineup from SRG who's going to go all over the place.
I think now I found a way to sum up my feelings towards this Uranus pick and why I was underwhelmed. TS did not give me the E, the explosiveness I wanted from Kid Bomba. Yeah. And there's a reason why we highlighted the side lanes a lot in heading up into this game. You need to match the explosiveness that you know Cram will definitely bring in this game. Kid Bomba cannot bring that explosiveness as a Uranus.
Yeah, like you could soak up a lot of damage like you see here, you know, on the stats, but again, you're not able to do the same things when it comes to like a Lapu Lapu, for example. Yeah. Even if Lapu Lapu went through that nerf a bit, he's still great with his, you know, combination. He's still great with his reliable stun. You can flicker stun. You can do so many of those things that's still very proactive that unfortunately the Uranus just couldn't do with this kind of composition.
Yikes. I don't know, man. For TS, the Cold Star is really going to have to go back to the drawing board, start fixing these drafts, because this is going to be a problem if it keeps on going, right? Yeah. Not just the way that they are playing, but also the confidence levels on the team. Playing in Swiss stage and another best of one later. Actually, wait. Yeah, so they are still 1-1. They have to play another best of 1. Then only will they be able to play best of 3s.
Hopefully we'll see Team Spirit bounce back. But of course, congratulations to SRG for being able to get that win. So I didn't come up with a crazy bit to do this time around with the Realme 15 Pro. So let's just talk about it. AI insights, win rate predictions. Let's utilize Naisu here. Can we utilize Naisu? We have a free, okay, instead of me doing it, I will pass it to Naisu, and I would like Naisu to be the focus here. We'll just voice over, and we'll use Naisu. There you go, just hold that and show us your killer smile again, just like yesterday. This right here is the AI gaming coach that is available in the Realme 15 Pro 5G. Doesn't stop there.
Accents too.
When the 5 breaks out, its consecutive skills feature lets you unleash a perfect preset combo with just one tap. My name is Joseph Charles. It guides your strategy and elevates your execution. That's a full AI-powered edge. From prediction to performance, it's the complete package. I have 2 voices in my head.
It guides your strategy and elevates your execution. Hey! Focus on him, man. Hey. I'm Joseph Charles, Omega Razorback, yo. That's a full AI-powered edge. From prediction to performance, it's the complete package. You play, we carry. Realme 15 Pro, the M7 official gaming phone.
There you go.
16 teams.
16
teams. That's pretty good.
I love being able to do AI reads, ad reads with Naisu. We can just use him.
Yeah.
And we'll just do VO, and then he'll just be the model for us.
All right. How about this one?
All right, this one, I'm not going to mess this up just like yesterday.
MLBB.
Thank you. This is the MLBB Rising Open. MRO Season 5. It's open to everyone and flexible to join. Now with major upgrades, there's a lot more rewards. You can earn hero power with victories. So make sure you can climb the weekly championships to qualify for the championship, win bigger prizes, and keep the M7 passion alive. You even get MRO coins, win or lose, to redeem permanent skins, exclusive avatar borders, and more. That is MRO for MLBB. Yes.
Yes.
Not MCGG.
Not MCGG.
MCGG, we have our own thing there for the go-goers. This one specifically is for the bang-bangers. So, recap, Mirko's putting it up. SRG, oh, that's it. And it led
thumbs up
to that. What do I have here?
Thumbs up.
And, okay, this is gonna hurt, but I mean, this is...
Yeah, that's good. That's
the recap. With emojis, like that's how we do it now in 2026.
Yeah, like if you just joined us today, here you go.
Yeah. Oh, this happy does not know.
Yeah,
I was gonna say that's not.
Oh wait, Joe, yeah.
Yeah.
Went really. Sound like a goose.
That's pretty good.
Onyx versus Yago at Galacticos is coming up. We'll see you after the break.
Realme 15 Pro, M7 official gaming phone.
jadi juara.
Are going to the M7 World Championship.
Let's go. Futbol uğraşıyordum, futbolcu olmak istiyordum. Ama pandemi girdikten sonra futbola ara verdim. Birazcık da Mobile Legends oynamaya başladım o zamanlar yani yaklaşık.
Que nosotros empezamos desde la MDL, la ganamos, después subimos a la MPL, también la ganamos y ahora estamos en el Mundial y también esperamos ganar.
I think Team Zone is underdog in M7. Nobody expected us to be here.
Evo was once a dark horse and we break through the expectation of everyone.
Team flash upon! They broke history!
Even though we are coming in as a newcomer, we are not just coming in here for experience.
We know we have power, that's all, we are good.
Nosotros somos el equipo dark horse.
Who do I think will be the dark horse? A bit of a Malaysian bias, but I would say CG for sure.
I'll lean more towards Yangon Galactic.
I don't think anyone really is expecting CG to be a threat.
Kita orang bukan dark horse. Kita orang cuma pendatang baru.
ကျွန်တော်ကတော့အဲ့လိုတော့မထင်ဘူးအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်နေတယ်ကြောင့်မလို့ပွဲတဲ့ကြရင်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံနဲ့ဆော့ရသွားမှာချပြသွားမှာလို့ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်သေး
Sebab kita orang ni suka invade orang, bantai orang. Memang gaduh tak berhenti.
ညီရဥအောင်ချတယ်ပေါ့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော် gracious ဆိုတာသဘောကျတယ်
Agresif, kenapanya? Karena suka perang. Karena kalau misalkan bermain agresif, musuh bakal kena pressure duluan.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេង aggressive ដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំកាលមុនគឺមើល player ខ្លួនឯងនីមួយៗហើយគិតទៅថាអ្នកគឺដៃខ្លាំងមែនតើអញ្ចឹងលេង aggressive គឺត្រូវ
我们战术打法无规则打法，就对手可能研究不透我们吧。
We are not that serious. We're just playing for fun because it helps us not get pressure. If you play for real, we get a high pressure international.
可以打进世界赛的关键之一是早睡早起，保持好身体。
Siguro determination lang din talaga and focus sa sarili kasi doon nalalabas siguro yung pagiging consistent sa paglalaro.
Our secret in our veterans in our team. Enemies need to respect us. Strong mentality and discipline because it's all about out of the game. King teams for me are gaming us.
Siguro para masabi kong king yung team or legends, siguro meron muna silang MSC title and M-World title. Kalau dibilang tim raja, enggak lah.
The Sky Kings have been taken down!
Kita belum layak lah dipanggil raja. Ya, back to back dulu lah semuanya, baru bisa dianggap tim raja.
Tingin ko isa kami sa mga king teams kasi sobrang dami na namin pinanalo na tournaments and sobrang dami na namin na-achieve ng magkakasama. Sa tingin ko kapag na-achieve na namin yung Golden Road, hindi na siguro king team yung tawag sa amin, siguro mas angat pa doon.
I think we are because based on the recent tournament in NSC, we are the top 2. If we win, we already show everyone that we have the potential to become more than a king. Let's do it for Malaysia.
I will redeem Indonesia.
I will complete the Golden Road.
So, if you missed the previous matchup, SRG versus Team Spirit, that was a big win for Selangor Red Giants. Spirit Looks like they overheated early, had some draft mishaps. SRG walked away with a dominating win in 13 minutes.
Wow.
Compared to yesterday, as we're heading into the second to the last match of the day, it's only 7:30 here in Indonesia.
Yeah.
At this point last night, it was like around 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Was
we
it?
Ended at we ended at 10:30,
Yeah,
I think
we
it was.
ended
Yeah.
at
What was it,
10:30.
11?
For best of ones, that's
pretty crazy.
yo.
Yeah, pretty crazy, but it's a significantly faster day. And yes, it's myself, Renmar, Miracle, and Naisu back here on the desk to continue calling the shots. This time, it's Onyx versus Yangon Galacticos. Now, I'm going to need your help here thinking about this matchup, Miracle, because yesterday, when we were watching the draw, I was with a bunch of other Indonesian members of our crew, and when they saw the Yangon draw, I thought that they'd be a bit more excited. I mean, Onyx is Onyx. But then they saw Yangon, and then they went, oh, man, sure, okay, but why do you think?
Well, for me, I think that way because I know what happens behind the scenes, like in scrims and all that. And Yangon Galacticos have been a very, very strong contender even before we got into M7. Before they even made it to M7, a lot of people were already saying, hey, they're really, really good. But coming into the Swiss stage, a lot of streamers who are pro players, Albert, a lot of the players who didn't make it to M7, who've been streaming, have also been talking about how good Yangon Galacticos are on scrims. So again, that leads to a lot more public awareness of how good Yangon are.
I think even we can at least say this, Miracle. We casted their
exactly.
qualifying match here to M7, and I think even for us, when we were watching them play, we were really surprised to see what we see. Because also, they are one of the teams that has this kind of, they have the ability to, quote-unquote, cheese picks and make it work. Again, I'm thinking of, like the Hellcurts and everything else that we actually got to see through their qualifier, but they've been here, and I think this is almost a test in the way of, are they still going to be just the dark horse territory, or are they going to go and surprise everyone here by taking down the Sky Kings in a best of one? I think that's one of the big tests ahead of them.
Yep. So let's watch this video to learn a little bit more about Yangon Galacticos, the mission to surpass the Sky Kings.
Myanmar has always been a region that is really good at MLBB. They couldn't improve as fast, but when it comes to their raw talents or like their thinking about the game, Myanmar was never playing as a book.
Sebenarnya dari M6 itu kita benar-benar partner scrim sama Yangon. Mereka selalu kasih surprise ke kita sih. Itu hal yang kita waspadai untuk Yangon.
I like the fearlessness that they play with, although for majority of the time when it comes to the big international stages, it's usually considered as unorthodox. I've always really just looked at Stitch and Blink. Even though they haven't been able to translate it into a lot of international success, I feel like they are players that just you can count on to deliver in their roles for Myanmar.
A lot of other pro players as well have already spoken about scrim results, them doing really well against top MPLID teams, top MPL Philippine teams. So most people are looking at YG as an actual threat.
ကျွန်တော်အတွက်ကတော့ကျွန်တော်လူတွေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တင်ရလူတွေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တင်းလို့ပဲထင်တယ်ကျွန်တော်အတွက်ကတော့ပထမဦးဆုံးတင်းအနေနဲ့ဆိုရင် on ID တော့နောက်တင်းရတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့တင်းဖြစ်တဲ့ရန်ကုန် Clear League ကိုလို့ထင်
Hey, you know what? Confidence is key.
Hey.
Confidence is really important if we want to make it in the world.
Make it into the world.
He said top two teams. Number one is Onyx, and then it's us, Yangon Galacticos. I like that. I like that confidence.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, if you're a team confident enough to play Hellcurt in the Rome, who I've been, you know this, nice, a very staunch hater of for the longest time. Since I started seeing it. Yeah.
You hate Beloyski?
Yeah, he hates
Okay, not okay. Just the pick. I didn't say I hate Beloyski. Don't call me on that.
Beloyski, he hates you.
I'm watching somebody. Okay, maybe. I don't know if he hates me or not. But
yeah.
I'm sure we're chill. But yeah, I think since you guys casted it, when you guys got to cast MSL, were you able to cast the one that had the Hellcurt game in it?
Yes. Every Yangon Galacticos game had a Hellcurt in it. Whether it was banned or picked, this is just YG style. And we had to discover it all over again. I mean, we've seen our fair share of Hellcurt roams. I saw a lot of them in MPL ID, Beloyski, Alter Ego with Alec. But YG, it was just completely different because we were like, okay, this only works when they have utility mid and utility jungle. Then they took away utility mid, still comes in. We're like, okay, one utility and the Hellcurt worked. They took away the utility jungle, it was an assassin jungle, and they still played Hellcurt roam. So it's something that they just want to play. This doesn't really matter what they have on the other side of the map or on the other side of the roles.
So I almost expect if we're probably going to see a ban towards the Hellcurt. Like, it should be, because it's the best one, right? So you might as well just go ahead and ban it out. But again, across the board, whether it was Blink, Stitch, you know, and even Lina, for example, which we're familiar with some of these names in the past, I just think it is that play style. They mentioned it in the video, you know, Myanmar is always one of those regions that just, yeah, they're normally like a dark horse in the international stages, but they've also just been able to really perform and surprise a lot of people. And I think Yangon Galacticos is that next name, that next organization that will be able to continue to surprise a lot of our international viewers here that might be seeing them just for the first time now.
Yeah. That's why I want to bring up the point of, for Myanmar teams, for me, after seeing their runs in M4 and M5, I've always kind of looked at Myanmar teams at just like their mechanics. Mechanically, they're amazing. But outside of that, it's the intelligence that made them special in M2. I see that in Yangon Galacticos. They're a good mix of mechanics, macro, everything. They're very well-rounded.
Filipinos have learned from history, never underestimated a Myanmar team ever again. Every time we see one in the international stage, even if they didn't perform to our expectations, a lot of respect from the Filipinos towards this nation and the representatives they bring up. Even members of Onyx themselves mentioned they look at the raw talent. Coach Adi himself respects the raw talent that is brought out. But now we're looking back at the matchup that Onyx had against Boostgate. Onyx had to crawl back against Boostgate. Boostgate looked like they were just going to win it overall against Onyx, but then they overheat and then they got punished. Now for Yangon Galacticos against Team Zone, took control. Team Zone weren't able to deliver what they delivered in the wild card because of the domination and the comfort surrounding this Roam Hellcurt. And yes, I'm in agreement here with the whole panel. Just ban it out, Onyx. Don't give it to Yangon.
Yeah,
I think that's a safe choice.
In this game where he goes and gets all these kills, by the way,
he went Skypiercer.
He went Skypiercer, and then he didn't even use the execute for like the first half.
Yeah,
like, he was just getting those kills, and when we were watching it in the talent room, we were like, yeah, this is kind of what we saw with their whole qualifier here. So yeah, I think you take that out. So maybe in a way too, if you expect that to be a ban, this is also more of a test to Blink himself to see like what else he has in his repertoire in terms of being able to do the same thing and be that effective, because I feel like that is a cornerstone of what made Yangon Galacticos so successful in their journey here.
And I was so scared for Yangon Galacticos coming into M7 because I heard that Coach Mars, the head coach, actually lost his passport. But then he made it, so it's all good, but also we have a celebration.
Whoa. Yeah. Actually, the birthday.
Oh no! Don't worry, we'll get it back up.
You're gonna be fine.
Hey!
There we go.
This is Han's birthday, by the way. Jungler of Yangon Galacticos.
The ancient Han is happy birthday. It's a great tagline.
The ancient Han. Okay, wait, is this going to be a birthday buff or a birthday curse?
Oh no! Don't bring it up, Daisu. Don't bring it up.
There are probably people pointing out, not me, I'm just saying, I'm thinking what people are probably thinking is that yesterday it was Light who gave Demon Kai his cake. This time it's Brigida.
Yeah, maybe that's the difference, but also that's a different food.
Oh yeah.
That is pisang goreng. That is fried banana.
This one was?
It's actually really good. Yeah.
Wait, what is it called?
Fried banana, pisang goreng.
Don't we have something like that?
We call that banana Q back home, bro.
Ah, there you go.
It's like barbecue, but we call it banana Q.
Yeah.
Ah. So,
which one?
Yesterday was martabak, now it's pisang goreng.
Wait, we gotta try that so we can compare.
Yeah. We should.
Yeah, banana Q versus pisang goreng.
Oh.
So now for the future birthdays during M7, they might request, if this is the case of a birthday buff, they might request
I would
we have a lot more. We have a lot more to share.
I would like a whole bowl of adobo if ever the M series lands on May 10th.
If ever.
If ever. Let's look at Onyx Indonesia. We highlighted Blink. So Kiboy, who is currently the #1 rated roamer in all of M7, according to the internal rankings that we asked the teams, players, coaches, managers, everyone, how is he gonna address Blink and his playstyle?
I think they're gonna address it the way they addressed Alter Ego's playstyle, because fortunately for Onyx ID, they are no strangers to the Hellcurt pick to the crazy picks that we've seen from Yangon Galacticos. They scrim it a lot, scrim with them a lot in the MPLID regular season, and I think even the build up towards M7. Then they had to deal with Alter Ego as well, who love playing Hellcurt in the Grand Finals and in MPL playoffs.
Yep, and for Yangon Galacticos, again, we've already talked quite a bit about Blink and that performance of the Hellcurt, which, again, will probably get banned out. So also Han, can he shift from that utility to a hyper carry depending on Blink's hero? And that's why I was saying it's so such a test for him. But even so, I would say, we've seen great things from Stitch. We've seen great things from Ying. He's a little more, he might opt for that Yu Zhong pick, more of those staple XP lane picks. Maybe we don't see the Uranus here in the hands of the Yangon Galacticos, for one. Yep. But I would say that with their confidence, man, I feel like they're going to be able to put up a good game against Onyx ID, especially after what we saw with Busquet yesterday. So I think, again, you can't really just discredit the fact that, yes, this is a team, Yangon Galacticos, coming in with that type of confidence that they might have, people might say, oh, the Hellcurt's kind of cheesy, but their execution, that mechanical skill that comes with that, is what the highlight has been from Yangon Galacticos, even in their qualifier up to M7.
Yo!
Speaking of, like,
that is one of the jankiest but funniest edits I've ever seen.
We should have added like a little bit of shadow.
Yeah, this looks. Oh, hey, that's Blink.
And they could have made his face just a little bit bigger. Now it looks like he has a disproportionately huge body compared to a tiny head.
This is lore accurate Hellcurt now. Blink is him, bro. He is.
I was gonna say,
what is Hellcurt? Is it an it? Is it a he?
I don't know. But doesn't he have like a smiling face underneath the little like
Yeah.
there's a skin?
They changed the lore. So Hellcurt used to just be like a monster. Now he's a little bit more of a humanoid freak. Sorry, I couldn't think of another word for it.
It should just be a monster.
Yeah, it should just
That's
be a monster.
cooler.
They made him a little bit more human. They gave him a pretty crisp jawline too.
I was gonna say, I remember when they changed the photo.
Yeah. Wait, did that push through the global server?
I don't think he has. I think it's still like a.
It's still.
I don't
Maybe
know.
that's just a meme you're thinking.
Yeah.
I think it was a meme when they released.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And he was like,
He's still an it. So what you could do right now is put it on the chat. Onyx versus YG. Onyx or YG. Type Onyx if you think YG will win, and type YG if you think Onyx will win. I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Onyx for Onyx, YG for YG. There you go.
Yeah, this is a stomp in the prediction battle, I guess, in the chat. Onyx fans definitely a lot more, but the Burmese, come on. Where's the young old Galacticos fan?
If he gets flipped suddenly, I think it's my fault.
Yeah. There's a handful of people in the chat too, just typing Kyrie.
Yep.
Yep.
And so.
And other completely unrelated stuff for sure.
For sure. Probably a lot of hate on each other.
Yeah, 5 dudes typing TNC.
Yeah.
The string of emojis. The string of people telling us to start the game.
Yep. Casters, shut up. Start the game.
All right. There. I started the map reveal. Sorry, guys.
It works like that.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works every time.
Ooh, broken walls. If it was dangerous grass, it would be very, very fun to see, like, if Hellcurt gets left open and Candida. Then it would be like, okay, who's going to ambush better?
And I'm pretty sure if that's the case, both teams would just like to leave it open.
Yeah.
Make it fun for everyone. I'm glad you mentioned the Candida, though. I think that's going to be a factor definitely in the draft for Onyx that YG
Whoa.
consider.
It's not banned out.
Wow.
Gentlemen.
Onyx are not going to ban out the Hellcurt. They think they can beat it. And to be fair, this is something they did against Alter Ego as well. The only team that they never let the Hellcurt go against is usually Geek Fan from Indonesia because of Beloyski. So YG are definitely smiling right now. They're thinking, hey, we get another chance to show how deadly our Hellcurt be.
But what if it's open and they just don't pick it?
Maybe, because they've taken a different approach. They've actually banned out the Baksha now, right? So they're thinking, all right, maybe you made it work against the other Burmese teams without a utility jungle.
Yeah.
Against us, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. I like this ban on the Kalea. Respect the Yangon. Right away, the Sora gets picked up.
Wow.
And Onyx might actually have room to pick up the Valentina. Yangon might not even consider a Valentina rush for the first 2 on the red side. We've seen how that turned out before. And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to go for it, but hey, they go for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Valentina and the Claude, really, really good answers here by Yangon Galactico. So Onyx, what's the approach coming in after seeing all this? They pick up the Sora, but the roamers have been banned again. The Kalea that worked so well for Kibo yesterday, star of the show, definitely the guy who actually clutched up to actually turn the game around and even Skylar's Claude gets the knight away. It's the carry. Oh, and the Leo Mord, Onic! Taking a page out of Alter Ego's book.
Exactly.
They like to see how it worked yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, they go with the Leomard here, and I think, you know, in a way, I was wondering, because of the whole change that Leomard went in the patch, you know, that, you know, he's able to be a little more aggressive. That crit, obviously, being a big part of it too. You're kind of surprised with the amount of damage that he can do. And then if it's paired up well, again, depending on what the rest of this lineup is, this also gives space for the carry to go ahead and scale up for Skylar, you know, and that's one of the things that we see the struggle of the carry picks is you need to be able to go and get to that point. Oh, and a Fanny is going to be the answer. So this is really interesting already in the jungle matchup alone.
Yeah, 100% win rate on that Fanny. 2 times it's been picked up, and I believe it was both today, right? Like we saw the Fanny earlier from TNC. And the Fanny earlier today, was it? Or was it actually yesterday?
No, it was
Can't
earlier
confirm.
today.
Yeah, right? So
The times you saw it yesterday, it was banned.
okay, so it was today. Both picks. Now 3 picks on Fanny.
Yep.
Okay, so they should be limiting more of these lockdown heroes. Now, Keyboy, we know him for the Cho. I think the Cho here can actually still work. You are going to be giving away a big ult to the Valentina, but I think right now the Valentina is something that will probably just be going for Sora ult. So again, good ban by YG there. Mid prior would have been big too. They're going to have to find a different angle to go for pickoffs. Kaja is another pick that we've seen from Keyboy to deal with a Fanny and combo with a carry.
See, other than the Kaja, what else would you want to? Yeah, I was gonna. Well, the Grok is. They ban out the Grok.
Yeah.
So that's taken out. Do they still focus? Do they just hone in on these roam options? Because even so, like XP lane option for YG, like I was saying, would have been probably the Yuzhong, but since it's banned out, I'm really wondering what Ying wants to play here.
It's not going to be the Kaja. I mean, Onic can go double horses, similar to what Alter Ego did.
Hylos, Leomord.
Hylos and Leomord worked out well for them. Although, again, I think between the two, I actually prefer the Hylos as much as the carry, the Kaja combination is really good. I just don't want to give a suppress to Yagan through the Valentina. Because right now, I'm looking at the Valentina as kind of worthless in this draft. But if there's a suppress that she could steal, then the value of that Valentina goes way up.
Yeah.
I think it's already a pretty okay pick though, the Valen, just because of the Sora. We've seen this one with the wild card.
Yeah.
You get a lot of value when you see the Sora. So maybe it could be a way of like, all right, let's just give him so many choices that he gets confused.
Yeah, overload. Yeah, that has happened before.
What is the
teams do that? Last ban, is this still going to be a roam? Because then this leaves the question of like these roam options, and Hylos probably being one of the closer ones. I don't know if like Keyboy would want to actually go with a Tigreal in this lineup.
Yeah.
What else is he
When the body
opt
suffers,
for? Okay, it's going to be a Bennett. Whoa,
Ah,
interesting.
Yeah, the XP Benedetta that they played that packed Petrify.
Is it safe to say already that there's not going to be a Helker, or is there still a chance for there to be a Helker, right? There are 3 damage dealers already.
I feel like
one is
it's too
technically
risky.
utility. It is risky,
But if
very
you're
risky.
confident like them,
I think you last pick it though if you do want to go for it, right? You go for an XP lane first. Now Yuzong has been banned out, no Benedetta as well.
Yeah.
I guess the Lapu Lapu and a CC are the 2 heroes that usually you would expect, but they take the Hylos away, so they don't ban it. Rather, they deny it away from Onyx. So Onyx will not have that alter ego double horse comp.
Do they go for the Karita, get the Petrify locked in? If they're gonna go Kaja,
I don't really think the Karada is like that good against Valen Claude, right? And even the Fanny. They really lock them down that easily. Purify and Valen just gets out. Just go for...
Go Kimmy, not really.
Going Farsa is also kind of a struggle. There's a lot of Lunox? Is Lunox just the answer you would go for? If they're
on that strong targeting as well that you could just utilize with Assault Hopper.
like Farce is still open. I don't know if they want to.
Crazy do they want to go? Like,
yeah, there's a Farce.
Alright, so it's a Farsa Gata. Despite the fact that it's a lot of dive, again, we know that good Farsas can still get away.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's Onyx composition. The peel will come through them just walking up. So again, it's the best defense is offense type deal for Onyx. They're looking to just overload YG with damage. And we don't get to see the Helker, but we will get to see Lina on the Luoyi.
So, okay, Lina on the Luoyi. And then you have... Have we seen that much?
Valentina XP.
Valentina XP.
Yeah.
When was the last time we saw a Valentina XP?
It was back when Lucas was meta, man.
Yeah, it's
Sort of
been a minute.
wild card, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, right. I mean,
did you see it in wildcard?
Yeah.
We were talking about it, but I believe it was mostly mid. We didn't get to see maybe one.
Yeah, I think we floated the option.
Yeah, I personally really like the composition coming in from YG. There's a very well-balanced composition. Ying on the Valentina as well will probably not go for a glass cannon build, which makes it very good for the Sora later on, the Sora ultimate and abilities that he's going to steal.
Unique approaches by both of these two teams. Can Yangon Galacticos rise above expectations and prove their own identity of themselves as strong contenders alongside the Sky Kings of Indonesia and Onyx Philippines? It's the best of one between these two. Onyx Indonesia. Excuse me.
Wrong one.
I'm very used to saying Onyx PH. That happens a lot. Onyx Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Here we go, folks. Welcome to the land of Dawn for a best of one between YG, one of the most feared best of one teams in the tournament, against one of the favorites, Onyx. Looking at the emblem straight up, it's actually a concussive blast choice for Lutpi. Now that's already different from the usual that we see from Sora. He's going to be looking for Prio for the most part here to rotate and help the team. And maybe it's also because he's up against the Valentina that he just wants to have more tempo over brawling it out against the Valen.
Interesting, like there, right? So Tank Emblem, Concussive Blast, Festival of Blood, Rook's got the Rupture. And, you know, it's not a matchup that you see too often, at least currently. And I feel like even Sora as a hero, you know, teams have still been trying to figure out the best way to utilize this hero. Yes, there's a whole lot of crowd control that you do get with it, but again, well, usually when I've seen it, I mean, like, man, it's a whole lot of show and fireworks, but you need that follow-up potential with that Sora on your lineup. So, interestingly enough, that this will be the case, and I think even with this lineup, you just wait for that turtle to break out just because they don't really have the setup potential.
So one little ranged minion missed out there by Lina. Good freeze.
Ooh, really good taunt. It's just that though for now. Yeah. It's Yangon Galacticos getting pressure on the map, but you gotta remember Lutpi earlier got the XP crab, so they are really setting up for a Lutpi level 4 into a fight before Ying gets to rotate.
I like the slower approach Onyx ID are taking to handling the middle, making sure that they could stop Lina from hitting level 4.
There you go. Level 4 advantage for Onyx on Lutpi, but Ying is going to be falling through.
Turtle's up, half health. Steve's going to be dropped down too. Ying's going to jump in. Kyrie will secure the turtle. Still going to break out here. A whole lot of damage around the pit still, but with a revitalized, Ying's going to go down at first blood. Lina gets a kill though. A trade the 1-for-1 turtle to Onyx.
Might have been a little bit too aggressive there for Yangon Galacticos up against a killing spree on that Leomord. It had revitalized as well. Great entry win by Kyrie.
Yeah, and again, it was all set up by the tempo for Onyx. The reason they went Concussive Blast, right? Early on, Lutpi, a really good read to freeze up the lane, to get that prio, get a rotation in, and secure XP grab. After that, it was about clearing the wave quicker, getting level 4, and instantly rotating to a very fast turtle take. And that's what really stopped Yangon Galacticos from being able to retaliate. Remember, they want to react, but if they're not given the opportunity to react, it gets really tough for this comp.
So I expect Yangon Galacticos is going to be a little bit more proactive with making sure that their nearby side lanes are ready once the turtle is up. But then at the same time, you can only do so much when your opponents are just doing an even better job of controlling, such as this. San's not afraid to use Feathered Airstrike to stop or delay the return of Stitch to the bottom lane, while also applying pressure by taking his health down.
Comes Han and the rest of the team. Steve dropped down. Blink could be in trouble. Relies on the Glorious Pathway to exit on out. And that's what I'm wondering too. You know, we talked about with the Valentina being overloaded with options here. I'm wondering what exactly Ying's going to do because of the ultimates that he can take. I mean, even in a sense, like, he could go with a Feathered Airstrike in some of these objective fights. It could even be continuous, the Sora take, deciding what are we seeing more of? Like the Torrent? Is that, there's the Torrent and it's the other ultimate.
Yeah.
Sora, the lightning one. Okay.
Yeah.
Han's got the damage, though, on this Fanny, and again, this is why we see this Fanny pop up now for, what is it, the 3rd time?
Yeah. Yangon Galacticos just have 0 map presence right now. It's all Onyx ID, setting the tempo. People might get punished.
Oh, that duality. gonna bring Keyboy back in. I don't think he's escaping this. He does have the
no.
He does. He's got the Avatar of the Guardian. He is fine.
No Revitalize, though. That is a very expensive resource to burn out before Turtle 2.
Okay. Turtle's up. They might just have to give this up. I'm not sure if Kyrie wants to give the go on this. It looks like they're going to go for Blink anyway, dragging him back. Glorious Pathway drop down. A feathered airstrike to cut them off, too, as Keyboy falls. Han gets the turtle. Fight still going. Kyrie could be in trouble, and Han finds an opening. Will take a kill. Kyrie falls as well. Yangon Galacticos gets a whole lot.
What an amazing shift in tempo by Yangon Galacticos. They saw what Onyx did Turtle 1. They adapted to it. They know it was all about speed. Who got there first? Again, I'd say a little bit of a misplay there for Keyboy to not use the AOG instantly and to wait, because the Revitalized burn is so expensive. We saw how they won Turtle 1 fight. It was actually with the Revitalize. So the fact that the Revitalize wasn't there and Keyboy didn't have AOG, there was no way, aside from, again, brute forcing their way into Turtle with the horse and with Lutpi. And it didn't really pay off for them because it was only on Blink.
Calculated for Yangon Galacticos, reading the situation very well heading into that Turtle 2. Now, 5 minutes into the game, still could be anyone's ball game, but compared to what we saw in the previous matchup between SRG and TS, I like how once the sequence and the major objective is done, once they're done at the center of the map, they're putting a lot of value onto helping out Stitch. They're making sure their gold laner is getting farm, is comfortable, and it's not just the Skylar solo show that Onyx was able to do for majority of the time they've had with Skylar, because teams who just let Skylar do his thing in lane, you're not going to have a great result for your own gold laner. You got to make sure your gold laner is able to win against Skylar. So far, Yangon, I appreciate how they've been playing things.
Yeah, this is kind of what we are used to seeing, you know? We saw them play like this. It's a great start for them, and at the same time, you know, Stitch basically needs to go ahead and continue to farm up like we just saw Innocent do in the last match. You know, get that timing, scale up, and get that Trinity as quickly as possible, because eventually I feel like, you know, these objective fights later on when we're concerned with the Lord could be a little bit different, but so far, you know, we did see Onyx also play from the back foot, like play from that deficit against their match yesterday. So this, you can't, you know, based off the first 5 minutes, I still feel like a whole lot can happen here, obviously, by the time we get to the next turtle.
Yeah, I think for Onyx and Keyboy mainly, he's so used to being able to bait out a lot of cycles, a lot of resources with Gazakacha, with Hylos, that I think he completely forgot that Yangon Galacticos don't care. Like with this lineup, there is not a single resource you're going to be able to burn out in terms of damage, right? Lo Yi just dispenses out that damage constantly, so you're going to have to be way more clean with how you're baiting out skills. It has, even then, like, I don't think there is anything to bait out. Like maybe energy from Fanny, but even then, you have purple buff, you're pretty good.
Yeah, that's always one of the risks when you're going up against a Lo Yi that frontliners really have to remember, is that as much as you'd want to force something out of it, if you force, like, let's say, diversion so the Lo Yi will escape, not a lot of Lo Yis will do that. They'd rather just eat it because they know just how important the diversion is. And there's usually the higher risk of you just constantly eating the combination with the duality, everything, constantly getting sucked in. You're not going to be able to escape. And then, similar to what we saw to Keyboy, if you have just one person helping that Lo Yi out, you're going to be spending too much. So maybe that's the adjustment we'll see from Keyboy later on, where he'll get the vision, but he won't try to disrupt way too much unless there's someone else with him.
But also, if we just take a look at the compositions, yes, Onyx do have a way to scale up mid to late game, but the way that they can do that is a bit more situational. It's very conditional, right? Because for Onyx, the way the front to back works is the frontliners and the aggressors get so far ahead that offense becomes a very, very good defense. If Lutpi and Kyrie fall behind, which is definitely something that we are seeing happen right now, how is Skylar and Sans gonna get enough room to dish out damage? Meanwhile, for Yangon Galacticos, it's such a well-crafted composition where all of them want to dive in. All of them want to go in together. It's not split up.
I think a part of this too, like when we've been seeing the way that the rotating has gone, though, you know, I know we mentioned Yangon Galacticos, especially with this Lo Yi playing around the map. Like, how do they make that happen without being too overzealous or overstepping? And, you know, we saw a little glimpse of this yesterday with the Lo Yi in the hands of TL. And that macro presence that you can have eventually is going to be something that Onyx ID wants to watch out for. But so far, it's all been the objectives, you know, and focusing on that. And with this little bit of a lead that's built up now, whoa, and Galacticos will continue on.
Yep. See there, defensive items built up for the Valentina. Gets the Black Ice on the way to Domi, but he might be going for the Oracle just first. Get the cooldown reduction locked in, knowing that he is going to be cosplaying Sora for majority of this game. See, even in the mid control, great patience by these two. As Ludwig sees Ying, and now Ying will be able to help Han get closer to the turtle.
There's a rush on Lightning Truncheon, by the way, for Suns as well, so not a lot of utility and not a lot to deal with the healing coming down from Yango and Galactico, so Revitalize going to be big.
Chastise on Ludwig already.
Yep. Oracle picked up here for Ying, so a little bit of difference in the items and the build paths they're going for. Last turtle of the game, there you go. There's the crowd control, going to bring him back, but Han jumps into the backside. Blink's quite low too, Han forced out. But now Ludwig could be in trouble. He re-engages to crash on in. Flickers defensively to get out of there. But Yengon Galacticos is just sustaining through the fight. They'll pick up a kill. Blink's going to be the trade. But that last turtle goes over to YG.
And it's through controlling the waves that Yangon Galacticos, despite losing out on the turtle, still hold on to the lead. Diversion into bottom lane. And again, it's tempo, it's speed. How do they capitalize on objectives? How do they capitalize on winning these fights? It's instant capitalization.
Gotta appreciate what Ying is doing on this Valentina. It's not a Valentina damage dealer cosplaying as a Sora. It is a Valentina Sora frontliner. It is an EXP laner to its truest form. Instead of going for what is expected to be a glass cannon, nope, it's another frontliner dishing out crowd control and being a nuisance for Onyx ID.
And that really opens things up. Look at this again. Ying jumps in. What a great carry through as Sands is gone. Ying finally goes down, but here comes Han. They're able to pop up enough damage. Stitch going a little bit too far, and now Han in trouble too. He's got to get back as Kyrie leads the charge. A huge jump from Keyboy, a diversion to get on out. And they disengage. It's a 2 for 2.
Right now, it's still all good for Yangon Galacticos. They did not lose any bounties there. And in terms of conversions, they got Sans and Skylar. They got the two carries. And again, for Onyx ID, the way they appeal for their backline is through going in, is through being so much of a threat that their backliners get the free hit. You can definitely see that it's not happening right now. YG don't care if Onyx walk up like that with the Phantom Steed, with Sora. Doesn't really matter for now.
Appreciate that Yangon Galacticos actually got to minimize their losses there. Could have been a more devastating loss. They're still okay, 2,000 difference. A rush with the Malefic Roar actually for Han in the Fanny. Was Hunter Strike and the War Axe for the Leomord.
You can definitely see the difference as well. Yangon Galacticos for Lina, instant glowing one, right? You want to have that against a Revitalize and Onyx. They went for Lightning Truncheon, they went for a little bit more burst. They thought they were going to be able to actually shred through some of these tanky boys, but now they're in desperate need of anti-regen. And I don't think anyone's building it up right now. Okay, Keyboy finally got it, Dominance Ice, so there you go. That's finally something that they can use to deal with Revitalize. Because you mentioned, so YG were just sustaining through it all. Yeah. Yes, no one was there to put the anti-regen down.
Now they got it. So this is going to be the face-off for this lore. I don't think either team really wants to commit to it just yet. We've seen those force engages happen here before the objectives break out. And a lot of the times it might be up to Luke to decide to do that. Now Yangon Galacticos, like we've mentioned, you know, they've just kind of been playing to their strengths here. Having a Fanny B going around, there's Luke again. Whoa, and they get the Feathered Airstrike down too. That's actually a big ultimate down they could use here.
But it's both. Ying as well got baited out to use the ultimate, so you can steal it back away later, but he's gonna have to wait for a bit. Yangon on Lord. Up top, I don't know how that wave is building up. It looks even.
Lord's pathway dropped down. Sans wings by wings on out. Lord sitting at half health right now. Steeds are going to be used too, but it's just a fight for an objective space right now. Both teams dancing back and forth. There's the initiation from Ludwig. They're going to go for it here. They get the duality proc. Han jumping in the backside, trying to force out Kyrie, but Han's in trouble as Ludwig picks up the kill. But they're still going for it. Keyboy falls. Skylar could be next. He's trying to get away, but Ying gets a double. The 2-for-1 trade.
No jungler for Yangon Galacticos. Onyx ID still has 3 members. Both will reset and will revisit the Lord later on. Sans decides to go for the Queen's Wings as his second item. I was wondering actually what he was going to build into, if he's going to force himself to build damage just to match the output, or he'll build for a little bit more sustain. The answer is that. Yangon now starts it off slowly with Stitch, as Han will be able to come back.
Oh, Blink's gonna go for the stun off. Loopy in trouble, getting caught out, unfortunately. And with Lutfi gone, numbers advantage right now for YG. Still plenty of ultimates available, no glorious pathway though, so still Onyx wants to go ahead and face off. Can they zone out enough? Kyrie trying to find the angle. Ying taking a couple shots by the feathered airstrike, and Han will secure the Lord. Fight's gonna break out. Defensive AOG. Keyboy trying to go away, but Ying again comes in clutch to pick up another kill.
And again, that's the advantage and the disadvantage of going Concussive Blast over Brave Smite. If you go for the Brave Smite, you would have a little bit more sustain there, but because it was concussive and because it was kind of reliant on the early game, getting tempo, Yangon now have that sustain lead on everyone. With the Revitalize, Han, Stitch, they're good. Lina and Ying, they got Brave Smite, so they can constantly just heal back up.
The Young Guns, the Galacticos, they're taking it to the Sky Kings. Onyx ID, now I realize exactly just why the Indonesian crew members I got to talk to were hesitant to celebrate that they were gonna go up against YG. They're so good. The patience, the front to back, they check the conditions before they go for the full engage. Lutfi quickly got punished. That's the level of team that YG is.
On again, gonna start it up, T-Boy. Caught in the midst of it all, but he's gonna be fine. It does get brought to half health. But this is all with the Lord. They've got plenty of ultimates to march in with this. They want to go ahead and take down these shields. They get the waves up marching in together. Charge in from the Lord. Tier 2 falls. There's an engage. Luffy just trying to delay them a little bit further. An AOG as well from Keyboy. Meanwhile on the top, Han's going to push that top side. Lord finally goes down. They hold on to the base turret. Han, is he going to be able to get away? He cables on out. Kyrie trying to do everything to keep that base turret up. And Onyx will hold on to the base.
Yeah, they're able to defend right now, but again, it is such a big, big win for Yangon Galacticos. Now they have all the tempo in the world. They have the positions on the jungle as well. They can actually explode this gold lead as long as they keep on freezing the lanes, trying to suffocate Onyx inside of their own base.
Stitch again, initiation, and now Kyrie in trouble. Lina picks up the kill, lines them all up. Ying jumps into the backside, and Yangon Galacticos will take everything they win for. Han looking to clean up a kill. Lutfi falls as well. Sans and Skylar, they just have to watch as everybody falls.
This could be an endable angle. 20 seconds on Kai.
Yangon Galacticos going for the win against Onyx Indonesia. They said they were #1. And can they defeat their opponents here? The base going to be worked on. They try. Skylar does everything, and Yangon Galacticos will beat them in a best-of-1.
They declared themselves top 2 against Onyx Indonesia. We are 2 of the best. But today, on this day, Yangon Galacticos is better than Onyx ID.
This is a declaration. They are not a dark horse at the M7 World Championship. Yangon Galacticos are contenders for the throne.
Capitalize all those letters, all caps, contenders. What a performance by Yangon.
I knew there was something, man, when we saw them in the qualifying match, leading here to their M7 journey, and they showcased it here. Once again, you know, mad respect between both teams. But I gotta say, that confidence that they talked about, hey, they just put it in motion. You gotta give it up here to Blink. You know, there's so many great performances from Ying to Blink setups to Lina even being able to get those duality procs off when they counted. Just everything fell into place here for Yangon.
It was perfect. Again, YG did to Onyx what Onyx have been doing to every team in MPL ID throughout Season 16. It was them outsmarting Onyx. It was them outclassing Onyx in every single department.
I'm looking forward to hearing from the members of Yangon Galacticos. You saw their emotions when they got the winning moment. Could they believe it? Or did they expect it? Let's move on to the stage with bringing the members of YG to hear from the Young Guns.
What an unexpected turn of events. Please give it up for Yangon Galacticos. Oh my goodness, I think a lot of us are still in shock, but now we have on stage Stitch and Blink together with us. Congratulations for that win against Onyx Indonesia. Now, my first question is for Blink, okay? So Blink, we showed a video earlier, and you guys mentioned that for you, on top is Onyx, and then you are next after Onyx. Now, after winning against them, does this put you on top of Onyx?
It's just best of one, so like we can't say yes, so we gotta go to best of three to tell.
Okay, I see. But I'm liking the smile on your face. You seem very happy after that win, okay? Now, moving on to Blink. Yesterday, a lot of people were shocked by your Hellcurt. Your Hellcurt game yesterday, okay? So, I have a question for you. Why do you think is Yangon, compared to other teams, a lot more confident in bringing out these kinds of picks?
Hacker pick ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့100% confident ရရှိနေလို့
He's very confident about the Helga pick because like it's his signature.
I see. Okay. So now for my last question, since you won this match again, do you have anything to say to the other 2-0 teams that you will potentially go up against tomorrow? That includes Liquid, SRG, Alter Ego. Do you have anything to say to these teams who you will potentially go up against?
We'll try our best to face you guys, so we are ready.
We are ready, and I hope they will be ready too. And later on, we will find out what the matchups are indeed going to be. But for now, congratulations once again to Yangon, and thank you so much for joining us on stage. I believe it's time that we head on over back to our casters to break down that game for us.
Yangon, you guys, I'm excited to see you for the rest of this tournament. They now move up to the 2-0 bracket.
They are a match away, because it's going to be best of 3, so it could be two games away, 3 games away, depending on that, to making it to the knockout stage. They could be the first one to do it as well, depending on how the draws are tomorrow.
Later?
Later.
Yeah,
Later.
I was gonna say later.
Yeah, for tomorrow, the schedule.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It makes me wonder, like, exactly how they would do in a best of 3. But I think after that performance, that speaks for itself. You know, and that's it was almost hard to choose the MVP of this game because like they all did amazing.
Yeah, Yangon. It's just everything. What we said a lot in terms of marrying theory and idea with execution. The reason why Ying was my personal MVP, and behind the scenes, this was all of our votes. We voted for the same man here. I feel like this pick, how he built it, the items, the play style, this is not a Valentina just wanting to be a glass cannon. This is a Valentina as a pure EXP laner with Brave Smite, Festival of Blood, basic common emblem just he gets a little bit more of that hybrid regen. I love this approach by Ying?
It's phenomenal, man. And again, that's why in the wildcard as well, we did get to see a glimpse of how the Valentina can actually be a counter to the Sora, but it was always used as a mid laner. We were talking about the idea of it finally going back XP, and even in the wildcard, we saw how the mid laner struggles with the Valentina against a Sora. It's in the late game where you don't have the items that can actually elevate the Sora ultimates, the Sora abilities you take. Here, it's completely different, man. Ludpi, whatever he did, Ying did better.
Yeah.
He is him, but better every single time. Doing damage, stunning them up, utility, even sustaining, just so that the backline, Lina and Stitch, could hit.
Yeah,
we were
like,
talking about this all the way from the draft, and it was always, again, for Onyx, very conditional front to back. For YG, it's a very simple composition for them to actually execute. It was either dive together or played front to back and bait out skills. And man, did they bait out skills here. Best example of that happening. Onyx, all of their resources were burnt out to try to look for a pick, and it was just not happening. YG had their revitalize, they had proper disengage. They were just kiting back and forth up until they saw those abilities go on cooldown, then they decided to strike. And even here, where usually you would expect teams to just play it discipline, YG struck while Onyx weren't expecting it, dude.
I think what, when you watch these highlights too, what worked out so well other than Ying is, and it's so funny, having the yin yang, you know, like from Lina, basically that duality proc, when they brought multiple members from Onyx into the fight, and then you have duality procking, and then you have a glorious pathway too. Like, think about how many tools you have to stop Onyx from disengaging. It's almost like you have no choice but to fight us. And that seemed to be the case here. And you can, again, it was very difficult. And I feel like almost frustrating for Onyx in the way that they wanted to approach those fights.
Yangon Galacticos, just a brilliant performance overall. Again, we mentioned their itemization. The decision for Han to go rush into the Malefic Roar, I appreciate as well. Usually you see that not all Fannies decide to rush the Malefic Roar. Some would save it, like rush it if they're falling behind and they want to catch up. But he said, no, we're going to apply the pressure right away. We know Hockey Boy is like one of the main frontliners we need to take down. Ludpi as well. So why not you pick the main item to take down frontliners on your Fanny right away, who is pretty much unbothered. Yeah, he died once, but it was easy for Han to weave in and out without a problem.
Yeah, another big miss that we pointed out in the game itself for Onyx is the fact that for Sans, he went for the Lightning Truncheon, he went for Burst, but usually you would pair that up with Ludpi or Keyboy rushing the Dominance Ice. Knowing that there's a Hylos on the other side and 2 Brave Smites to handle, plus a Fighter Emblem Claude, you need the anti-regen quick. But it just didn't come in quick enough. And that's why Turtle 2, YG were able to take control and just honker down. Turtle 3, same thing happened because the Dominance Ice came in late. That's why in a lot of the games, despite the changes to Glowing Wand, you still see a lot of teams prioritizing Glowing Wand on their mid laners because you get more resources than your Roam, than your XP to go and build that up. So I think that's something that Onyx will have to learn because YG played it perfect. Again, Lina could have gone for the same route. Instead, he went for the safer route with the Brave Smite already, and he just got so much value with all the sustain. And then again, Concussive Blast on Sora with this composition. Onyx were really just banking on early game. If they got the early game lead, build it up to like a 7-8K, then they would have the game. But if it didn't, you clearly saw how uncomfortable Ludpi was compared to Ying, who are technically the same in this game, without a Brave Smite on the Concussive.
It helps a lot also that it's not only the Sora kit that you have the Valentina kit that has 2 extra dashes, and which is why we saw the peel, the Terrify that you get with a Shadow Strike, Valentina over Sora. It's just really good. So let's say thank you to some friends.
Sora and Valentina. You versus the dude she tells you not to worry about.
This dude right here, by the way.
You know what?
This guy.
V?
This guy. That's the
Right
guy
there.
he tells you not to worry about.
That's V.
You know what? I think I've been a little bit too biased towards Ty, so you've got a mean face card as well, so it's your turn. All right, it's our turn to voice over for Mirko. Can we get a focus onto Mirko here?
I'll hold this one for you.
All right, you can start it off nice. What's the voice in Mirko's head sound like?
You know, in Mobile Legends, every big play starts the smart way, with the small moves that matter. Oh, I see, like he speaks 100 miles an hour.
Say it again, say it again.
The early rotation, the upgrade path you map out, the skin you unlock that makes your hero feel like yours. Those little choices set everything in motion. And then the moment's hit, you want nothing slowing you down.
What's up, boys and girls, and my goats? That's why your unlocks, your upgrades, and why am I doing hand motions? You don't see this. And every step in between, stay fast and secure. Skirt, you don't do that. Keeping your game in rhythm and giving you smooth access to everything you need, both in-game and beyond. All brought to you by the official payment partner of the M7 World Championship, Visa.
W Visa.
Visa.
My goat.
My
actually,
goat.
legit my goat. This is not cap because I actually have a Visa credit card.
Yeah, you should show it now. front and back.
Dude,
No, because
nice try, nice try.
I tried.
Nice try.
Dog.
That was a nice try.
All right, I'm gonna get something here. So this is Acecraft. It's really cute. It's a
What
game.
is that?
Whoa.
What is
built around
Acecraft?
adaptability. It is one of our newer games, of course.
Can it fly?
Can fly? Can you fly? You can fly
Together, by the way.
with friends because it's also meant to be played co-op. Woo! I don't know if there is a single player. I should double check. I keep saying I'm gonna download and play Acecraft. I've just been playing MLBB, but play Acecraft as well. Random skills, bullet deflection mechanics, and a retro cartoon style, all designed for fast, skill-driven aerial combat. Jump into Acecraft now for some nostalgic fun. If you're a young gun like me who grew up watching Tom and Jerry.
Grew up watching Young Gun. I thought you were just gonna, make another one of those puns, dude.
I've been saying Young Gun a little bit too much this time around, but yeah. That's Acecraft. All right, so Young Gun Galactica sent Onyx down to the 1-1 bracket. They go up in the 2-0 bracket alongside Alter Ego and Team Liquid and SRG. Great company to be a part of. Coming up, it's CFU Gaming versus Aurora Gaming PH. Will this actually be just a really quick day?
It might be.
Honestly, knowing how good Aurora, PH are and how shaky CFU were from yesterday, this looks like it's gonna be the fastest game of the day.
Aurora was a little shaky yesterday, though.
But that was against TL, bro.
Yeah, it's TL.
Like, one had to go against TL, the other had to go against BS.
Yeah. That's true. That's the actual letters. Okay,
Yeah, Black Sentence.
Black Sentence.
Guys.
What are you all insinuating? We're chill.
Why did they zoom in on you when you said that?
Do it again. Black Sentence.
No,
No esports. Just Black Sentence.
Black Sentence.
BS.
All right. Definitely, this next matchup is going to be a ENGER. I was going to add another letter, but I realized it's just banger. I don't know what's up with me. It's been a long day, bro. CFU Gaming versus Aurora Gaming Philippines. Yeah,
I was gonna say, it's a short day.
It's been a long 7 days in Jakarta.
There you go.
And I can't wait. It's been 9. I
Hasn't it
can't
been
wait
9?
for more. I can't wait for more. Let's go to break. I'm messing up numbers. Let's go.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Welcome to the M7 Carnival, legend. You traveled all the way to the Land of Dawn? Don't worry, we'll guide you through all the activities and wonderful experiences we have. Here's everything you can do in the M7 Carnival for ticket prices as low as 20,000 rupiah. First stop is the Stage of Legends, filled with performances, music, cheers, the biggest M7 watch party, and a special performance from Stephanie Poetry on the final day of the carnival. Game recognizes game in the M7 Carnival, as we'll be collaborating with the NBA. And history is made here at the M7 Carnival, the first ever MCGG World Championship. The Go 1 Grand Final will be hosted here at Stadion Maja Jakarta. So come join us and feel the energy. Next stop, the Heroes Playground, to take photos with giant hero statues and meet cosplays of heroes from the Land of Dawn. Come to the Hall of Creators and Pros to meet and greet with top content creators. Teams from MPL ID and Legends are here. Line up, take photos, and even walk away with an autograph. Play games in the rewards arena to win prizes from all of our brand partners. It's at the MPL Market. Booths of your favorite teams, exclusive drops, and surprises from your favorite teams. Take a quick bite at GoPay's Land of Dine. We've partnered up with GoFood for your food and drinks. The Magic Map has shown us all 6 zones in the M7 Carnival. We're calling you to play, explore, and wander. Don't miss out on exclusive gifts ready for visitors worth over 2.5 billion rupiah, including M7 limited edition swag bags, exclusive merch, in-game chests, and special skins. Are you ready, legend? Get your tickets soon, because we can't wait to meet you at the M7 Carnival.
down to our last match for the second day of Swiss with the full days of BO1s as we transition closer to the BO3 plus BO1s still there. Aurora PH this time versus CFU Gaming. Now, between these two teams, Aurora looks stronger.
Yeah.
Yes, they lost against Team Liquid, but it was an early to mid game that was handled well, considering they were going up against Team Liquid.
It was Liquid. And on the other side, CFU were up against BS. Not to say that BS aren't good, but the way that they were playing, it was basically kind of like a battle of blunders versus the All-PH Grand Final Best of One, where we saw literally methodical plays here and there. Clutch gaming coming in from the GOAT, Sanford, Sanji, JP, and Oheb Man.
Yeah, it was
man.
Oheb Man.
Oheb Man.
Actually,
man now.
I was gonna say they kind of have. We've seen them kind of like grow up. You know, like
Yeah,
if you think about it,
true.
even if you watch what they kind of looks like in M4.
M3
like,
was a boy, dude. Oheb.
yeah, M3,
Sanford.
M4,
Oh my,
Sanford and Sanji, and M4. You know, and I think this is going to be the big thing here because this is now a crucial match. I feel like for even CFU to kind of recalibrate here for the Swiss stage.
This might just be a huge bounce back day for the Aurora organization.
Yep.
As the Dimming Lights go up against the Dormant Sharks. An aggressive team like CFU being out-aggressed by a younger BSC team. Now, I wouldn't say out-aggressed because I actually revisited the game earlier today. CFU did well for the first 5 to 7 minutes, if I recall correctly. It was just at around the 9-minute mark, things started to turn around in favor of Black Santas because CFU overheated with their aggression and didn't consider the late entries by the members of BSE to counter and eventually snowballed to a BSE team. While Aurora, again as mentioned by Merkel, was a methodical approach between the two PH teams. Again, don't use the word slow. We use methodical.
Slow,
to describe
methodical.
PH gameplay. No slow, methodical.
Tomato.
Fine.
Yeah.
I will concede that.
It's okay, you know. If they don't like high MLBB, high level MLBB, it's fine. It's fine. You know, they can actually watch the other games. But for me as well, very entertaining game. But for me, looking at the CFU game, I was actually with the majority of people back at home as well. We were like, bro, can we leave Kagura back in 2022 or something? Like, why are we still picking it up in the big 2026? Turns out, I actually met OP in the bathroom. And I was like, bro, why'd you pick Kagura?
Why the bathroom?
Sorry. Because I went to the toilet, he was also there,
Okay,
and I'm like,
okay,
yo,
okay.
Opie.
You didn't set to have the meeting there.
No.
Okay,
Like, we just happened to meet. We met,
Okay.
It was, So I met him, I'm like, yo, what happened? And he's like, I don't know, man. We miscommed a lot. I'm like, okay, but what do you think about the draft? Because I don't like the draft. And he's like, we actually practiced a lot with that draft, so we were confident. There you go.
Okay, so keys to recovery. Optimize the draft for early game dominance. Nice, and we've casted so many Aurora PH games. If you're CFU, can you look at them and say, hey, we're still going to try to do what we usually do and out early game Aurora PH? Nice.
I think there's potential. There's potential for CFU to do that because you gotta remember, like CFU has been a mainstay in a lot of the international tournaments for a long time now, right? And I feel like we have seen that from them. It's just more so of being able to carry that lead that they get, and if they can make it happen. But yeah, against Aurora, a team that usually can dominate early on, which again. They went against a formidable opponent yesterday, but they were holding their own, like you mentioned, first and second turtle. Then it just slipped out of hand. So I think they can do it.
Yeah, they checked Liquid very well. So yeah, I'm always on the boat of just because you're going up against a team that on paper is stronger, don't lose who you are.
Yeah.
But you gotta temper that aggression. Aurora's, me and Wolf have talked about this multiple times. They are one of the best in terms of just punishing you for the slightest little micro overstep or mishap in team fights.
I'd go a step further to say that Aurora Philippines are the best team at early game. When the game is still on template, when the game is still all about just setup and, that plan, strategies, they're the best team in the world to do it. When it comes to playing the fundamental game, playing the game on paper, drafting as well for the game to be played classically on an MLBB, it's Aurora Philippines who are the best at it. It's just when we get to those impromptu moments, when you have to make some improv moments happen, when you need to be clutch, when you need to push yourself towards there, where other teams would be willing to take the risk to turn the tides, that's what Aurora lacks.
Of course, CFU Gaming, you have to look at them. If they were having a lot of miscoms, maybe, then you're going to have to sort it out against a team that knows templates very well, the set plans. If you're going to go a little crazy, a bit loco in your approaches. Maybe that goes a little bit later into the game, where in Aurora Gaming Philippines, historically, it's not like they fumble a lot of late games. See, even Edward shrugged at that statement. I'm sorry, these poses are sending me. I've lost my train
What
of
is this?
thought.
I've always wondered about UA's pose, man, you know?
Yeah, the
He has
little,
that
what
even
is that?
focus,
What is that?
yeah.
What is that supposed to mean?
Maybe he's telling his opponents like they're small.
I'm crushing your brains.
Is he
What is his
crushing
reference?
motion, or is he just...
I don't know.
It's not
Maybe we
the,
should ask
It's not
Yue.
the hard thing, because he would have done this.
Yeah.
But he does this. So, okay, let's look at the keys to recovery this time for Aurora. Be ready for potential cheese picks and unorthodox strategy. I think that's a given when you're going up against CFU, but I don't think they're going to go too cheesy here.
I don't think they can afford to.
Yeah,
I
you
don't think
can't.
they can. Especially now that it's day 2 of Swiss, and you got to consider after this, you know, you're going to have the draw again, and you're going to be in that kind of spicy situation if you lose here. I think for either team, so I almost expect both of these to just kind of lean towards their comfort in a way, like just go comfort picks. Now, we've seen some teams do that as well, and I think, you know, you got to stick to the familiar compositions, and that's what I'm saying. Sharpen execution, I feel like, is what we said about Aurora even back in the regional professional league, right, for the MPL Philippines. They really had to hone in on execution and making it happen and not letting it slip their hands, because you got to make sure Dome and Kite stays ahead in farm. I think there's even more to it, though. Like, not just Dome and Kite being able to stay up in farm, but also just Light has to get that initiation started, you know, early on. That's when we see them be very successful. Of course, Edward, Mr. Consistent himself, is usually pretty solid in the XP lane. But even so, like, being able to allow Demon Kite to be competitive in the jungle against maybe some of the chaos that we're going to see here from CFU Gaming.
Yeah, Detective and Boxy, eyes on them. Specifically Boxy to make plays and catch key Aurora players. But Light plays the same way on the side of Aurora, so I wonder where the balance is going to be coming from. One thing we always talk about in PH is the communication between the Roamer and EXP.
Yeah, I think Boxy is definitely way more explosive compared to Light, but Light is more disciplined. Like, he still knows when to go in for the calculations, and for Aurora, I'm really looking for that. I'm really looking for them just to play the normal game. There's not really a lot of risk in this position still. You're still in 0-1. You lost to TLPH. I hope confidence is still high after that loss. I hope they don't go full tilt mode like they did at M6, because really you could definitely see how tilted they were. They would have these early game plans. They would get the early game plans with a check mark.
Yeah.
And then they just completely forget what they want to do in mid game, forcing out random fights, forcing out random objective conversion that just did not go their way.
This time last year, they were up against Flash, NIP Flash from Singapore, and lost that best of 1 to go down to the 0-2 bracket. Pretty sure they do not want history to repeat itself. Fandom War, put it up in the chat. Nice, you have a very commanding voice. Why don't you tell people?
Tell them.
All right, chat, listen up. There's been 16 teams, and right now we're down to these 16 the final day. Oh, no, it's not final day. Day 2 of the Swiss. Yeah. Is it going to be CFU in the chat? Aurora. Yeah, all the sound effects. Right?
Put it all on there.
Put it in the chat. I don't know why you're looking at me while you say that too, but CFU Aurora in the chat. Let us know who you guys think is going to win this.
I'm going to go Aurora.
You're going to go Aurora?
Yeah, because they got my GOAT, XBTR, by the way, Light.
All right, I got to go Aurora.
You got to go Aurora?
Because they got my ex-RSG boys.
Oh!
I gotta go Aurora because I'm Filipino.
Okay, so
like
we're sorry, Cambodians. We're sorry.
Sorry, Cambodia.
Yeah. Sorry, Cambodia.
But hey,
you can import an XBTR member and I will switch over.
Yeah, you will be one of Breako's many goats. For sure. As we head into the drafting phase, here's some fun facts for you. 100% contention rage.
Rage? Contention rage?
Rate is Yu Yong. What's up with my brain today? While for Sora,
Fraud Watch. Sora's on Fraud Watch.
0-2. He's 0-2. What's happened? It seems like it really was just like what happened to Lucas Valentina.
Wait, so it's almost like, is he 0-3 now? Because technically Ying was cosplaying Sora.
True.
So it's like a half win. Let's give Sora like a half win.
Yeah, sure, Valen. They should have really given the Kakashi skin to Valentina.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
But they were scared to do it. It's okay. Maybe one of these days. So, CFU take out the Grok and the Fanny. They see again. Aurora, for some reason, a lot of people don't think of them as an early game team. They are really a fantastic early game team. That's why they dominated MPLPH in the regular season.
Yeah.
That's what they're good at.
It's a quad first pick. Okay. You're talking about Domain comfort. I guess it's a comfort. And again, we've been expecting this. I think after watching GOTF especially, a lot of top tier teams would just prioritize Claude. Earlier as well, 2 times we've seen the Claude prioritize Naisu, and 2 times we've seen the forced matchup in the carry versus Claude. I really don't think the carry is a full counter anymore. Like back in the day, yes, but with the fighter emblem, you can't try to just all in him and kill him. Claude is so sustainable now. Oh, Sora and Val.
When I get the best of both worlds.
One of these will give us a win. Basically.
If it's either 0, oh man, imagine if both lose and it's just because it's an all-in Sora.
Wait, I'm just also thinking, I know it's a comfort for Domikai, but like, why?
Why Claude first?
Did they not expect a Valen Sora
They're
rush?
probably expecting like one or the other.
Yeah,
They were like, wait,
hey,
not both.
Yeah, they ban out the Eve. That means you're going to be picking Farsa in the first 2, right? Nope.
Hey, they mastered the basics. CFU are not going basic.
Yeah, they're going for the cheese. They're going for the unique strategies. Got the gotcha and YSS, all right. Get your early till late settled. How then are you going to empower it? What are you going to give Edward, I think, is my most important question now, later down in the draft.
I'm also wondering, on that point that Mirko asked, then what is the best thing right now against Claude, like currently? Since the carry has kind of fallen off a little bit there in terms of that matchup, then what would be the better option in the gold lane?
I don't play gold lane, so...
Dude, there's no good matchup. Like, he's the best weak side gold laner right now. Because, like, the best case scenario for Claude, you get a solo kill, right?
Yeah.
Worst case scenario against Claude, he just doesn't die, and he just farms, and he double lanes because of the movement, and that's why it's so annoying to deal with Claude. That's why I think it's going to rise up as we get into later stages of Swiss stage to being first pick prio.
I mean, like, the main Claude performance of the day is, of course, there was
Innocent,
and then Innocent as well.
It's all Claude's, dude.
Yeah, it's all Claude.
Earlier as well, it was Stitch on Claude.
Hey, dude, he already had his moment in M4. Like, didn't he have... Or wait, it was M6 that he had the statue, right? Was it M6 statue?
Who? Innocent?
Claude.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's Claude, yeah.
So he's just a year late.
He's just a year late.
Oh, sorry, year early.
All right, so this year it's Granger.
Yeah.
Right?
So
what if next year that means Granger's going to be the hero?
Or maybe it was just reversed because Granger got a few crazy moments in M6.
M6,
Oh, yeah.
Right?
That's
It
true.
just reversed.
All right. Well,
Time confuses me.
time is
Yeah.
a river.
Exactly. Thinking of time, it's crazy that in 2026 Leomord is coming back a lot more.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
I'm happy about it. Like, Leomord's always... And Leomord's always been one of those, like, cool heroes, but he's just never, like, fit in any of the, like, main metas in the recent patch. But
Yeah,
now that...
outcast cool guy.
Yeah. And I
Right.
mean, like, look at that armor, man.
Yep. He's got... Hey, after the revamp or before revamp, though?
After.
Okay, I agree.
Actually, this, I was looking at it earlier, this version of Leomord, the portrait, looks a lot like Kyrie.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe he picked it up. He's like, yo, let me pick
exactly.
myself up.
Okay.
And he's like, never mind. No, let's let Yazuki do that. CC, though, I really like the CC pick. Sorry, CC ban here because we have seen that when you're up against a Sora, if it's not the Valentina, it's actually the CC that does well in lane. Nino proved it to us against Aurora Gaming.
Yep.
And now we see it banned out by CFU. But Aurora are still going to take the safe route to ban out the carry. Because, yes, it's not the best matchup, but if you are planning to go for a tanky lineup, you still want to get it out.
Oh my gosh, what if Edward just plays a Benedetta or something, man?
Yeah, I was thinking that too, because one of the tendencies of Aurora, if they're going into this phase where they show their main carries already, that means they could be preparing something unique for Edward in the EXP lane. And historically, that has been the Benedetta. We might see it if it can round out the draft, but I'm really leaning towards surprise here. This is their tendency.
Yeah. Last band's going to be the Hylos. Narrowing down that roaming option here for CFU. I don't know, man. There's still a lot, I feel like, that CFU can go ahead and build into this. Even the gold lane, I'm still wondering what they're going to put there.
Let's go Cho again on Boxy.
Cho on the box. Yeah, Cho for Boxy.
Yeah. I mean, that is his pick.
Yeah.
Could be it. Not a lot of targets to go for, though. Yusun Chin plays the CC Immune. There's a Purify on Claude, probably.
I mean, if you could chain it with someone else,
I guess.
at least you'll help set up one another.
Yeah. So, what's it going to be here? We have Gold and Roam for CFU left to take. Like, Leia's banned out already, Hilda as well.
It's just a Moz comp? I don't know. Like,
for the gold lane.
Yeah.
It seems okay, but it's not the best choice to go up against a Claude. Oh, they go Granger. The old approach of dealing with... Well, the Claude was actually already kind of like a winning matchup against the Granger.
Yeah.
And now with the Claude rising because of the Fighter Emblem, Granger falling down, I'm not too sure about this pick anymore. You also need your team, the rest of the team, to enable the Granger for the Granger to work in the current meta. So again, very different playstyle on the Granger. Hopefully Singh plays it well because he has been, you know, dipping recently.
I need speed on the side of Aurora. I need something that goes fast. You need a lot of tempo setting. Because you're playing with Claude and YSS already. You showed that early on.
Wow.
So yeah, it is going to be a lot of Lunox. Yeah, it's not. Anything that's go along the lines of what you pointed out with the last Lunox game we got to see Naisu, where it's just like it's just constantly going to get forced to use the Brilliance.
Yeah, that was in the hands of Rosa, right? And a lot of times I almost want to say, like, maybe that was the plan. Like, I'm just going to soak up what I can, use my Brilliance, and then, you know, from there, see what I can pop off with. But it's one of those things that you see teams kind of opt for the Lunox, but okay, that's interesting too. The CFU goes with the Badang.
So, both of the things we spoke of did not, I mean, it didn't come through anymore. No longer 100% contention rate for Yuzong. Sora, maybe, might not be 0-2 anymore. 0-3 after earlier.
Yeah, 0-3, I think.
Yeah, with the Valentina. Oh, it's going to be rough. I think one way to look at it is matchup to matchup. First, how well Edward is going to be doing in the EXP lane up against that Sora of Wadu.
Yeah, I agree with the lineup rating. I think CFU have got a very good draft here.
The login immediately, of course, a surprise pick on the Leomord, one of the little dark horse of all the picks that we have here in M7. The final match of Swiss Stage Day 2. We're both leaning a little bit towards CFU. Naisu, who are you leaning towards?
I still going for Aurora, man. Those my boys.
All right. Let's see if Nice's boys are going to be doing good here. And make sure the Aurora organization ends it with a 2-0 day, or will CFU be the ones going up and finally getting a win in the column. Thank you for announcing that. Let's go.
Here we go. Land of Dawn for the final game of the day. This will also mark one of the final, well, yeah, one of the final best of ones. We will see a few more best of ones tomorrow because there's still 1-1.
But now we start having some best of threes.
Yeah, it's no longer a full BO1 day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because you always see that. You know, when we open up the stream, people are always like, BO1 question mark?
Whoa, OP?
Really? Ooh. All right.
Playing with fire.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, but he decided to go Impure Rage instead of Brave Smite here. So he knows, oh, I thought it was actually going to be a take there. Everything else, pretty normal. Nothing too crazy in the emblem department here. Yeah. I guess something that we can talk about is the fact that Boxy went for concussive.
Little fight here. Whoa, Boxy, whoa! Ooh. Even with the flicker, he still gets taken out. Hey, Yue, doing it a little bit different this time on the Lunox.
Really good stuff there early on. The Lunox isn't really fast, but it can be fast depending on how you play against it, right?
Yeah.
And see if you decided to go fast against a Lunox early game. Level 1, that's already a sustained advantage. That's why I wanted to talk about the Impure Rage choice. That means you shouldn't really be taking these trades. Usually you do that with Brave Smite, and they pay the price for it. Again, it's also usually like Brave Smite Badang, it's a concussive with for clear, so sustain-wise, they're definitely going to lose out. Like they can use Revitalize there.
Yeah, right now they really should just be looking at, should we clear the minion wave, and then we'll go out, we'll rotate, and then let's wait it out in the mid. Don't take a lot of duels towards the center of the map. So with CFU, still they got detected to level 4, Demon Kite at level 4 as well. Good control in the center, trying to recover just a little bit. See if that's the right way. Bring that down, and then now get into position.
They have that prio with the concussive blast now. It should be free.
Gonna fight for this turtle here. First one of the game. They're gonna initiate. They get the Revitalize out from Light. Edward's gonna jump in. Wadu gets the turtle. Defensive flicker too, but now Detective could be in trouble. Crashing on down. Yue gets another kill. Second for him. They trade the turtle, but they build up the lead here for Aurora Gaming Philippines.
That's why I was looking at Edward and his battle in the EXP lane against Wadu. Great catch there by Edward, and to commit the play to make sure they get the kill.
Oh, he's just going to jump out. He knew he was going to get that level 4, so he could press it a little bit further. Look at all this extra gold going over to Aurora.
And this is why we highlight Aurora Gaming Philippines so much when it comes to just the template gameplay and how good they are at fundamental MLBB. When they have a lead, their conversion on objectives, their conversion on extra leads that they can get on the map is so instant. You saw a few mistakes there from CFU. One, not zoning Edward. Second, fighting Light for too long. And you saw instant punishments for Aurora. Look at the gold in mid. It's a 2,000 gold lead with Turtle 1 going to CFU.
Exactly what we were talking about earlier, just how good they are. I mean, who does that as a roamer? It's like, I'm going to go all the way to the back and then, hey, my RSG brother's right there.
I'm fine.
I'm good.
But that's why I think it even more highlights the fact of just how locked in and good TL is right now.
Yeah. Dude,
like,
yes, they're in form.
You know, and I think, again, we're going to continue to see that as we get through the M7 tournament, especially the Swiss stages right now. But even looking at this, like you guys mentioned, with this bit of a lead and all across the board, CFU Gaming is going to want to be able to pull off something. I feel like for this next Turtle, and not only secure it, but then potentially even get some kills on the board to start scaling up here.
Yeah, Counter-Strike already built up there. That is quite a big gap, honestly. 385 for, again, the first few minutes, and it's through the gold that they got through the turret shield. OP goes for the AOG steal here.
Guide already up to Corrosion. Edward with the War Axe. Gold will go to Sing there. Prio for CFU here.
Sing picking up a Sky Piercer. Oh, Wolf, look at that.
Good
Even kind of
damage.
taking a shot. Just taking a little bit of that. Nice unbreakable from Light. Light's going to jump, not connect. OP goes in with his own AOG. Boxy's already gone. Defensives are being used. Demon Kite actually falls, but it's still a trade. Wadu could be next. Yue's got the damage alongside Domin Kite. They'll pick up another. The 3-for-1 trade right now as Aurora Gaming gets the kills that they want, and they'll just wait and delay this Turtle.
Questionable jumps here and there, but at the end you get a favorable result for Aurora. 2.5K, 5 kills already locked in. Edward still locked in on this Lapu Lapu. He's one of the main reasons why CFU Gaming could not fight that comfortably.
It was just all in on Detective constantly, man. And on top of that, earlier it was Light popping Revitalize. So Detective was just like, bro, what? I can't deal damage to you. I can't ignore you. I'm just going to take it like a good boy.
Concha being a crucial pick right now in the roam. Fighting for the Turtle, they've actually got some control around the space here. They know Domikite's up top.
Look at that.
Mount Chalker's gonna be used. There's the speed. They're gonna fight for it. Detective will get the Turtle. But now he's kind of zoned out. UA's actually gonna fall here. Good pickup for CFU. The turret does go down up top, but that is a great fight for CFU. Not only the Turtle, but a couple kills. Light could be next. He's trying to do what he can to clear out the lane. What a great turnaround for CFU.
Aurora, I guess you're just never going to beat the allegations. What? What happened? We were just complimenting on how good they were at the early game. That was a big lead.
Oh, no one got to check Demon Kite enough. No one got to protect him enough. Wadu instantly went for him, similar to how Edwards has been taken down Detective. That's the second death on this Yi-Sun Shin. And just like that, they crumble. CFU Gaming have turned this all around.
And it's so bad, especially because you need to deny Granger out. The fact that CFU were behind 2,000 gold at the start of the game means it should already be very difficult for the Granger to get stacks, but he got 2.
He just got 2, I was going to say.
What?
He just got the Sky Piercer right before that as well. So like, oh man, out of the worst timing.
You literally just bypassed the nerf. Like that's what the nerf was for. The early game would be weaker, and therefore he wouldn't be able to get stacks earlier. And now he has 2. And it's such an easy pick to play when you have the lead. Now Sing is comfortable. As long as he doesn't flicker forward, it should be very easy for him to just play in the back. And again, Comp, look at the peel that they have. It's so good.
CFU Gaming also got to bring the tower in the mid lane first, so that means they're definitely just going to have priority in terms of rotation. Where they go, they will be controlling it, and Aurora will just have to play to the tune of CFU and hope that Dominica's farm has been enough. He went for Corrosion and then DHS, but Wadu will see Doming.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. Does go ahead and just try to rotate down. I think they just want to go ahead and have a better positioning for this. They can't have the same result. CFU in a much better fighting position than they were in the last Turtle, so they'll go ahead and start this Turtle up. Again, with broken walls in consideration here, Demon Kite really gonna have to be careful. Doesn't decide to actually post up just yet as they fight for the space here.
Look at Wadu, man. This could be a nasty set. Doming does not have Purify.
Oh, there it is. They're gonna go for it. Mount Chalker gonna be used. Boxy has to defensively flicker, but Doming Kite as well in trouble with Wadu. Revitalize is going to be popped as well. OP goes to the turret. He's safe. Wadu has to get out of there. Flickers defensively as well. A stun from Edward. Pushing him back. It's a push and pull on both sides. But it looks like Aurora fought and will win this turtle. They at least get the objective.
That was beautifully done by Aurora. Oh,
they're going to go for single unbreakable. The taunt will come through. And that's the answer to slow down Sing scaling.
It was right at the end of the circle, like right at the absolute tip.
Yeah, and Sing was just definitely way too greedy, man. The turtle was in the bottom side. He knew that they were members there ready. Yep. Domeng came in, guns blazing.
Yeah. Turret's going to be going down here, so in a matter of that turtle fight and the breakout there, they get themselves that lead. Not as much as they had before, but Aurora Gaming at least swings that pendulum back in their favor here. So CFU definitely going to have to kind of readjust from there. And you saw, like, this is going to be kind of the case when we get to these fights. The next one that comes up, that Lord, it's all about the positioning for both of these lineups.
But I like how Domeng approached that last one, is that he didn't even need to burn the flicker to get away from Wadu. He just used BMI once. Yes, he was getting pressure, but it looked like he was composed. He didn't panic at all. Divine Glaive Rush here for Yue, alongside the Glowing Wand, so that's going to be a huge spike in the damage for this Lunox.
Yeah, great adaptations by Aurora Gaming Philippines here. They saw how CFU were able to tackle that last fight for turtle number 2. So they stuck together a bit more. They provide appeal for Demon Kite, where, again, the last 2 fights, Demon Kite was not given space at all by Wadu.
Yeah, very aggressive item here for Edward. He goes for the Queen Swings right away instead of the Oracle. So he flips the order just a little bit. Usually this comes in at third. He just really wants to last a little bit longer. The team fight gets that spell vamp. He doesn't care about magic defense.
I like it because he understands that he has to be a little bit more independent compared to the Oracle, where he relies heavily on the Revitalize from Light to help him out, right? Yeah. The Queen Swings, again, really good item pickup. And he notices because one time he was able to do it together with Light, the other time Light has to peel back, right? The Lapu's job is the one who has to go in, and it's Light's job to pull back with Demon Kite, with Yue, and to provide that safety for them. So really good pickup by Edward.
These fights are just a little bit weird. Like when it comes to positioning, and again, that's something that Aurora Gaming is taking in consideration here. I'm not sure if OP is actually going to change the ultimate he decides to go ahead and take too. But still, as this Lord is up, nonetheless, it's still the same dance, you know, getting in position here, setting things up. You're going to have Demon Kite go grab his orange. Oh no, Boxy could be in trouble. Fist break, fist crack. There's the torrent coming through too. Yue jumps in, has the bolt. It's a double for Edward. He's going to cut them off from a detective going for his own kill. They're on a disengaging Sing, trying to get away. He has the space.
Oh my God.
Edward won't be able to catch him. Detective and Wadu are here to help. Light tries to sacrifice himself, but it's triple for Detective. A massive pickup again for CFU Gaming.
Oh, he's still there though.
Oh, Sing's still there. What's Edward gonna do here? Did he buy enough time? He's got the bravest fighter. He jumps in. He wants to take Sing with him, and he will. As he picks up a kill, and Edward goes for the double. Him and Wadu. Is Edward? He takes the defensive route and just disengages.
Hey, leave it up to Agent Zero to pull off that play, man. Still Mr. Consistent. Wow.
The wings came in handy.
Yeah, again for Aurora Gaming, it's kind of another... What is it called? They just lost track of their win cons. Again, Demon Kite and Yue were so vulnerable in that fight. Light wanted to go in together with Edward, but at least they are here. First on Lord.
They're going for it. Less than half health on the Lord. Demon Kite giving the signal. A Steve's going to be used too. The Torrent brags him in. Demon Kite will secure the Lord, but the fight's already going to break out. Detective on the run. There's the AOG from Light. Boxy falls. Wadu jumps over the wall to try to get away, and now OP up in the front of it all. Keeps Aurora at bay. It's a trade, but the Lord goes to Aurora.
Yeah, that's going to be a 1-for-1, but you get the big one for Aurora, and now CFU Gaming. Still, I like how they're approaching these fights. They started that off initially perfect, but it's been these later entries of Edward that have been messing them up, and especially if it's timed well with an additional entry, maybe a even slightly later AOG coming in by Light, that forces CFU Gaming into fighting more uncomfortable positionings, especially when they've already been brought down low. It seems like at this point it's just a matter of timing, and perfect timing. There's already a win in nature for Domeng Kite and Anti-Cuirass, full build for Edward as the third item, still skipping out on Oracle.
Edward, oh no, that's tough to get away. Edward gets caught in the mid. Yue trying to get out with a brilliance, and the Lord is cleared easily off of that. unfortunate. A jump from OP. Just using the AOG, but hey, it's just showing, hey, we're willing to fight. We're still in this game, Aurora.
Yeah, maybe we don't compliment the players, man. My bad. Yeah. Sorry, Edward. That was on me. Yeah, I don't know. That was just very bad miscom.
Yeah. It looked like they weren't talking about him wanting to go in there. Maybe he was expecting he wouldn't go down as quick because he just built up the anti-harass.
He's going to go with the 10.
What?
Oh, Wada's going to be in trouble. Taking a couple too many shots. Light goes in with the Unbreakable. There's the cut. Domeng will be able to clean it up. Goes in with Blazing Duet. The Detective falls. It's a double for Yue. And once again, CFU on the run. They still got the turret. They're going to be able to get away. But man, it's almost like a back and forth of misplays happening on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, like, at this point, we just enjoy the game, bro. There's just random brawls happening. It's the same. Like, we were talking about Edward jumping in miscom. Wadu's like, hold my Sora. Walks up as well. Tries to chase Domeng. Though he does have damage, I don't think it's enough to really one-shot a fighter emblem Claude with a Wind of Nature. I really didn't see the angle there. But having said that, Aurora Gaming Philippines are the ones that actually took the loss in that skirmish. Again, Singh was already derailed of the Skypiercer train, but now he's back again.
Yeah, he's got stacks and 1,000 gold lead over that Claude, even with a Wind of Nature, but he already used it. Straight up gets blasted. At the same time, gotta appreciate Light's AOG was actually perfect to cut out the exit there of Wadu leading up to the kill. Domeng Kite, he senses something is up as there are members of CFU nearby. Singh now also has the Wind of Nature, so taking down this Granger is not going to be easy, especially since it has stacks.
You want to initiate before this Lord? Edward jumping in for the bravest fighter as well. Domeng Kite's got to be careful. Boxy jumps in himself in an AOG. Ever being thrown in the mid lane. They're going to drag Domeng Kite back. What happened? Detective will take out UA as well, and now Detective trying to get away with the steed as he does. CFU just gets a massive team fight.
Can I just say, that was horrible. Yeah. Absolutely horrible by Aurora Gaming Philippines. What was that bravest fighter start? What was the plan?
The angle, did they want to flicker and get the Earth Shatter to lock in and get? Were they looking at the bot lane and say, hey, we can force a fight? But then what it's suddenly Domeng Kite find himself there, but nothing just fell for Aurora.
It was awkward because in that fight he didn't even have the flicker. So it's like, yeah, you can rely on the BMI to a certain extent, but you know you don't have it. So you know what happened there? You know, the decision to decide to go for that.
There's 49 stacks now on this Granger.
Yeah, they derailed this already. They handled the problem and they were like, you know what? Let's give it back. 50 stacks basically at this point. Wind of Nature as well. So really, it's on Yue to dive in onto Singh. I really don't see that happening.
It's going to be a difficult condition to check Conceal by CFU. The tower dive, will they juggle? They have the Lord marching up top. This could be a lot of base turrets gone for Aurora.
Lord's going to charge in on the top side. Wadu jumping forward, going to initiate a fight anyway. Wadu actually going to be in trouble. They're going to get stuck under it. A good setup from Boxy once again. Singh still has space. He pops off the backside, but Demon Kai will get a double, and Boxy is gone. Rora fighting back, and they'll go for Singh, and they'll find a triple for Demon Kite. Opie on the run, but he's going to get chased down, but Aurora has got what they wanted with 4 kills.
Hashtag what the heck is happening?
Dude, again, I'm sorry that it's just mistakes that I'm highlighting, but it really started with that. Wadu decided to all in Light. He decided to pull back Light. This could be the end for CFU.
Aurora going in with a mid-wave OP.
Wadu back in 2.
Holding on to the Lunox ultimate here. What can he do? The turret's just going to go down, and that seems like that's all they get. They still got to manage the waves. They'll take some buffs and get reset here. We're still a minute away from the Lord, though.
I'm just so confused because seriously, it started off, Aurora Gaming Philippines gave away that Lord basically in that fight with Edward jumping with the Bravest Spider and them being completely miscomming. CFU then did the same with the Lord Siege. It was Wadu who tried to all in on Light. He didn't get the right person, yet they still went for it, dude. These are just bad commitments.
Yeah, exactly. We've casted enough games to feel generally what players are feeling, and I feel like I'm watching 2 teams that are sort of, I wouldn't say at their limit, but the emotions are getting to them, expectations are getting to them. whether it's the expectation of people around them or their own, and it's affecting their performances because we are trading whoever gets to punish errors better.
What we know for sure is whoever wins, they desperately need that win for the confidence buff because, man, wow.
It's like I said earlier, you know, in the sports, it's all about the less errors. Edward going to defensively have to jump on out with the bravest fighter, but we're 10 seconds away from the Lord here, so we'll see as they rotate down to this Lord evolve now. This is our longest game, at least here for the second shift now.
Yep.
Getting to that point.
Hey, at least we got what we wanted.
Yeah, it's been, but it's been on the whim of a whole lot of errors on both sides, man.
At least one 20-minute game, right? So with this Lord coming up, it is going to be the third one of the game. Make or break for both of them. No one can suffer a massive loss here. Still going to be defendable depending on how many they lose and how many resources they use in this one. So you're seeing both of them just manage minion waves. Both side lanes, though, leaning towards in favor of CFU. That needs to be managed by Aurora.
Oh, Edward jumping in. Light using the conceal. He wants to jump in if he can. Unbreakable, though, on Wadu. Steve's going to come out. They lock down Wadu. Wadu's gone. And they're going to trade it out. A blazing duet from Dome and Kite to force a back box to kick it away. Demon Kite picks up a kill. So far the trade, whole lot of immortalities on both sides, but with 3 down from CFU, this is a Lord opening for Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, they can't just try to go for the base. They don't have enough minion waves. Even if they decide to full send with just 2, it's a Granger Valentina. Edward's been juggling around that Oracle. And great job by him. He was the one who jumped off. They're not going to go for the Lord. They're going for the end, yes.
They're just going to go for the end. Having these immortalities here, is this the right choice? Sing firing off. Keeping them at bay. They're going to be able to clear it out. They should just go for the Lord.
Oh, man. That's going to delay it. I still think they will get it for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, yes. You see these calls come through. And you're like, okay, you really feel the pressure already for them. This, again, will be free. It won't be contested at all. But yeah, there was an attempt. At least there was an attempt.
Yeah. 19-15, 4,000 gold lead. Now Aurora has to manage the minion waves in the side lanes.
Okay. So, it's going to be really difficult for CFU. But one thing that's good about their composition here is that they should find it a bit more comfortable playing inside their base. It's not just any Lord knocking, it's the Evolved Lord. So Aurora should be able to dive as well, easily.
Yeah. Winter Crown as well for Dominkite and Demon Kite. Kite Brothers both having them. So I think the dives for Dominkite should be easy.
Trying to clear out that bottom wave. Lord pulled over to the side. They're going to force the fight anyway under this turret. Detective trying to get away. Light forces them back. Now Yue's in trouble. Yue's gone. Zing picks up a kill. Firing off on Edward. They're still on the defense. Edward trying to do what he can here. A jump from Opie. Kite pops the winner crown. He'll be able to pick up a kill, and that should be enough. Aurora Gaming Philippines will lock on the base, and they had to work and grind for it, but they will win in this best-of-1.
GG's, Aurora Gaming Philippines. Though there were a lot of shaky moments from both teams, they were the ones who stayed consistent in the end. They played with the Lord. Initially, I was like, no way they actually stay away from Lord and go bot. But they went back to the Lord, and they're like, all right, let's use this damage reduction.
Yeah, we're gonna need it. And good utilization by Aurora. They get the win over CFU Gaming, who, credits to them, they could be going on a run where, yeah, they're going to go down to 0-2, but I wouldn't be surprised if they could go up to 1-2. Quality game this time around by CFU. Winter Crown, perfect timing there for Dominicai, the entry, but Edward definitely put the team on his back in this one. Mistakes here and there, but that was really damn good.
Yeah. Whew. Well played.
That was not the cleanest MLBB, man. I mean,
definitely not, man.
On both sides, and you know, it just really came. And sometimes, like I said, in competition, there's games like that, right? Teams on both sides making clear errors, but at the end of it, you're going to have a victor. And this time, it happens to be Aurora Gaming Philippines. And you know, I don't know if it was the lineup or the composition that CFU had, or just a combination of it all.
I think one little detail is actually looking back in memory, Boxy was a low-key sleeper hit here for CFU. A lot of his entries, the fist break and the fist cracks into the wall, messed up the tempo of Aurora. But in the end, it's Aurora PH that gets the win, and we're going to be hearing from them on the stage alongside Brigida. It's Light and Kite. Belated birthday buff, I guess, is what Demon Kite got. So let's go to the stage.
Congratulations to Aurora Gaming! Finally able to snatch a win. And now that we're here in the Swiss stage, we have with us Light and Demon Kite for this interview. And I want to start it off with a question for Light. Okay, hello Light.
Hello, hello.
So, as we all know, yesterday has been a tough loss against Team Liquid. I just want to ask, how did that help you in preparation for this match against CFU?
Just like other losses, we are able to know what our weaknesses, and then we managed to fix it step by step, and then yeah.
All right, we see it now that you've got a win against CFU. Now, Demon Kite, my question revolves around the jungle role. Because now we're seeing so many diverse picks come into play. We're seeing Freyas and Leomords suddenly popping out. So I want to ask your thoughts about this. And do you think this will benefit Aurora?
I think, kasi tawag dito, sobrang daming versatile na hero ngayon, tsaka sobrang pasok din sa playstyle namin. So marami pa kami pwedeng ilabas na hero.
Okay, so Demon Kite thinks that it will benefit Aurora because there are so many versatile heroes now and that it suits their playstyle. So you could expect that we might see a lot more from Aurora considering these changes in the jungle. Okay, thank you so much. Now I have one last question, and if you can answer, this is just a quick message that you have for all the Auroras around the world.
To all Auroras are supporting us, thank you so much, especially to those who believe in us and our family, and also to my girlfriend.
Okay, Demon Kite, would you want to shout at anyone else?
Thank you to everyone who is supporting us, and please keep supporting us on our M7 journey.
And you can expect that the Auroras indeed will be supporting you all the way. So thank you so much once again to Aurora, and congratulations for that win. That has been the final series for today, and now it's time to throw it back to our casters to discuss that game.
A win is a win, and even with shaky wins, there is a lot to learn from. So Aurora, unlike their run last M6, they're not going to go
0-2.
0-2. They're going 1-1.
1-1.
Wait,
Hey.
that's not the right emoji.
That's a dub. My GOAT, XBTR, by the way, Light, Brochahio.
My boys.
Your boy.
Ex-RSGs.
Yeah.
Two sides.
Ex-RSG boys. Hey, by the way, we got the 20-plus minute game we were looking for.
Not the one we were expecting,
Yeah.
but hey, we got what we
21
wanted
minutes.
for.
Yeah. This went on a little bit, maybe 6 or 7 minutes longer than we expected.
And you know what? That's what our errors add up to, man.
Exactly.
Longer games.
This could have been a much shorter game, but then errors were punished and capitalized on by both teams. And at the end, the MVP of the game is Edward. For myself, I think that last play really showed off just how much Edward said to himself, I'm putting you guys on my back right now. Please go with me. It started in the mid lane. Naisu, your vote was for Edward. Why was that?
I mean, he just, not only from what he was able to do when he only had the Queen's Wings and that the War Axe like in that 2v1 up top, but yeah, a lot of times Edward had to be that guy because Light also had to be a little more cautious on how he's positioned, but then also the Revitalize, I feel like, was so crucial here for the rest of the team.
Yeah. So thank goodness he's not on a Uranus, you know? It's,
Yes.
Again, something of a playmaker every time. You want Edward to be on a playmaker, Yuzong, a Lapu Lapu, something that can make plays happen. And in this game, yeah, a lot of clutch moments happening here. A few blunders here and there, but he was able to recalibrate after those errors, and he brought it back. Again, I want to give a shout out to Domain Kaito a couple of times because I'd say really good blazing duets here and there, and the fact that he adapted to the Winter Crown instead of the Winter Nature. Because he noticed that, he was like, okay, that ain't gonna save me, man. I need a Winter Crown. Goes for the Winter Crown, and in the end, it's all about the zoning. That's something that the Cloud users will have to go for. I think right now, personally, I like Winter Crown more than Wind of Nature.
Yeah. just works out very well. And even with the last item, he got to juggle that around. He went with the crown, then went immortality. So great decision on the fly there by Dominic. Whether or not it was made by him or someone on the team called it for him, still a great decision nonetheless. I think this was for me the Edward personification of, come on guys, go, please. I need someone to go with me right now. I know this is way too early. We might be not slightly in the template, but sometimes you just gotta throw the template out and go with gut instinct. That's what Edward brought with that big engagement in mid that led to them eventually getting the Lord.
And it was this here, you know, like he's like, guys, I'm here. I got like 3 dudes on me. Yeah. You know, this is your window to come through, and I think, you know, it's rough, man, because now, yeah, Sora is just Sora's failing a little bit further now. It's the Valentina and the Sora that's not working in this game. You know, and even so, I just feel like the Valentina wasn't able to really do too much like for CFU. There was a couple AOGs that were stolen there, of course, but I think other than that, there was a couple UA ults that also was the choice for OP, but definitely one of the harder games, I just feel like, to execute on both sides, and that's kind of why it was the way it was.
Yeah.
A lot of shakiness, for sure. You can see it in the decisions, the executions, the fact that there are 2 AOGs and a good amount of them were,
Yeah.
like YOGs.
A lot of YOGs from both sides. OP as well, right? But yeah, one thing stayed true. The 100% contention rate no longer, but the Sora being bad is still something that keeps on coming. It might be the most overrated pick this M7 right now. I mean, at least in the Swiss stage. And the wildcard was actually doing pretty well.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised to see such a bad stat for the Sora. But here we have again, Wadu had actually a pretty solid game up until he overchased Dominkai. And really, that was kind of like the fall from grace for Sora. Sing as well, man. I gotta say, I am really disappointed in his performance here at M7. After seeing how good he was at M6, and many times I think just seeing that he can be very, very good. Yeah. Yesterday on the Cloud, it was horrible. Today on the Granger, it was another show of like him being purely mechanical. Like, there's so many bad reads by him, dude.
Yeah,
The Wind of Nature panic in the end, did you see that?
Yeah.
Edward swung twice and he popped Wind of Nature. Right as Edward backed away, then that gave the opportunity for Domingue to be like, wait, all right, I'll just go in. This is such a free kill. And even the bottom lane, when they were getting turtle, sorry, CFU backed away. Sing was like, let me get this wave, bruh.
Yeah.
With the knowledge of where the boys were, where Aurora were. They were turtle, bot side. They could just dive. I don't understand this thing. It's time to step up, brother, man. This ain't looking good.
Yeah, it's a far cry from what CFU were able to do last year in M6. The run that they could have made. They were really, really good. Maybe again, it's the nerves. 2 teams that maybe we see them, the pressure starting to get to them. Let's say thank you to some friends. I don't know why that's my default now. Let's say thank you to friends.
Thank you to friends.
Attention, the MLBB Academy has been fully upgraded. So this is where you can get personal weekly reports, understand your pacing, strengths, and weaknesses, along with a complete match, so that you have less excuses to blame the Hanabi and the Zilong that you end up with. Let's be fair, guys. We will almost always end up with a Hanabi and Zilong. It's about how we adjust to it. The world will not adjust to us. We have our own expectations about what to expect from this world. The world is unfair, but we can make it better.
Just going into a whole tangent.
Well, we can make it better by improving ourselves in the MLBB Academy.
Hey, you can check it out now. mobilelegends.com/academy. Hashtag MLBB Academy. Hashtag mobile.
Legends bang bang.
No, we got a mobile.
Why is that?
Legends bang bang.
All right. Hashtag mobile legends
bang bang.
Yeah, you're the bang.
Oh, I get the
You're
bang
the
bang.
bang bang.
Oh, by the way, in case you want to have more friends, then you should go to the Fred Fest event shop.
Sure.
Available till January 26th. You get more bonuses when you invite friends over to play on the game. That's the whole thing. If you don't know how marketing works. Let's dive into the deep sea and explore underwater treasures. Participate in the restaurant management minigame that we have, Undersea Restaurant, friendship coins, redeem the SpongeBob collab skin, Cyclops for free from the shop. And of course, you can just go ahead and straight to buy Patrick on the shop.
Glue Patrick.
Skin.
Glue Patrick. I don't know why you said it like that, though.
I don't know. I was just...
Yeah, but hey, you casted that game, right? The Patrick Glue?
I did. I have
the debut.
So
I have some PTSD from that, man. Like, the glue, the first time, like the day that it was released, by the way, it got picked in that tournament.
It was Pagu. W Pagu who got a win today. Hey, Aurora to win.
Aurora.
It's a double Aurora.
Good job, Aurora.
Let's go, Aurora.
It's an Aurora redemption day for sure.
Good job, Aurora.
I don't think you beat the allegations Aurora Gaming Philippines, but hey, one step closer.
Yeah, one step closer.
Not yet, not yet.
Shutting it off just now. That section was wild and out, but hey, a win is a win, and it's good to see that now Swiss will still continue. The draw is coming up. We're going up to the days where it's not just full BO1s, we're going to BO3s and BO1s as well. Days are about to get longer, match is going to get even more intense. Do you think the meta has finally stabilized, or there's still like some crazy things teams can pull off?
Some crazy things.
Yeah, right?
Still, because I think a lot of teams are also still saving their strats, especially if they're doing really well and they're getting easier draws.
Yeah.
You're not going to say which one or which, but you know which one or which, you know, it's happened. Yeah, that's Kaisam Yves No Pueto's fault. And Bentings. Yesterday, right?
It's never Bentings' fault.
It's never
Bentings. It's
never
always
Bentings' fault.
Bentings, I'm sorry. I
Bentings
apologize.
is a saint.
Yeah.
I apologize. You
Nicest guy you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
He's the nicest guy?
He's a nice.
Yeah,
he's
he's a
one of the
really
nicest.
nice guy.
He's nicer than Nisu.
He's nicer than Naisu.
Nicer than Nisu.
Well, he was pretty nice yesterday when I was, you know, giving him questions.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's a Nisu's a green flag.
Yeah.
Bentings is a verdant flag.
Oh, okay.
He's Greenland.
He's
Greenland.
Hey.
And
Hey.
the one thing he has over Nisu, he's married.
He's married.
He's married.
Yeah, he's married.
And he has a successful coffee business in his hood.
Yes.
Yo, I want Bentings coffee. I want to try.
All right, Bentings, maybe you could find a way to import some back here to Jakarta. But hey, we're going to go for the draw now. My name's Renmar, Mirko Nisu. It's been an honor to deliver this, but the draw is up next.
Whoa. Whoa.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Are your M4 World Champions, winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up right now.
Welcome to the M7 Carnival.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back to the M7 World Championships. And now we are officially about to enter the Swiss stage draws. And I will be together with Mirko for this one. But you know what? It's not just the two of us doing this. I think it's about time you introduce who our guests are.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you watching back at home, we got a legend here. Two very, very, very cool legends. Firstly, we got one M1 World Champion with EVO's Legends. Thank you so much for being here, Juan. And we got my boy, my GOAT, BTR, by the way, mid laner for BTR, my GOAT Moreno.
All right, there you go. We have two guests with us today. And I know we're also excited for this, but we have to lay out some of the rules before we proceed because this is different from yesterday's draw. We will now be having qualification and elimination matches starting tomorrow. So we will be having best of 3 matches for those two, but we also have the 1-1 pool. And you see that right here in the middle. And these guys still have to go through best of 1s, but fortunately for them, they could not and they cannot face a team they already were able to face previously in the Swiss stage. So I think we'll be starting with the 2-0 pool and Juan's right there.
Yeah, Juan, can you take your mic? How are you feeling, Juan, before you do the draw? Gimana kabarnya, Juan? Rasanya gimana? Udah bakal ngedraw lagi?
Baik, kalau rasa ya agak tegang dikit ya karena ini kan ada AE juga di sini.
Oke.
Ya, semoga aku bisa kasih yang match terbaik buat AE lah nanti.
Okay, so he's a bit nervous because Alter Ego are in the 2-0 pool, so he wants to give Alter Ego a good matchup for them to do better.
All right, so it's all up to you now, Juan. So we start with the left side, and then we complete the right side. So are you ready?
Udah siap belum?
Ready.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
please
put the mic down. Boleh taruh mic-nya. And here we go, folks. Juan and Luminaire did the draw earlier in the wild card and the group draws, and it's pretty cool.
Okay, go ahead.
Shake it up, shake it up. Oh.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, he chooses the middle ball. Let's see. What does Juan have in store for us? The first team in 2-0.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, and he picks it first.
Okay.
Alter Ego. 1 out of 4 teams. And he picks it first.
Yeah. We can go next here, Juan. Hopefully you get the right matchup. He was nervous, ladies and gentlemen, earlier. He said he feels the pressure of having to give Alter Ego a good opponent.
That was fast, that was fast. Who is Alter Ego not going up against?
He's decisive with it. Oh, here it is, folks.
I think I saw...
Oh, so Alter Ego will not be going up against SRG, but there's a chance here that they go up against TL. So, I mean,
Okay, it's either Liquid or Yangon, okay?
Oh.
Okay.
Both tough. Juan's just going for it, man. He's going for
Juan?
it. Here we go.
Juan,
Juan,
is that final? Is that final?
Let's go. He's pressured,
He's
man.
not changing his mind.
Oh. Oh, he's shaking. Oh! Yangon Galacticos will go up against Alter Ego in the 2-0 bracket.
You know what? Okay, this is just for formality, but we know what the second matchup is already going to be. It's time you open this, so we just get to set in stone that SRG will be going up against Team Liquid.
Okay, before we move forward here, we have the matchups ready. Moreno, what do we think about the matchup so far? Menurut lu gimana matchupnya sekarang udah untuk pool 2-0?
Kalau menurut gua AE YG sih lumayan sosok sih, jujur. Karena poolnya YG sama AE juga sama-sama banyak. YG main HC juga yang jago banget, AE juga main HC-HC-an juga. Jadi ya menurut gue yang atas cukup sosok dan yang bawah juga sosok karena sama-sama yang satu juara MSC, yang satu juga juara MSC. Jadi kayak ya sama-sama kuat sih.
Okay, so he thinks the top bracket, YG versus Ultra Ego, is going to be very interesting because both of them have very wide hero pools. Both of them like playing Hellcurt in Rome, and they're always just very, very dynamic. So that's going to be a very, very interesting matchup for Moreno. Now, for the TL versus SRG, both of them are very, very strong. Both of them MSC at EWC champions. So again, really, really good matchups according to Moreno.
Really insightful from Moreno right there. Now, would you mind standing in the middle? Because you will be starting the left side for our 1-1 pool. Are you ready for this?
Ready.
Okay, it's time. You can take your first pick.
Go for it. The rolling. Yep, go for it. Oh. Let's see. What has my goat chosen in 1-1?
His goat. One of his many goats.
One of my many goats, all ex-BTRs or BTRs. Moreno, first team. Ooh, Team Zone from Mongolia.
All right. So that will be the first team on the left side. And the next three teams that Moreno will be picking here have no chance of going up against each other.
Okay, 1, 2, and pick it whenever you want, brother. He doesn't look nervous at all, dude. Moreno's a natural at this.
He's too chill.
He's just chill. He knows BTR aren't here, so he doesn't care. Oh!
Okay, I saw that.
Team Spirit from ECA next, chosen by Moreno.
That's Team Spirit and Team Zone so far.
Yep.
Picked here by Moreno. We still have a couple others there. We have Evil, we have Team Falcons, we have Black Sentence, Aurora Gaming. So let's see which he picks next.
Yes, there you go. He seems very confident with that one. He's gonna open it up. He's got really long nails, by the way.
If I was
Fun
Moreno, I'd
facts.
be shaking, but he's just too chill.
He's used to the pressure, man.
Oh.
Black Sentence.
Okay. So that's 3 teams already picked up here. Here lies the last team to be on the left side.
Last team on the left, Moreno. After this, it's all on one for the matchups, man. So you're good. Again. Oh, he's so decisive, man. All right. Let's see. Last team on the left side for the 1-1 pool. Whoa.
Oh!
Team Evil.
Okay. Just to recap, we have to double check. So far, Team Zone, Team Spirit, Black Sentence, and Evil have been chosen on the left side.
So this confirms it. There's not going to be a civil war between the Auroras. They're both going to be on the right side. So thank you so much, Moreno. You can move back to your 0-2 pool as Mr. Juan will start with his pool. Gimana? Kalau yang ini, lu maunya match up yang mana atau nggak peduli?
Nggak peduli.
Okay.
Pokoknya peduli hanya untuk Indo.
Okay, he doesn't care about this one, so he's like, all right, whatever. He only cares about the Indo team, so later, that will be your job, bro.
Yeah. If there's anything, Juan has been giving us some really intense matchups. So let's see if that's gonna continue in the 1-1 pool. Going up against Team Zone, I wonder who this is.
Oh!
Aurora!
Okay, they're celebrating. My GOAT light there, Mr. Chahyo. Ex-BTR, by the way. He's celebrating.
Okay, Aurora PH going up against Team Zone.
We can go again.
That's still a best of 1, by the way, so who knows what they're gonna pick in that match.
Yo, Juan's a natural, man. He's getting really good. It's almost like he's a world champion.
Who's that?
Oh, what is that?
Onyx.
Oh, Onyx ID versus TS.
Oh.
Gimana rasanya? How do you feel? I think this is the toughest matchup.
Oh, I got no feeling, bro.
Okay.
I knew
it. Keep on going.
He keeps giving us these really intense matchups.
Yep. Let's see. What's
is it
next?
Aurora Turkey or is it Team Falcons?
Oh, it's Team Falcon.
Oh!
Another very, very solid matchup here. Juan giving us fire, banger matchups, Falcon versus BS. And the last team, we know who it is, but we're gonna draw it anyways. Juan, open it up. Who's it gonna be? What surprises are in store for us?
We know what it is. It's inverted. Okay, he's pulling a wolf.
He's pulling a move.
All right. That's Aurora Turkey going up against Evil for our last match in the 1-1 pool. But do note that this is not our official schedule for tomorrow just yet. We will be finalizing the schedule later on. And that's it for our 2-0 and 1-1 pool. So I just want to ask how he's feeling because he's been putting some really interesting teams together, you know?
Gimana rasanya Wan? Lu kayaknya udah kasih matchup-matchup yang panas banget buat besok. Lu feelingnya gimana?
Good lah. Pokoknya aku mau kasih match yang seru pokoknya.
Okay, so
Karena biar penonton juga asik ya nontonnya.
Okay, so he wants to give he wants to get the good matchup so that the viewers back at home get to feel M7.
All right. And this is where you feel how intense the matches or elimination matches are about to be.
Moreno, it's up to you. How do you feel about how do you feel that the 0-2 teams are gonna have to pray right now that you get a good matchup for them? Gimana rasanya? Karena pool 0-2 timnya itu harus berdoa lu dapat matchup yang bagus buat mereka.
Jujur dari gue sendiri tegang sih karena gue yang nge-roll buat decider match mereka kan. Cuma yang terbaik aja lah buat mereka. Karena ya balik lagi kalau kalian emang bener-bener kuat ya kalian bisa lawan semuanya sih.
Okay, really good message. Yeah, so Moreno thinks, he's nervous. Firstly, he feels like there's a lot of pressure right now, but if the teams are good, they're gonna have to get past any matchup. Really good message. All right, Moreno, are you ready?
Ready.
Okay.
Okay, you can put the mic down and we can start this pool 0-2. Remember, these are gonna be best of threes. Yes. Let's go. Oh, he's feeling the nerves, man. You can go for your pick anytime now, Moreno.
Okay.
First team in the 0-2. Best of 3 elimination match, by the way. Trying to get a peek in. I don't know what it is. CG from Malaysia.
All right. CG gets picked first. So now we only have Boostgate, DFYG, and CFU.
Oh. Those are some fire matchups either way, man. I'm surprised some of those teams actually made it to 0-2.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, I can see him shake now. He was not nervous earlier for the 1-1s, but here he's feeling the pressure.
Okay.
Next team. Oh, Boostgate Esports.
Boostgate? I've heard they've been improving so much, but for some reason, they have to go through an elimination match as early as tomorrow. Now, who does CG go up against?
It's all in your hands, man. A lot of Malaysians are going to be very happy or angry with you, Moreno. He made his choice. What's it going to be? Let's see him open it up. Moreno, who's CG going to be up against? Oh, I got a peek.
I did not.
This is going to be a very, very cool matchup, folks. All the way from China.
Ooh.
Tianfeng Yaoguai.
I guess now we know what's the last matchup gonna be.
Yeah, but we're still going to do it here in Moreno. Who's it going to be? We know the matchup, but you never know. Maybe there's another team that's outside of M7 that comes out, Oh, it's a team from M7.
CFU goes up against Boostgate for tomorrow, or we will be finalizing if it will be tomorrow. So
on screen, they seem quite happy with that choice.
yeah, you can see it. So this is our 0-2 pool. Again, for all 2-0 and 0-2 matches, they will be having best of threes from this point onwards. So that's Moreno's choice. How does he feel about all the elimination matches he already set for us?
Gua rasa sosok sih karena CG lawannya tim China dan itu di situ ada teman gue juga kan kayak gue yakin juga sih tim China bisa nyimbangin runner up-nya Malay, dan yang di bawah CFU sama tim underdog kan, tim wildcard harusnya sosok juga karena dilihat dari gameplaynya CFU juga lagi masih kayak belum stabil kayak gitu. Ya sosok sih buat keduanya menurut gua.
Okay, he thinks it's all right. He thinks it's an okay matchup that he's brought up. Again, he has a friend there, my GOAT as well, Super Ken XBTR, Dian Feng Yao Guai. So he thinks that Dian Feng Yao Guai can actually bring the pressure and a very good match to the runners-up of Malaysia. On the other hand, he also feels like it's a very, very good matchup for Boostgate up against CFU because though Boostgate are coming from the wildcard and they're 0-2, CFU have looked very shaky themselves too. So should be an okay matchup according to Moreno.
All right, and last thoughts from Juan. After the entire draw, how are you feeling? And what are your thoughts about the next round that's about to happen here in M7?
Gimana rasanya Wan? Udah ngedraw semua timnya dan untuk besok ekspektasinya apa?
Pokoknya ekspektasinya AE menang lah pokoknya. Harus AE menang dan kalau perasaanku sekarang kayak tadi agak keringatan deg-degan gitu ya. Pokoknya doa terbaik buat tim Indo lah.
Yang Onyx TS gimana tuh? Onyx lawan Spirit.
Apa?
Onyx lawan Spirit gimana?
Ya pokoknya kalau Onyx kuat emang timnya layak untuk juara lawan siapapun harusnya is okay bro.
Okay, so he's really happy with the alter ego choice. As long as alter ego does well, he's gonna be happy. And he also feels like for Onyx versus TS, it doesn't matter because if they're strong, if they need to be champion, if they want to be champions, they gotta beat the best.
I must say, that might be my favorite matchup among all the matchups that we were able to get today. Would you feel the same?
I think alter ego YG for me. That's gonna be a banger match. I'm excited.
Oh my goodness, there's so much to look forward to tomorrow. Again, we have finalized the matchups, but the schedule is yet to be confirmed. So please do watch out for potential announcements that you will be getting later on across our social media pages, because this is where we will get to announce and find out tomorrow's schedule. Now let's take a look at our updated Swiss stage bracket. So this just finalizes everything.
All right, I might have to take it back. I think SRG versus TL is better. I completely forgot that was
That's true.
Oh, yeah, that is the best match for me.
Well, we didn't specify in which pool our best matchup is, but if you were to look at the 2-0 pool, then that definitely is the best matchup for me. If we were to look at the 1-1 pool, then that's where my previous answer comes to play, but for the 0-2 pool, man, this hurts to see that.
Okay. CG versus Dianfeng Yao Guai, I think for me is the favorite matchup in the 0-2 bracket, man. CG have looked very shaky, Dianfeng Yao Guai as well, but there have been some very, very good players like just shining there. So, hey, what about you, Moreno? What do you think? CG versus... what's your highlighted match? Match mana yang menurut lu paling seru dari semua match yang kita ada untuk Day 3?
Buat besok?
Iya.
Gue ambil di SRG sama TLPH sama AE Yangon sih yang sebenarnya underrated match ya kalau menurut gue, karena mereka berdua sebenarnya sama-sama jago banget.
Okay, so he thinks it's SRG versus TLPH. That's number one for him, but he thinks an underrated matchup is Alter Ego versus Yangon Galacticos because both of them are really, really good.
Yep. Honestly, for me, in the 0-2 bracket, I want to go for Boostgate and CFU because I feel like they haven't really been able to show us their full potential yet, or at least what a lot of teams have been expecting from them in the previous days. So hopefully, now that they're in a best-of-3 setup, we get to see them a bit more capable of adjusting and capable of actually turning things around when needed. But all of this is something we are going to watch out for tomorrow. We once again would like to thank our guests for finishing and doing this draw. We would have not gotten these matchups if it weren't for you guys. So any last message that you have for the teams or for the teams you're supporting here in M7?
Ada pesan terakhir nggak buat para fans atau untuk tim yang lu dukung?
Pesannya lebih ke kayak harapan sih. Tetap harapan ya. Semoga Indonesia M7 ini bisa bawa balik piala kali ini.
Okay. His message is more like just hope from him. He hopes that the Indonesian teams will be able to bring back the trophy to Indonesia and keep it here actually. Moreno, gimana rasa lu untuk ini M7? Dan pesan terakhir
buat tim Indo.
Buat tim Indo dan buat fans.
dari draw sih kelihatan harusnya gue ngerasa buat tim Indo sih udah cukup dimudahin sama Wan sama gue juga kayak dari bracketnya ya semangat lah, bisa lah kita bawa balik lagi Piala M7 ini.
He feels like him and Juan have given the Indonesian teams very, very good matchups, so it's all up to them now to bring the trophy back.
All right. And I know we're all looking forward to see these matches. Once again, thank you so much to Juan. Thank you so much to Moreno, Mirko's GOAT.
My GOAT.
For joining us here in the Swiss stage draw. We're all looking forward to see more, and thank you so much too for Mirko's translations.
You're welcome.
And joining us here on stage. And that has been the second day of the Swiss stage here at the M7 World Championships. But we'll definitely be seeing you for more tomorrow. So please join us as we witness more action between all the teams struggling to stay and struggling to advance to the knockout stage. This has been Brigida, your host, and we'll see you for day number 3.